Chapter 22-29. Without my instructions, if you dare to walk out of this door today, this Xiao will treat you as not a member of the Heavenly Alliance. Xiao Qin's cold voice echoed in the pavilion, immediately freezing the bountiful treasure pavilion's Lu Zhang. With just one simple sentence, everyone could clearly sense the cold, emotionless and indifferent killing intent from Xiao Qin's body. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became a little quiet. Aside from the sound of heartbeats, there was no sound of wind or words. Was Xiao Qin just bluffing? Or was he really going to kill? The association chiefs of the subordinate merchant associations could not understand what was going on. They stole glances at Xiao Qin. Aside from coldness, Xiao Qin did not show any emotion, appearing unfathomable and unfathomable. Damn it! Lu Zhang cursed in his heart. His expression turned extremely sullen as he stood with his back facing Xiao Qin. No matter whether Lu Zhang advanced or retreated, it was an indisputable fact that he was at a disadvantage before Xiao Qin in their first clash. At this moment Lu Zhang was stuck in a dilemma. He did not dare to act rashly. He was somewhat afraid that Xiao Qin would really disregard everything and kill him here. Xiao Qin was clearly just a one-vein sovereign emperor. However, the strength that he showed deterred the three-vein sovereign emperor guards from making a rash move. Lu Zhang also did not know where the gray-clad old man from earlier had gone. If that gray-clad old man were still around, Lu Zhang was confident that he could protect himself even if Xiao Qin made things difficult for him. Now Lu Zhang really did not dare to gamble. The best outcome would be for someone to step forward and share some of the pressure for him. However, there was no one. No one in the pavilion stood up for him, making him feel even more flustered. I cannot retreat. Once I retreat, I will lose all my dignity. If word gets out that I was frightened by a brat, I will not retreat. In the future, how am I going to establish myself in the cruel imperial capital? Humph! If you want to play, this old man will play with you. At worst, this old man will die together with you. This thought just appeared in Lu Zhang's mind when he suddenly felt the killing intent behind him multiply, rising rapidly. It was Xiao Qin casually moving his right hand, silently forming the Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal. Xiao Qin's killing intent seemed to make time stop as it penetrated Lu Zhang's body. Like frost, it spread through his limbs, bones, and internal organs. As long as he dared to act rashly, Xiao Qin would definitely kill him without the slightest mercy. Guild leader Lu, come back first. It won't be too late to leave after hearing what the envoy inspector has to say. Su Yi frowned slightly and said softly. She did not wish to see an overly domineering Xiao Qin. The moment this was said, Lu Zhang immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He said indifferently, "All right, then this old man will listen to exactly what you have to say." The Golden Essence Merchant Association's Jin Bao smiled coldly in his heart. You are so scared that you nearly peed your pants, yet you are still stubbornly holding on. Xiao Qin smiled faintly. His killing intent dissipated as he said softly, "Chairman Lu, please take a seat." Lu Zhang's face was dark as he slowly sat down. However, he was no longer as overbearing as before. The other chamber leaders felt somewhat rueful. Even Lu Zhang had submitted to Xiao Qin. How were they to face this new envoy inspector? Xiao Qin's gaze swept across the faces of the 10 merchant association's leaders. Then he took out stacks of account books and stacked them up. Account books. Lord Xiao, what is the meaning of this? Do you not trust us? You want to check our accounts the moment you arrive? The one who spoke was the Heavenly Treasure Merchant Association's chief. Account books were always sensitive things, especially for the merchant associations under the Heavenly Alliance. When the Heavenly Treasure Merchant Association's chief saw the account books, all of them showed unsightly expressions. Even the calm Golden Essence Merchant Association's Jin Bao and the simple-minded 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's Wei Fatso showed somewhat grave expressions. They all looked at Xiao Qin, waiting to see how he would respond. Lord Xiao, I have checked these account books, Su Yi said softly, raising her eyebrows. Su Yi raised her eyebrows and said softly. The smile on her face was somewhat cold. Everyone had their own bottom line. Clearly, this account book was the bottom line of everyone present. As long as Xiao Qin dared to make a move, he would offend everyone here, forcing them into dire straits. Jin Bao twirled the 3 pearls in his hand as he said seriously, Lord Envoy Inspector, let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a person who wanted to check the accounts on a whim. The story came to an end. Xiaochen understood. He purposely asked, "And then?" Jin Bao replied calmly, "There is no then. That is the end of the story. Those who dared to touch this bottom line are all dead." Jin Bao was referring to the previous 3 envoy inspectors, a disguised threat to Xiaochen. "No, this is just the end of your story. My story has just begun. Do you want to listen to me?" Xiaochen asked expressionlessly as he looked at Jin Bao. Jin Bao felt stifled. He could not understand Xiaochen's question. So he said seriously, "Please speak." Whoosh! Xiaochen stood up and gently clapped his hand. Immediately, the stack of account books turned to ashes. Such a scene stunned everyone, not understanding what was going on. "There are no problems with the account books. Pavilion Master Su has already seen them. How can I find any problems?" These words should have made the various association chiefs happy. However, Lu Zhang and the others felt that things were not that simple. Xiaochen paused for a while before continuing. According to the Heavenly Alliance's rules, the subordinate merchant associations have to hand over 60% of their profits to the headquarters every year. Everyone has been following this rule for the past few years. This time, I am not here to check the accounts or to make things difficult for everyone. I am doing this for everyone's benefit. From today on, the various merchant associations only have to hand over 40% of their profits to the headquarters. The moment Xiaochen said that, the expressions of the 10 association chiefs immediately changed. "Ha ha ha, the envoy inspector is really generous, reducing our burden by 20% in one go. However, the heavens can bear witness to my loyalty to the Heavenly Alliance, with the sun and the moon as my witness. How can I, this way, be a short-sighted person who covets small profits? Only when the Heavenly Alliance is strong can we gain a foothold in the imperial capital. I am still willing to hand over the profits as per the old rules." Wei Fatso stood up and patted his chest as he spoke righteously. Seeing that Xiaochen was about to speak, Wei Dexin said, "My lord, there is no need to say anything else. I have already made up my mind. There is no need to try and persuade me otherwise." Xiaochen smiled coldly in his heart. In the past, they said they would hand over 60%. However, in reality, they were just making up the accounts. The profits that were truly handed over to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters were less than 20%. The merchant associations and the noble clans of the dynasty split the profits in secret. In some years, the profits were not even 10%. Since Xiaochen was here, he naturally would not allow such a thing to continue. Most importantly, this concerned his own interests. When the others saw Wei Fatso, they seemed to want to follow suit. Xiaochen raised his hand to stop them. Then he looked at Wei Dexin and said, "I am not trying to persuade you. I am helping you. Here is a new contract. Take a look. If there is nothing wrong with it, change it to 60% and sign it." The contract was written on golden paper with bright red ink. At the end of the seal was Xiaochen's inspector seal and his own handprint. As long as Wei Fatso signed his name and stamped the seal of his Chamber of Commerce, he would be able to obtain the seal. This contract would take effect immediately within the Heavenly Alliance and could not be changed. With the contract in his hand, Wei Fatso took a look at it and his face turned pale. While Wei Fatso was looking at the contract, Xiaochen took out the other contracts and handed them to the others one by one. "You can sign the contract at 40%. No need to change it. Reset the past and redo the accounts. This will be supervised by Pavilion Master Su and Master Ku Yun's disciple, Mo-chan. We are willing to hand over 40% of our annual profits to the headquarters of the Heaven Alliance, effective immediately." Upon seeing these words, the faces of the Chamber of Commerce leaders changed dramatically. In the past, the accounts were all fake. They claimed to be 60%, but in reality, only less than 20% of the profits were handed over. Once this contract was signed, they would have to hand over at least 20% of their profits every year. 20% was not to be underestimated. Given the prosperity of the imperial capital, Yen City, this additional 20% was an astronomical figure. Every one of the 10 great merchant associations had to hand over an additional 20%. That number was simply unimaginable. The Heaven Alliance's profits in the Yanwu dynasty in 1 year equaled 10 years, even a century. Back then, Xiao Chan and Mo Chan and Bauer had calculated that if they did not fake the accounts, the benefits would outweigh the disadvantages. To these merchant associations, handing over only 40% of their profits would actually be more beneficial than detrimental. However, it was not that simple to put into practice. Every merchant association had connections with the noble clans of the dynasty or even the royal court behind them. A large portion of the profits that they embezzled went to these noble clans and the royal court. If these merchant associations signed the new contract, it would be equivalent to severing ties with these noble clans. This required great courage. The true purpose of the new contract was not to suppress these merchant associations, but to remove the noble clans that sucked blood from the Heavenly Alliance, cutting off the tumor. However, the tumor had already penetrated deep into the marrow, even merging with the body. Cutting it off would result in self-injury. However, without such determination, the Heavenly Alliance's benefits in the Yanwu dynasty would become empty shells sooner or later. Xiao Qin's envoy inspector status would become a joke, not worth mentioning. When the disease was beyond cure, one had to have the courage to face death. Use the strongest medicine and press forward. Chapter 2230. No one dared to look directly at Xiao Qin's tyrannical aura. This was not the aura that a one-vain sovereign emperor should have. Xiao Qin had not even attacked Lu Zhang, yet he attacked Jin Bao. Furthermore, Jin Bao had been caught off guard. However, Jin Bao injured Wu Meng. Xiao Qin returned it to him in the same way, doubling it. The past was reset, and the accounts were redone. Lord Xiao, this is my declaration. Even the original owner Lu Zhang had left. Only Xiao Qin and Su Yi remained in the empty main pavilion. Without any warning, Xiao Qin's royal blue dragon bloodline erupted, and his eyes turned golden. Many thanks. Goodbye. When Su Yi heard that, her eyes lit up. She smiled and said, "So you are actually kind in the depths of your heart. However, you were forced to do this. You still want to compromise. If you really want to, I can help you." Jin Bao took the New Testament and prepared to leave. Either you make a declaration and leave or you sign the New Testament. Everyone is in the same boat. As long as I still breathe, I will not let you suffer any grievances. Take your time to think about it. I believe you can choose the pros and cons, Wei Dexin said with a smile as he held the New Testament. The entire courtyard shook intensely. The royal blue dragons might lingered. No one had ever put him in such a predicament before. Su Yi hesitated for a while before finally receiving the New Testament. She said somewhat helplessly, "I'm not free. However, it is my duty to bring you around the imperial capital." "Alright, 60% it is. I'll sign it. My life is really bitter." Sob. 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 As Xiao Qin coldly watched the guards carry Jin Bao away, the golden light in Xiao Qin's eyes slowly faded. His expression remained calm, not showing much emotion. Xiao Qin remained calm, showing no fluctuations in his expression. He said indifferently, "Who else wants to leave? Just make a declaration like Lu Zhang and leave. There will come a day when you will beg this old man to return the declaration. Let's go." With the activation of the royal blue dragon bloodline, even a four-vein sovereign emperor might not be able to block the supreme dragon fist's strongest move. After offending Jin Bao and Lu Zhang at the same time, Xiao Qin would probably lose his job as the envoy inspector. Hold on. This old man will not sign this new contract. I would rather leave the Heavenly Alliance than sign it. There's no rush. Take your time to think about it. You guys do the same. It's hard to make a choice, but you have to make a choice. I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. I'm not afraid. I'll be frank with you. I hate traitors the most in my life. While taking the Heavenly Alliance's resources, you collude with outsiders to split the profits. Don't even think about doing such a thing in the future. I haven't had the chance to stroll around the imperial capital. Pavilion Master Su, if you have the time, can you show me your hospitality? However, he was not stupid. He did not dare to offend both him and Lu Zhang at the same time. Lu Zhang's lips curled into a sinister smile. He said indifferently, "Men, bring me a brush and ink. Lord Xiao, this is my new agreement. This old man has already decided. What is supreme? In the entire world only I am supreme. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "There's no need. You may leave." She did not reveal herself, but she was like a venomous snake, terrifying others and not daring to offend her. Xiao Chen could hear the resentment in Su Ye's words. She had helped Xiao Chen today. The two guards landed on the ground and helped Jin Bao up. When they saw his injuries, they immediately became enraged. However, Su Yi had not expected this person to attack Jin Bao. However, there were also people who thought, since Xiao Chen dares to offend both Jin Bao and Lu Zhang at the same time, does he have a powerful backer? How ruthless! Shock flashed in Su Ye's eyes. Earlier, Xiao Chen secretly asked her how Wu Meng got injured. "Lord Xiao, we successfully forced the 7 merchant associations to leave the Heavenly Alliance. Are you satisfied now?" Supreme Dragon Fist, only I am supreme. Jin Bao smiled faintly as praise flashed in his heart. This fellow looks like he does not leave any leeway and is overbearing. I'll send you off. Leave the Heavenly Alliance. Lord Xiao, Fatso has decided to follow you. However, can you change this new agreement to 60%? Jin Bao toyed with the 3 pearls in his hand as he met Xiao Chen's gaze with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Then he asked indifferently, "Lord Xiao, are you asking this Jin to make a decision as well?" Xiao Chen said softly as he handed the 3 copies of the new agreement, including Fatso's, to the other party. However, rage and murderous intent did not overwhelm Jin Bao's final bit of rationality. He knew that if the guards beside him dared to attack Xiao Chen, they would definitely die. Even if he gritted his teeth and endured the pain, he had to thank Xiao Chen for this punch. Seeing Xiao Chen injure Wu Meng, aside from being shocked, many of the association chiefs also made up their minds. Caught off guard, Jin Bao could not react at all. Xiao Chen's punch sent him flying. Bang! The first 4 words represented Xiao Chen's sincerity. He would not pursue the past of these association chiefs for falsifying accounts. The last 4 words represented Xiao Chen's ambition. He hoped to reshuffle the cards and establish his own order. The other association chiefs would have to think twice before making such a declaration. They did not have such confidence. Aside from the bountiful treasure pavilion's Lu Zhang, who had deep accumulations and strong connections, he did not fear such a declaration. Xiao Chen asked as he turned his head, not caring about it. Lu Zhang looked at Xiao Chen and disdain flashed in his eyes. Then he turned and left. "I will take the new agreement back and study it carefully. I will definitely give Lord Xiao a satisfactory answer in the near future." Xiao Chen said calmly. This Fatso's background was somewhat unfathomable. Su Yi said in a somewhat piercing tone with a smile on her face. If Xiao Chen could not even protect himself, how could he protect the people in the same boat as him? In an instant, Fatty Wei was the only one left among the 10 chambers of commerce who was still in a dilemma. "Lord Xiao, this is this old man's declaration. Lord Xiao, please keep it safe for now." No matter how forceful Xiao Chen was, he should not offend both of them at the same time. Have you heard of this saying? Seeking compromise through conflict. Many people appear overbearing, showing an attitude of wanting to destroy both good and bad together. In reality, the more this is so, the more insecure they feel. However, they want to use this to seek compromise and gain a foothold for themselves. Puchi. Confusion flashed in Jin Bao's eyes. He turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" "Wrong. I am a bad person. I will not show mercy when I gain the upper hand. If these people take a step back, they can forget about making a comeback before me." Xiao Chen, hold it properly. Association chiefs. Xiao Chen would only believe Xiao Chen if Xiao Chen was willing to sign the new agreement at 60%. Otherwise, he would consider it even if Xiao Chen delivered himself to him. Xiao Chen extended his hand and gestured for Xiao Chen to leave. Then he said, "Leave a declaration that you are voluntarily withdrawing from the Heavenly Alliance, and you may leave. Take care. I won't send you off." After writing the declaration of withdrawing from the Heavenly Alliance, Lu Zhang no longer stood on ceremony with Xiao Chen, directly addressing him by his name. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, immediately angering Su Yi. She did not want to bother with him anymore. The remaining Linlang Pavilion and the Ancient Cloud Merchant Association signed the new agreement in duplicate. Xiao Chan kept one for himself and handed the other to Xiao Chan. Lord Xiao, can you allow this old man to return and discuss this for a while before making a decision? After all, this matter is very important and involves many people. This old man finds it hard to make a decision. As long as Xiao Chan was willing, he could add another punch to Jin Bao's death. I'm leaving. My 87th concubine is still waiting for me. I hope he is not my child. Compared to Lu Zhang, this Jin Bao was even more secretive among the 10 association chiefs. Alright, I will take good care of it. Association chiefs Li, take care. Boom! Jin Bao crashed heavily into the restrictions on the ground. Cracks appeared in the restrictions reinforced by the layers of formations. Xiao Chan stood up and walked over, calmly giving chase. Without overthinking, Xiao Chan told the other party about Jin Bao's sneak attack. After a while, Xiao Chan stamped the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion seal on a piece of paper. Then he left behind a drop of essence blood containing soul energy and delivered it to Xiao Chan. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilions Association chief made his decision and handed the statement to Xiao Chan. The many association chiefs in the pavilion sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling a chill run down their backs. Are you satisfied? Wei Fatso put on an act, scowling miserably as he signed the new agreement, giving 60% of the profits. With someone taking the lead, others immediately followed suit. Soon, only the 3 association chiefs remained. Honestly speaking, Xiao Chen's new agreement was very tempting. However, most of the time one could not clear the profits just because one said so. I like loyal people the most. Heaven and earth can bear witness to Chairman Wei's loyalty, with the sun and the moon as a witness. You are willing to give up 20% of the profits. How can I betray your loyalty? Let's not talk about this anymore. The blue dragon image condensed and materialized into countless dragon images, forming the ancient 10,000 dragons picture with the blue dragon as the leader. Jin Bao vomited a mouthful of blood. This punch had taken away most of his life, putting him on the verge of death. After saying that, Xiao Chan ignored the Heavenly Treasure Pavilions Association chief. Then, he looked around and fixed his gaze on the Golden Essence Merchant Association's Jin Bao. Haha, I am just an insignificant pavilion master. Who cares whether I am satisfied or not? Su Yi laughed softly. Her laughter was as pleasant as a wind chime. This person was born with a beautiful voice. It would be a pity if she did not become a singer. A murderous intent flashed in Jin Bao's eyes as he looked coldly at Xiao Chan. Then, he used the last of his strength to grab the 2 guards. With bloodshot eyes he said, "Stop! Don't be rude to Lord Xiao. Jin Bao thanks Lord Xiao for sending me off. Let's go." However, Xiao Chan had chased away the 7 merchant associations, even offending Lu Zhang and Jin Bao at the same time. Furthermore, he had reshuffled the cards without her consent. This upset Su Yi. The Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's Lu Zhang coldly swept his gaze over the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's association chief, and understood the true meaning of the new agreement. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's association chief said in a trembling voice as he held the new agreement. Jin Bao felt like he was dying. He was at a loss. Chapter 2231. The imperial capital Yen City was flourishing and prosperous. Fragrant chariots and horses, jade chariots crisscrossing, golden whip arrowheads, dragon jaws, phoenix soil tassels. There were even golden threads winding around the trees, celestial birds singing about the flowers, jade trees and silver platforms, and window lattice acacia. It was a flourishing scene of rich and powerful nobles competing in luxury and pursuing pleasure. As Xiao Chan strolled through the imperial capital Yen City in the early morning, he fully appreciated the prosperity of the imperial capital Yen City. Many thanks to you for Wu Meng's matter. After leaving the main building, Su Yi checked on Wu Meng's injuries again. Then, she got the Misty Rain twin fiends to contact a famous doctor in the imperial capital to treat Wu Meng. It's just a small matter. Even if there isn't a famous doctor, Master Ku Yun's disciple is capable. Your friend's injuries also healed very quickly. However, if I'm not mistaken, he must have been following me in secret. That's why he ended up like this. Su Yi casually glanced at the scene on the street as she spoke in a carefree manner. I'll ask him when he wakes up. Of course, Xiao Chan would not take the initiative to admit this. He said with a serious face. Act. Yi thought disdainfully. Just as she was about to speak, a figure hurried over to them. The person who came was not very old and looked very young. He wore a simple green robe with a green luan embroidered on his collar. This is a messenger from the Azure Phoenix Pavilion. Yi, who knew the various major powers of the imperial capital like the back of her hand, explained. Miss, you have good eyes. This must be young Master Xiao. Here is a letter for you. Please keep it well. After handing the letter to Xiao Chan, the messenger left quietly, his figure quickly drowning in the tide of people. Opening the envelope, Xiao Chan read the contents. There were not many words in the letter, just a simple sentence. I heard that benefactor Xiao has come to Yen City, and I am very happy. Let's meet at the Misty Rain Pavilion in 3 days. The Hidden Spirit Temple's little monk Yuanzhen. Xiao Chan put away the letter and thought to himself, how fast. This fellow has just arrived in Yen City, and he already received the news. He must have come for the key to the Divine Palace. It looks like I'll have to trouble you to prepare a private room for me in the Misty Rain Pavilion 3 days later. It's simple. I'll send someone to arrange it after I return. This small interlude did not interrupt Xiao Chen's mood. The capital's beautiful scenery was worth visiting. However, when he invited Yi out, he did not really want her to accompany him shopping. Instead, he wanted to test her attitude. However, there was no rush. He believed that Yi was more anxious than he was. As expected, after a while, Yi took the initiative to ask, what do you plan to do next? After chasing away the 7 merchant associations, the Heavenly Alliance's profits in the Yanwu dynasty decreased by at least 80%. Not only do you have to face pressure from the Heavenly Alliance, but you also have to face the threat of the noble clans in the capital. Xiao Chan said calmly, we will take the initiative to attack. First, we will cut off the Heavenly Alliance's resources from these 7 great merchant associations. And I Yun one of Sect 1 with. A bright light flashed in Suye's eyes. In the end, she had underestimated this Xiao Chan. It looked like he came prepared. He was very clear about what he had done and did not regret it at all. Without Lord Mu Zifeng's approval, it will be difficult for me. Without Lord Mu Zifeng's approval, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me. The Misty Rain Pavilion managed the resources provided by the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Then they distributed them to the 10 merchant associations. Based on the current situation, the Misty Rain Pavilion's authority was in Suye's hands. If she was not willing, it would be impossible for her to cut off the 10 merchant associations' resources. It's fine. I'll bear all the responsibility. If you find it difficult, you can leave it to me. Xiao Chen's meaning was clear. If Yi is not willing, then let's go. I'll do it myself. Suye's expression changed. Clearly, she made up her mind. After a while, she said, all right, I agree. However, I always keep 10% of the Heavenly Alliance's resources for myself. This rule cannot be changed in the future. Xiao Chan thought to himself, I can tell that this pretty Yi is so black-hearted. She keeps 10% of the resources for herself. Who knows how much profit she has made over the years. Now that I think about it, she cannot take it all by herself. I do not know if the Sword God noble clans are behind her. However, it is good that things are clear. Now that I know the other party's bottom line, many things will be easier to negotiate. Alright, it is settled then. Which one do you think is better? The 9 Cauldron Pavilion, the Linlang Pavilion, or the Ancient Cloud Merchant Association? There was no need to fall out with Yi for now. 10% of the resources was still within Xiao Chen's acceptable range. The Linlang Pavilion and the Ancient Cloud Merchant Association are at the bottom of the 10 merchant associations. They do not have deep ties to the noble clans, and their presence is negligible. That's why they dare to sign a new contract. If you want to support them, the 9 Cauldron Pavilion is the only choice. However, Fatso is not easy to deal with. He looks like he is acting crazy, but in reality he is very ambitious and capable. Yi had a very high evaluation of Wei Dexin. She said seriously, if you are not worried about him biting back at you, there should not be a problem. It looks like this is the only choice. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion had a rather deep relationship with Xiao Chan. Yi looked at Xiao Chan and suddenly smiled. I discovered that I really cannot see through you. The Bountiful Treasure Pavilion is supported by the first prince. The Golden Essence Merchant Association is supported by the 13th prince. These two princes are very strong and have the ability to seize the throne. To think that you are not flustered at all. Can you tell me why you are so confident? Are you really not afraid of death? When Suyi saw that Xiao Chan was still thinking about how to support the 9 Cauldron Pavilion, she could no longer hold back. Suyi could no longer hold back. Including Monarch Yu, Xiao Chan had already offended 3 princes. Suyi simply could not understand how Xiao Chan dared to offend the royal clan in Yen City. I can tell you. However, you have to tell me, what is your relationship with the Sword God's noble clan? Xiao Chan asked softly with a smile, raising his eyebrows. Forget it. At the mention of the Sword God's noble clan, Su Ye's expression immediately changed, even turning somewhat cold. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. It looked like the other party's relationship with the Sword God's noble clan was not as simple as he thought. The Sword God's noble clan was a noble orthodox clan. To think that they allowed a woman to manage a brothel in public. Actually, this was very strange, even more serious than when fiendish Saber Shimu practiced the saber technique. Su Ye's expression was the same as the previous night. When Xiao Chan mentioned the Sword God's noble clan, the other party's expression immediately changed. It looked like this was the other party's taboo. There had to be something strange about this. That is, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Xiao Chan looked around and discovered an ancient pavilion that was even more majestic and grand than the Misty Rain Pavilion. So he quickly changed the topic. Right, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion is the best brothel in the imperial capital Yen City. It has the best musicians and the most beautiful singers. Furthermore, it has a powerful sword dance that has been passed down for a long time, and is known as the best in the world. When the fairy basket appears, even a sovereign emperor will make a move. The profits there are horrifying. At the mention of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, Su Yi revealed a complicated and somewhat respectful expression, successfully forgetting her earlier unhappiness. Xiao Chan recalled the Pleasure Quarter alliance that Mo Chan mentioned. Aside from the Misty Rain Pavilion, all the pleasure quarters in the imperial capital Yen City belong to the Pleasure Quarter alliance. From a certain point of view, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion represented the Pleasure Quarter alliance. How does the Misty Rain Pavilion compare to it? Su Yi frowned slightly and sighed softly. The 10 headliners of the imperial capital are all in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. The Misty Rain Pavilion has only one. The greatest difference is accumulations. The other party can continuously nurture headliners, but the Misty Rain Pavilion cannot. Suddenly Xiao Chen thought of someone. He asked, "Have you heard of the headliner Ling Long?" Naturally. She has been one of the 10 headliners for a long time already. Her supreme pipa skills are unparalleled in the world, unrivaled. She can be called an immortal musician. However, she already... Bang! Just as Xiao Chan was about to continue, someone suddenly got tossed out of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion and landed heavily on the street. This immediately caused a commotion. There were always people who did not follow the rules in the pleasure quarters. Most of them were people who could not resist making a move on the courtesans. Such a situation happened practically every day. Then many people went to watch the commotion. Another lecher, Su Yi said disdainfully. Xiao Chen looked around. A large group of people appeared in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. It seemed like they did not want to let go of the person who got tossed out. Ha ha ha. Foolish brat, you got tossed out again, right? Big brother already told you not to go in. When the time comes, just snatch him away. However, you refused to listen. Ha ha ha. However, a beggar caught the person who got tossed out. The beggar smiled, giving a good impression. Xiao Chun found the person who got caught somewhat familiar. He wanted to follow and take a few more glances. However, that beggar laughed loudly as he grabbed that person. Soon he disappeared into the crowd. This angered the Smiling Daughter Pavilion guards into cursing. They looked around for the person but could not find him. When Xiao Chan saw the situation, he could only give up. Let's go. Let's go back. When Xiao Chan and Su Yi turned to leave, a window opened on the top floor of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. The flower-like girl looked in the direction of the beggar's departure. Her eyes were filled with worry, and the worry between her eyebrows did not dissipate. She was disappointed and frustrated. Chapter 2232. As Xiao Chun leisurely strolled around the imperial capital, he and Suyi came to a preliminary consensus. This matter that would startle Yen City and affect the entire Yanwu dynasty settled down peacefully just like that. The 10 subordinate merchant associations of the Heavenly Alliance occupied more than 70% of the entire dynasty's market. However, due to the deep involvement, the Heavenly Alliance could not get the biggest slice of the pie, even though it wanted to. These merchant associations and the local noble clans worked together to split the true benefits. What was left to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters was just a layer of soup. Even if they wanted to, they had to maintain the status quo due to the successive deaths of the previous envoy inspectors. After chasing away the 7 merchant associations, how long could Xiao Chun live? Would he end up like the previous envoy inspector? No one could be confident that he would die a violent death. Xiao Chun had just arrived in the imperial capital, yet he made such a big move. It would be hard not to stir up a storm. The road ahead was dangerous, and the storm would be hard to stop. Undercurrents gathered, waiting for the day to erupt. In the courtyard behind the misty rain pavilion, Xiao Chun's mental state did not change, remaining calm. After killing the Thunderbolt twin sabers, the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's 3 life flower, he tested out a small part of his skills. The results satisfied Xiao Chun. The 3 life flower was only at initial perfection, still far from great perfection. The more it was so, the more anticipation he felt. When it truly reached great perfection, how startling would the 3 life flowers might be. Aside from this, Xiao Chun gained a new understanding of the 10,000 Dragons art. The 10,000 Dragons picture materialized with the blue dragon as the leader was simply incomparable to the previous 10,000 Dragons picture. With the support of the new 10,000 Dragons picture, Xiao Chun could clash head-on with the 3-vein Sovereign Emperor, with his 1-vein Sovereign Emperor Divine Energy Cultivation, gaining the upper hand. Perhaps it has something to do with me activating the Royal Blue Dragon bloodline. A bright light flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes as he said seriously, no matter what kind of storm he stirred up, the most important thing now was to raise his strength. Without overthinking, Xiao Chun focused on refining his soul with the soul accumulating pill. At the same time, he continued to comprehend the 3 life flower and the 10,000 Dragons art's first layer. He could clearly feel his strength increasing at every moment. The strength of the Royal Blue Dragon bloodline was slowly manifesting itself, giving Xiao Chun endless transformations. 3 lives flower. When the flower blooms, it illuminates 3 lives. What it pursues is the instant of eruption, the ultimate power. If you want to increase this explosive power, you have to give the flower nutrients and light before it blooms, and then accumulate the power to bloom. No, that's not right. If I can't untie this knot, I'm afraid I can only reach initial mastery of the 3 lives flower. Where did I go wrong? Difficult. Maybe I was wrong from the beginning. Maybe I'm confused now. I should pursue my initial feeling and walk straight to the end. During these 3 days, Xiao Chun's cultivation of the 10,000 Dragons art and nourishing his soul energy went smoothly. With the help of the Sovereign Blue Dragon bloodline and the soul accumulating pill, he improved rapidly. Only the cultivation of the 3 life flower reached a bottleneck, stopping at small success. The 3 life flower and the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's 5th move were much more difficult than expected. The instant the flower blooms, the 3 illuminations, Xiao Chun muttered to himself as he paced around the courtyard. Then, he looked up and saw jade-green decorations in the mirror lake behind the misty rain pavilion. When Xiao Chun looked carefully, he saw lotus leaves forming a green sea growing in the lake. When he looked into the distance, he could see blue flowers growing among the lotus leaves. Blue lotus flowers. This startled Xiao Chun slightly as he recognized the origins of these flowers. The blue lotus flower was also known as the water lily. It symbolized holiness, dignity, and solemnity. This flower had many connections to the Buddhist sect. Due to the hidden spirit temple, blue lotus flowers were rather common in the imperial capital. The lotus flowers had already bloomed beautifully. At some point in time they looked very beautiful on the mirror lake. Perhaps I really was wrong at the start. The instant the flower blooms, it illuminates 3 lives. It is not the instant the flower blooms but the illumination of 3 lives. What it pursues is not the instant of eruption but the saber strike after the flower blooms. Xiao Qin's eyes lit up, and he immediately revealed joy on his face. He quickly closed his eyes and started comprehending again. Boundless veritable essence energy and soul energy poured into his chest from his limbs and bones. Instantly, specks of light shot out from his chest. In the next moment, when Xiao Qin opened his eyes, blue petals silently bloomed from his body. The immortal flowers bloomed, and a blue lotus flower made of pure saber intent instantly bloomed with Xiao Qin as the center. Xiao Qin was not done yet. He drew the tyrant saber and a saber light shot out. Instantly, the sky filled with blue lotus flowers. The light of the blue lotus flowers illuminated the entire world. He could not see the misty rain pavilion, the mirror lake, or even the imperial capital, Yen City. Only the lotus flowers bloomed, filling the sky with light and shadows, creating a dreamlike space. As the light and shadows changed, the various scenes that Xiao Qin experienced flickered in the surroundings, twisting into shadows. As Xiao Qin stood on the blue lotus flowers, his eyes looked crystal clear. His mortal heart was transparent and bright. So, that is the case. My heart is the foundation of this move. When the mundane heart is covered in dust, the instant the flower blooms, it is cleansed and illuminated for 3 lifetimes. Xiao Qin only drew the tyrant saber. If he drew the soul weapon Heavenly Slayer, who knew what kind of dreamlike scene this 3-life flower would show? With a thought, the light and shadows scattered, and the blue lotus flowers under Xiao Qin retracted. Finally, they gathered into a flower core and merged with Xiao Qin's heart, turning into an immortal heart that was cleansed and bright. This immortal heart did not refer to an immortal. Instead, when the 3-life flower reached great perfection, the mundane heart transformed into a brand new immortal heart. I finally reached great perfection. I just need to continue practicing this immortal heart, and I can make the blue lotus flowers bloom at any time. Xiao Qin tightly clenched his right fist, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. The elegance in his eyes became even more calm and reserved, appearing unfathomable. The 3-life flower was already so strong, bringing about a qualitative transformation. He looked forward to what kind of pleasant surprise merciless killing would bring him. The 3 days are up. That Yuan Zhen should be here tomorrow, right? At the same time, the association chiefs of the Heavenly Alliance's 7 subordinate merchant associations gathered again in Yen City. This time they met at the Golden Essence Merchant Association's Jin Bao's place. When the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's Lu Zhang saw Jin Bao's pale complexion, he mocked, "Old brother Jin, you are severely injured, yet you are here to manage the situation. This Lu really admires your spirit." Jin Bao smiled coldly and retorted, "Why are you laughing at me? Back then I nearly peed my pants in fright. If not for Pavilion Master Su helping you, you would have ended up in an even more unsightly state than I did. The 2 of you don't argue. This time we are discussing countermeasures. This is not the time to fight because of personal feelings." When the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's association chief saw that the 2 were about to start arguing again, he quickly tried to pacify them. Lu Zhang smiled and said, "Countermeasures? Is there a need to think about it? Ha ha ha. This fellow is already at death's door. Is there a need for us to care?" When the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's association chief heard that, his eyes immediately lit up. Is the first prince making a move? Lu Zhang smiled mysteriously but didn't say anything. He just looked like he had a card up his sleeve. Even Jin Bao felt curious. He gave Lu Zhang a few more glances and said coldly, "Stop being so flustered. Just say what you have to say." "Indeed. What great idea does Senior Lu have? Share it with us." "That's right. Stop hiding it. Let's think about it together. Who knows, we might be able to make that brat die even faster." Lu Zhang put on a show and took a sip of tea. Then he said slowly, "To think that this fellow offended the Smiling Daughter Pavilion before. Fortunately, he came to the imperial capital. How long do you think he can continue to cause trouble?" The Smiling Daughter Pavilion. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion had been in the imperial capital Yen City for tens of thousands of years. Even before the Yanwu dynasty was established, it had experienced the rise and fall of several dynasties. The Pleasure Quarter alliance that the Smiling Daughter Pavilion represented had deep accumulations, even older than the Yanwu dynasty itself. To think that Xiao Qin offended the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, this was truly a major matter. The many association chiefs were startled when they heard this. Then they started laughing and quickly asked, "How does the Smiling Daughter Pavilion intend to deal with him?" Lu Zhang put down his teacup and replied seriously. He stole the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's holy relic, the fairy basket. Originally, as long as he handed over the holy relic, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion would not make things difficult for him. However, after the first prince learned of this, he decided to teach Xiao Chun a lesson, to show him who calls the shots in Yen City. A cold light flashed in the eyes of Jin Bao, who had remained silent at the side. He said sinisterly, "Perhaps we can make use of this opportunity. It is not easy for the Smiling Daughter Pavilion to stand up for him. How can we only teach him a lesson?" With the succession race at hand, the other factions in Yen City more or less feared the Heavenly Alliance. They did not dare to rashly touch Xiao Chun. However, if the Smiling Daughter Pavilion stood up for him, it would be a different story. The Pleasure Quarter Alliance did not fear the Heavenly Alliance in Yen City. There was no need for them to fear anything. Xiao Chun offended many factions, affecting the interests of many noble clans. They could no longer hold back and wanted to make a move on him. Now that an opportunity presented itself, no one would give it up so easily. The 13th prince only told me one thing. Either I don't touch him or once I do, I will ruthlessly trample on him, not giving him a chance to turn things around. Jin Bao felt that this was not enough. He threatened in a sullen voice. "Xiao Chun is a vengeful person. Don't think that he will submit just because you teach him a lesson. There are only two outcomes for opposing him. Either he kneels or we kneel. If you do not want to kneel, then listen to me this time." Chapter 2233. While the storm did not seem to stir Yen City, undercurrents surged on the surface. News of the new envoy inspector chasing away the 7 merchant associations had already spread. Each of the 7 merchant associations had an ancient noble clan behind them. 2 of them even had connections to the princes of the dynasty. When Xiao Chun decided not to leave behind any parasites, a storm was bound to happen. Benefits were like flesh and blood. Xiao Chun used a knife to cut off other people's flesh, cutting off other people's blood. No one would be able to endure such a thing. However, with the succession race at hand, none of the princes dared to be careless. No one dared to make the first move. If they could not take down Xiao Chun in one strike, they might end up facing Xiao Chun's revenge and end up being implicated in their race to be the crown prince. The gains do not make up for the losses. However, the storm had already started. The longer they suppressed it, the more intense it would erupt. No matter how dangerous this invisible undercurrent was, no one cared about it. Xiao Chun's group was not overly anxious. They cultivated bitterly. When the group left the Heavenly Alliance, they had exchanged for a large number of resources. Origin liquid, medicinal pills, cultivation techniques, and martial techniques were all in hand. It would be a waste not to cultivate them. If these resources could be converted into accumulations, everyone's strength would soar. On this particular day, the appointed time with Yuan Zhan arrived. Xiao Chun woke up very early and went directly to the Misty Rain Pavilion. The Misty Rain Pavilion was not open for business in the morning. When Xiao Chun arrived, Su Yi was leading a group of singers and dancers in rehearsal. The lineup of the rehearsal somewhat startled Xiao Chun. There were a total of 100 women on the stage. All of them held different musical instruments. Qin flute, ruler, zither, bell, drum. There were many more. However, this was not the most shocking thing. The thing that shocked Xiao Chun the most was that every instrument was actually a soul tool. That was right. That was to say, there were close to 100 soul tools on the stage. Xiao Chun felt stunned. Even the Smiling Daughter Pavilion did not have such a grand entourage. Soul tools were not cabbages. Xiao Chun dared to say that even a rank 7 sect would not have so many soul tools. Woo-woo. The sound of a flute rang out. It was ethereal and spiritual, and in an instant, everyone was immersed in its artistic conception. It was as if he had turned into a red-crowned crane and was passing through the clouds. Ding ding dang dang. It was the sound of a flute. The sound of the flute was like spring water hitting rocks in the mountains, crisp and clear. It was as if 2 chess players were playing chess. One chess piece after another fell to the ground along with the sound of spring water. Soon after, the sound of the pipa rang out. The sound of the pipa was incomparably beautiful. and one could feel the superb skill of the person playing it, as well as the emotions that were stirred up at will. However, even though Xiao Chen was an amateur, he could tell that there were many musical instruments in this group of soul treasure level instruments. The sound of the pipa was slightly inferior. Normally it would not be a big deal. However, it appeared somewhat strange among a group of soul tools. However, Xiao Chen had no time to think too much, because more instruments were playing at the same time. The tune changed wildly, becoming incomparably impassioned. It was as if a poem was being written, a legend being passed down. It was grand and imposing, making one's mind tremble and blood boil. Clang! Just at this moment, a flash of sword light appeared on the stage, appearing at the perfect moment. Just as everyone's blood boiled and they wanted to draw their swords, it appeared. Whoosh! Another flash of saber light appeared. Immediately, sabers and swords clashed. Together with the hundreds of musical instruments, they played a grand tune. It was refreshing and instantly entrancing. When the sabers and swords clashed, it was both a saber dance and a sword dance. The ones holding the sabers and swords were pretty women. This was the only point that Xiao Chen felt was insufficient. While it was pretty, it was pretty. It was beautiful, but it lacked the charm of the saber Dao and the sword Dao. The main reason was that these two women were dancers and did not have high cultivations. If it were two cultivators who comprehended the sword Dao and saber Dao domains working together with that epic, legendary ensemble, they would be even stronger. It would probably be a level higher, and the effect would be even better. Among the hundreds of headliners, Suyi sat alone in the center, wearing a red qipao. She showed a focused expression as she strummed the zither strings. Suye's elegance and beauty, as well as her superb skills, did not pale in comparison to this group of headliners. Due to her unique air, she even attracted attention. She was like a bright moon among the stars, aloof from the world. Clang! Suddenly, Suyi pressed down on the zither strings, and the zither hummed endlessly. The others all stopped playing their instruments. Fatigue and dissatisfaction flashed on Suye's face. Then she waved her hand and said, "Disperse. We will practice again another day." Clearly, Suyi was not very satisfied with the performance, even somewhat disappointed. After everyone else left, Suyi walked over to Xiao Chen's side and said, "Lord Xiao, you are really early today. My lord must have seen a joke." "It's not really a joke. However, it is an eye-opener for me. Such a grand ensemble is arduous and thankless. It was a strenuous and unrewarding task. Although it looked impressive, it was practically impossible to maintain perfection. I'm very curious, what is Pavilion Master Su trying to do?" Needless to say, it was indeed an eye-opener and refreshing experience. However, as Xiao Chen said, it was practically impossible to maintain perfection. If that happened, there would be no value in performing. It would be arduous and thankless, and there would be no benefits at all. Suyi smiled embarrassedly and said, "Indeed, arduous and thankless. However, in one's life one must have some goals. My greatest wish is to be able to combine the 10 great ancient music scores into one and perform them together while I'm still alive." "So, you spent all the profits from the Misty Rain Pavilion on buying soul treasure musical instruments?" When Xiao Chen heard that, a thought occurred to him. The Heavenly Alliance's 10% profit every year was a huge profit. Suyi alone could not finish them all. If she used all the profits to collect these musical instruments, that would explain it. "Lord Xiao, you are overthinking. Musical instruments are cheaper than weapons. The Heavenly Alliance's profits are not enough to collect so many soul treasure musical instruments. My mother collected several of them, but it is still far from enough," Suyi said seriously. When mentioning these soul tools, Suyi did not try to hide anything. "Speaking of which, I still have not properly thanked Pavilion Master Su for helping me out previously. Coincidentally, I happen to have a pipa with me. If you are willing, I can lend it to you." Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then, he took out the medial grade soul tool pipa from the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance and handed it to Suyi. Profound heaven? Suyi held the pipa in her hand and adjusted it for a while before starting to play it. Immediately, a pipa song flowed smoothly from her fingertips, sounding melodious and pleasing to the ear, penetrating one's heart. This made Xiao Chen feel embarrassed. Compared to the pipa that he played randomly in the past, he simply did not know what this was. Good pipa. The pipa was also known as the huqin. Su Yi praised softly, unable to put it down. Unconcealable joy flickered in her eyes. This was pure joy. Just like when Xiao Chan found the Heavenly Slayer spirit weapon. This was a bladesman's pure love for the saber. Lord Xiao stayed a price. No matter how much this pipa is worth, I want it. Su Yi said softly as a bright light appeared in her eyes. Xiao Chan sighed. How unfortunate. I was going to give this pipa to my martial nephew, so that he can use it as a token of love. You can use it first. I cannot make the decision. Otherwise, I would have given it to you directly. That is indeed unfortunate. Su Yi felt somewhat disappointed. However, she still said joyfully, Thank you, big brother Xiao. This is good. Ziyun will not have to complain anymore. The person you are waiting for is already in the private room. He arrived last night. In that case, I'll go first. When Xiao Chan reached the private room, he saw a cloaked person who had been sitting there for a long time. When this person saw Xiao Chan arrive, he removed his cloak and revealed his shiny bald head. This was the smiling Yuan Zhan of the Hidden Spirit Temple. Benefactor Xiao, how have you been? Xiao Chan said indifferently, Stop being so polite. You want the ethereal immortal palace key, right? It is yours in the first place. I do not intend to keep it. Yuan Zhan felt disdain for Xiao Chan in his heart. If it were in the past, he might have believed him. However, after being tricked by Xiao Chan several times, it would be strange if he still believed him. However, you have to tell me where the ethereal immortal palace's language is. Yuan Zhan nodded in agreement. After some thought, he said, Honestly speaking, no one knows where the ethereal immortal palace is exactly. We only know the general area. It should be in the Yanwu dynasty. However, this prophecy has never been accurate before. It is hard to say how trustworthy it is. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Chu Chaoyun had said the same thing. The ethereal immortal palace lived up to its name. It was indeed ethereal. Every prophecy said that it would appear. However, it never did. Perhaps the true location had not been determined yet. It should be in the Yanwu dynasty. I heard that the universe origin sects Taoist, the profound heaven's holy sun, the abyssal underworld's people, the Shuawu dynasty's people, and the factions behind the ethereal immortal palace keys are all making preparations. Yuan Zhan told Xiao Chan some of the secrets he knew to show his sincerity. Kase. Just at this moment, the door to the private room opened and Su Yi walked in. At the crucial moment, Yuan Zhan quickly pulled up his hood, covering his shiny bald head. Su Yi gave Yuan Zhan a somewhat strange look. Then she handed an invitation to Xiao Chan and said, Xiao Chan, your invitation. Xiao Chan received the invitation with some suspicion. Then he felt excited. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Who sent the invitation? Su Yi asked out of curiosity. She had not opened it yet, so she did not know. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he replied indifferently, Just an ordinary friend. Oh, in that case I won't spare you. Su Yi found it strange as she turned and left. Xiao Chan glanced at Yuan Zhan and said, Accompany me somewhere, and I will return the ethereal immortal palace key to you. Yuan Zhan's expression did not change when he heard that, not showing any joy at all. He said indifferently, Swear it first. Thinking about it, Xiao Chan had tricked her too badly, so she no longer trusted him. All right. I, Xiao Chan, swear that as long as you accompany me to this invitation, I will definitely return the ethereal immortal palace key to you. Xiao Chan said seriously with a sincere expression. Only then did Yuan Zhan reveal some joy. He smiled and said, All right, I promise you. As long as it is not a pleasure quarter, this humble monk can accompany you anywhere. Chapter 2234. As long as you do not go to a pleasure quarter, this humble monk can accompany you anywhere. When Xiao Chan heard that, he felt somewhat apologetic. Sorry, the place I want you to go is really a pleasure quarter. However, Xiao Chan could not be blamed for this. Even if he used his toes to think, he knew that the Smiling Daughter Pavilion coming to seek him out would not be for anything good. According to the information that Xiao Chan obtained, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion was very close to the first prince Wang Fei. Furthermore, the first prince happened to be the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's backer. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion invited Xiao Chan for a gathering for no reason. It might have something to do with this. If Xiao Chan had Yuan Zhan's company, It might be of some unexpected use when necessary. Benefactor Xiao, when are we leaving? Yuan Zhan asked somewhat impatiently. He had been waiting for the ethereal immortal palace key for a long time already. It was rare for Xiao Chun to make a vow. With this guarantee, it would naturally be faster. There's no rush. The appointed time is tonight. Xiao Chun showed a calm expression as he asked softly. Speaking of which, how much do you know about the Yinwu dynasty's princes? When Yuan Zhan heard that, he looked at Xiao Chun warily. Then he asked, why are you asking this? Could it be that you want to participate in the succession race? After sizing up Xiao Chun for a while, Yuan Zhan seemed to understand something. That's right. With your strength and status, you are barely qualified to participate in the succession race. However, you have to think this through. A large part of the reason why no one has made a move on you is that you have not chosen a side. Once you choose a side, you will cross the bottom line of the other princes. You have to think carefully about the consequences you will face at that time. Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows in surprise. Unexpectedly, you seem to understand my current situation rather well. Haha. You just arrived and you already killed Duke Yun's son. Before coming to the Misty Rain Pavilion, I heard that you forced away the 7 merchant associations, cutting off their Heavenly Alliance supply. Your actions are getting bigger and bigger. It would be hard for me not to know about it. Yuan Zhan smiled faintly, not hiding his understanding of Xiao Chun. It looks like the Hidden Spirit Temple is not as detached as I imagined. The Hidden Spirit Temple probably knows all the matters of the entire dynasty, no matter big or small. Tell me, which princes have the highest chance of becoming the crown prince? Yuan Zhan thought for a while before replying calmly. Born in the mundane world, who can transcend the world with a body of flesh and blood? Right now, the ones with the most hope to become the crown prince are naturally the first Prince Wang Fei, the 8th Prince Wang Feng, and the 13th Prince Wang Yi. The first prince is the oldest and is steady and polite. The imperial ancestral temple's patriarchs like to respect the older generation. This is his greatest reliance. The 8th Prince Wang Feng had the most outstanding talent. Behind him was the Divine Sword Pavilion, and many rank 7 sects supported him. The 13th Prince Wang Yi's mother was the current Empress Yan. He was doted on at a young age and was the favorite of Yan Huang. If Yan Huang could make its own decisions, it would definitely pass the throne to the 13th prince. Pity that it can't. As for the other princes, there is no lack of ambitious people. Unfortunately, their background and henchmen are a bit lacking. They can't compare to these 3 popular princes. Xiao Chun thought for a while before saying, based on what you said, barring any unexpected surprises, the next Yin Emperor will be one of these 3 princes. Yes, that is what the Hidden Spirit Temple thinks. The two chatted for a long time. After Yuan Zhan's introduction, Xiao Chun gained a new understanding of the Yinwu dynasty's royal court. The succession race has already reached the final stage of preparation. At that time, all the princes will be required to participate in it. They will enter the Yin Emperor's secret realm and accept the tests passed down by the ancestors. The final victor will be the Yin Emperor's crown prince. Yuan Zhan thought for a long time before saying, it is best that you do not participate rashly. Every succession race involves the factions of the entire Great Thousand Realms. The Bushin Palace, the Profound Heaven Holy Land, and the Universe Origin sect will pay attention and even participate personally. The Hidden Spirit Temple has a rather special relationship with the royal court. It is not like the Universe Origin sect and the Profound Heaven Holy Land, which directly govern the dynasty. Hence, the Yinwu dynasty's succession race will attract the various factions to place their bets, attracting the attention of the entire martial epoch. Yuan Zhan's words implied that Xiao Chun was alone. It was not realistic for him to participate in the succession race. However, Xiao Chun smiled faintly and did not argue. He did not want to participate. However, the situation forced him to. He needed to understand. When Xiao Chun looked at the sky, it was already dark. The Misty Rain Pavilion slowly turned lively. Xiao Chun stood up and said, let's go. It is time for us to keep our appointment. As Yuan Zhan left, he hid his entire head in his hood, lest someone recognize him. The Hidden Spirit Temple held a transcendent position in the Yinwu dynasty. It was even deified by the ordinary people. If Yuan Zhan were recognized, It would definitely cause a huge commotion in the entire Yanwu dynasty. A monk visiting a pleasure quarter, furthermore, an esteemed monk of the Hidden Spirit Temple. After leaving the Misty Rain Pavilion, Yuanzhan felt much more relaxed. Being outside is still the best. Staying in here is really uncomfortable. Yuanzhan sighed from the bottom of his heart as he let out a long breath. Xiao Qian could not bear to tell Yuanzhan that they were going to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, which was even more famous than the Misty Rain Pavilion. Yuanzhan led the way without saying a word. Compared to Xiao Qian's silence, Yuanzhan appeared more relaxed, showing an indistinct smile on his face. Xiao Qian would soon obtain the ethereal immortal palace key. It would be hard for him not to be happy. No matter how long the road was, it would come to an end eventually. The magnificent Smiling Daughter Pavilion, which was brightly lit in the night, looked like a resplendent pearl. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion occupied the most bustling place in the imperial capital Yen City, bustling with people and carriages. Benefactor Xiao, why did you stop? When Yuanzhan saw a pleasure quarter, he turned somewhat nervous. His expression turned somewhat unsightly as he said, "Don't tell me that you are going to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion? Honestly speaking, that is the place. Xiao Qian, you bastard. Are you trying to trick me again?" Yuanzhan cursed with a somewhat distorted expression, feeling frustrated. No matter what scheme Xiao Qian had, given Yuanzhan's self-restraint and cultivation, he rarely showed his emotions on his face. This was especially so when he was angry. But this time around he couldn't help but curse out loud. "Alright, it's my fault for not being clear. Wait here for a while. After I come out, I will hand the ethereal immortal palace key to you." Seeing Yuanzhan's expression, Xiao Qian thought for a while. This was indeed making things difficult for Yuanzhan. Forcing a monk to enter a pleasure quarter with him was somewhat inexcusable. May Buddha! May Buddha! I have sinned! I have sinned! To think that I violated the precepts of anger. My Buddha nature! Yuanzhan chanted a few times. When he saw that Xiao Qian was about to leave, he struggled for a moment before calling out to stop Xiao Qian. "Wait. I'll accompany you in. However, I have to make this clear first. I will not help you with anything. I will just accompany you in. You cannot ask me to do anything." When Xiao Qian heard that, he smiled and said, "That's easy. You are in charge. Let's go then." Even though Yuanzhan said that, he still showed an unsightly expression. He retracted his neck further into his hood. Just at this moment, Xiao Qian glanced around and saw the dirty beggar from back then. This beggar sat at the edge of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, eating roasted chicken and drinking wine. He grinned as he watched the guests enter and leave. A thought occurred to Xiao Qian. He walked over and took out a bottle of wine to hand to the beggar. This was the dragon race's strongest alcohol, heartburn. The dirty beggar did not care. He opened the bottle and tried to drink it. Xiao Qian quickly stopped him and said, "This wine is too strong. If you can advance to Sovereign Emperor in the future, drink it. The benefits will be boundless." "Haha. It turns out that I can't drink this lousy wine before advancing to Sovereign Emperor?" The beggar mocked. Then he said carelessly, "In that case, I'll return it to you. This beggar doesn't want it anymore." When Yuanzhan heard that, he thought to himself, this beggar does not look like an ordinary person when he smiles. Unfortunately, he is not sensible. Since it is a strong wine, if I guessed right, it should be the dragon race's strongest alcohol, heartburn. Back then, Xiao Qian used this wine to make a name for himself at the Peach Blossom Gathering. Many sovereign emperors sought it, yet Xiao Qian gave it to a beggar. Furthermore, the beggar boasted shamelessly. Xiao Qian did not take it. He said seriously, "Even if you can't drink it, it will be useful to you. I want to ask you about someone. 3 days ago you captured a person and left. I want to know where that person is now." The person that the beggar captured that day looked familiar to Xiao Qian. However, he did not see him clearly. "Are you talking about that foolish brother of mine? Ha ha ha. There's no need to look. Just stand here and don't move. You will see him soon." Plop! Right after the beggar spoke, someone tossed a figure down from the building like a sandbag. Wounds covered the person's body, making him appear in a sorry state. The nearby cultivators felt that the Smiling Daughter Pavilion was not in the right. They laughed coldly and strode into the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. It's that fool again. He gets chased out every 2 or 3 days. How pitiful. Speaking of which, it is strange. If it were someone else causing trouble like this, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion would have silenced them long ago. It is a miracle that this person is still alive. Who cares? Quickly go and reserve a spot. The headliner Ling Long is performing today. The beggar guffawed and pointed to the person in the middle of the road. What did I say? I was just talking about my foolish second brother. Bang! He fell down. Xiao Chun walked over step by step, his expression growing increasingly doubtful. When he got close, he felt greatly startled. When that person in a sorry state turned his head and saw Xiao Chun, he also felt shocked. Martial uncle. This person with a swollen face covered in wounds, and in a sorry state was Xiao Chun's martial nephew Ling Yu from the Grave Sea Cluster's Purple Flame sect. As the saying went, it was a small world. Xiao Chun had not expected to see Ling Yu in such a situation. Martial uncle, martial nephew embarrassed you. Perhaps Ling Yu was too excited, or perhaps he had been wronged for too long, but his eyes immediately turned moist. Ling Yu sounded like he was about to cry, looking very pitiful. How did you end up like this? Quickly get up. Xiao Chun asked sullenly as he pulled Ling Yu up. I want to see elder sister Ling Long, but they won't let me in. Martial nephew feels bitter in his heart. Ling Yu did not have many relatives. To him, Xiao Chun was even closer to him than a senior in the sect. Now that Ling Yu saw Xiao Chun, all sorts of emotions welled up in his heart. Xiao Chun snorted coldly and said, I'll bring you in. Let's see who dares to stop you. Really? Martial uncle, when did I boast? There are many places in the world that I cannot bring you to. However, this Smiling Daughter Pavilion is definitely not one of them. Xiao Chun felt some anger in his heart. No matter how deep the accumulations of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion are, in the end, it is still a pleasure quarter. Since when can a pleasure quarter bully others like this? Martial uncle, bring me in. Even a beggar would like to visit a pleasure quarter. Suddenly, Xiao Chun felt like a pair of tongs clamped down on his feet. He lowered his head and looked. That beggar had secretly poured down an entire bottle of heartburn. His face flushed red, and his body felt like burning charcoal. The beggar appeared drunk, smiling like a flower as he grabbed Xiao Chun's leg, unwilling to let go. Big brother, you are drunk. This is my martial uncle. Ling Yu quickly corrected when he saw the situation. I'm not drunk. I'm your big brother, so your martial uncle is my martial uncle. The seniority is not messed up. Martial uncle, bring me in. Even a beggar would like to visit a pleasure quarter. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Chun felt a headache coming on. He looked at Ling Yu and asked, How did you get to know this beggar? Martial uncle, he saved my life once. Then, he insisted that I acknowledge him as my big brother. Since then, he has been following me. Ling Yu explained as simply as he could. Never mind. Since he saved Ling Yu's life before, there is no need to dwell on the other party's rudeness. Yuan Zhan, help him up. Let's go in together. Yuan Zhan looked regretfully at the empty bottle in the beggar's hand. A bottle of heartburn was gone just like that. Brat, you have been sneakily eyeing my wine. Are you trying to steal my wine? Never mind. This beggar will treat you to a drink. After Yuan Zhan helped the beggar up, he suddenly poured the bottle of wine into Yuan Zhan's mouth. Yuan Zhan immediately panicked, feeling somewhat at a loss. I drank. Why did I not react? I really drank. I broke the precepts again. Hey, why is it so smooth? The beggar said, finding it strange when he saw the mysterious phenomenon under the hood. Taking advantage of Yuan Zhan's dazed state, he extended his hand. Then he chuckled. He really is a bald head. Ha 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 ha. This beggar understands now. You are a flirtatious monk. Ha 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 ha. A flirtatious monk. A flirtatious monk wants to visit a pleasure quarter. Everyone quickly come and take a look. Fortunately, the beggar was already drunk, so his words were unclear. However, this startled Yuan Zhan half to death, startling him back to his senses. Then, he quickly covered the beggar's mouth. As Yuan Zhan watched Xiao Chun and Ling Yu walk over, he felt like crying, but no tears would come out. In one day, Yuan Zhan had broken 2 precepts. First, he abstained from anger. Then he abstained from alcohol. Had he known earlier, he would have given up on the ethereal immortal palace key. You are not allowed to speak. If you speak again, I will leave you here. Do you hear me? Yuan Zhan saw the beggar nod a few times before putting down his hand. Then, he helped the beggar to catch up to Xiao Chen. The beggar was very drunk, smiling continuously. Although he did not say that he was a flirtatious monk, he occasionally reached out to touch Yuan Zhan's bald head. A monk who wanted to cry but had no tears, a drunken beggar, a wronged infatuated woman, and Xiao Chen. This was a combination that the Misty Rain Pavilion's master could not imagine. Just like that, they headed for the brightly lit Smiling Daughter Pavilion, the jewel of Yen City, without looking back. Chapter 2235. A beggar, a monk, an infatuated man, and Xiao Chen. No matter how one looked at it, this group of people looked strange. However, they just walked into the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. The guards at the door seemed to have heard the commotion. They took a look but did not do anything. This made the people watching feel amazed. Since when could beggars strut into the Smiling Daughter Pavilion? Ling Yu felt somewhat weak. He had been beaten up quite miserably recently. He did not dare to believe that he could really go in. Martial uncle, can we really go in? Before Xiao Chen answered, more than 100 pretty girls walked out of the door. They stood in a straight line and said in unison, "Welcome, young Master Xiao, to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion as a guest." An absolute beauty walked out from behind the row of girls. She wore a green dress and a jade hairpin in her hair. Her facial features were exquisite, and she exuded an extraordinary air. Headliner Qiu Yu. Headliner Qiu Yu, what is she doing? Is she going out to personally receive the guests? What a grand lineup. Even if a prince came, he would not be able to do so, right? Xiao Chen looked at the green-dressed beauty. The other party walked over gracefully and bowed slightly. Young Master Xiao, please come with me. The pavilion master has been waiting for a long time already. Please forgive me for not coming out to receive you. Qiu Yu spoke softly and smiled gently. The surrounding people easily fell head over heels for her, unable to extricate themselves. Young Master Xiao, please come with me. The pavilion master has been waiting for a long time already. Please forgive me for not coming out to receive you. Qiu Yu looked around and frowned slightly. A dirty beggar, a wretched hooded man, and a bruised fool. After a great struggle, Qiu Yu said, "Since you are young Master Zhao's friends, you are also friends of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion." After a great struggle, Qiu Yu said, "Since you are young Master Zhao's friends, you are also friends of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. However, this person cannot enter." Headliner Qiu Yu said righteously as she pointed at Ling Yu. "Why?" Ling Yu immediately felt unconvinced. He shouted, "Why can't I enter?" Qiu Yu wanted to say something but stopped. It seemed like there was something she was hiding. She sighed softly and said, "I am doing this for your own good. This is not my intention either. It is Sister Linglong's intention." Ling Yu said somewhat dispiritedly, "I don't believe it. I don't believe that this is elder sister Linglong's intention. Let me meet Linglong. I want her to tell me personally. Let him in." At this moment, a voice came from inside the building. Qiu Yu nodded slowly. "Please come in, young Master Xiao." After stepping over the threshold, Xiao Chen entered the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Like the Misty Rain Pavilion, it was a completely different world inside. From the outside, it looked like a magnificent building, but in reality, it was a small world with mountains, rivers, and vast white clouds. Above the white clouds, palaces and pavilions could be vaguely seen. It was like a fairyland. Pavilions stood in great numbers in all four directions, and guests filled the place. There should have been many esteemed guests gathered in the mountains and rivers, but today there was only one table. The other guests could only gather in the pavilion and watch the performance. With headliner Qiu Yu leading the way, Xiao Chen's group of 4 walked through the forest and arrived at the banquet in the mountains and rivers. Along the way, Xiao Chen discovered many experts hidden in the forest. The banquet was already filled with people. When Xiao Chen looked around, he discovered many familiar faces. The association chiefs of the Heavenly Alliance's 10 subordinate merchant associations were all present. However, this was different from the previous time. This time they had outsiders accompanying them. If Xiao Chen guessed right, They should be the upper echelon of the dynasty's ancient noble clans. Lord Xiao, Wei Fatso and the other two, who had already signed a new contract with Xiao Chun, stood up and saluted Xiao Chun with somewhat embarrassed expressions. As for the other merchant associations, they only glanced at Xiao Chun and ignored him, showing some hostility in their eyes. Xiao Chun nodded slightly and gestured for the three to take a seat. There was indeed a reason for this banquet. After Xiao Chun's group of four sat down, a group of people immediately walked over from behind. The one in the lead was a woman with a veil covering her face. Beside her were three men with dignified appearances, an oppressive noble aura, and a vast imperial aura. These people were of different ages, but their noble auras and imperial might were exactly the same. These three people were princes. Xiao Chun thought to himself, this banquet seems to be much grander than I imagined. 3 princes are here at the same time. All the noble clans of the imperial capital are here. What are they doing? While Xiao Chun felt uncertain, he felt a gaze that did not hide its murderous intent. Xiao Chun looked in the direction of the gaze. The owner of the gaze stood beside a prince. This person's expression was very similar to Monarch Yu's. Monarch Yun. What a fellow! The smiling daughter pavilion gathered all the enemies that I offended. Greetings, 1st Prince, 8th Prince, 13th Prince, and Pavilion Master Yang. The association chiefs and noble clan elders at the banquet all stood up and bowed respectfully. Everyone, there is no need to be so polite today. This is Pavilion Master Yang's home turf. We are not princes or guests. The true honored guest is the Heavenly Alliance's envoy inspector, Xiao Chun, Lord Xiao. The prince close to the veiled woman said with a smile as he pointed at Xiao Chun. Haha, 1st Prince is right. If not for knowing that young Master Xiao would be coming, this old man would not have come to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion tonight. The Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's Lu Zhang stood up and echoed the 1st Prince's words, smiling sinisterly. That's right. Young Master Xiao is the honored guest today. Even if all of us add up, we cannot compare to Lord Xiao. The Golden Essence Merchant Association's Jin Bao said half-jokingly and half-seriously as he held up his wine cup. Martial uncle, something seems wrong. Ling Yu sent a voice projection as he looked at the group of ferocious people smiling like hungry wolves at the banquet. Ling Yu noticed that everyone at the table gave off an extremely strong aura. Sovereign Emperor experts followed them. When Ling Yu looked around, he noticed that there seemed to be even more experts hidden in the shadows. Without anyone noticing, they had already blocked off all paths. The seemingly spacious forest garden had actually been sealed into a cage. The more problematic thing was that aside from Fatso and the other two, everyone else at the table looked at Xiao Chun with superficial smiles. They all put on fake smiles as they stared at Xiao Chun, looking like they had him in the bag. This made him feel flustered. Calm down. Xiao Chun sent a voice projection. Then he looked at the veiled woman and said, Pavilion Master Yang is really skillful. This Xiao really did not know that this banquet could bring out so many major characters. I am truly overwhelmed by the favor. Originally, Xiao Chun thought that only the 1st Prince would appear. He had not expected such a scene to appear. 3 princes, the 10 association chiefs, and the representatives of the noble clans behind them were all here. What a feast at Hongmen. These people have made up their minds to eat me up for sure. Pavilion Master Yang, who had a veil covering her beautiful face, waved her hand and said, Young Master Xiao, there's no need to be angry. Please take a seat first. Let's talk about business first. I really do not dare to casually sit here. Xiao Chun said indifferently. The veiled woman smiled softly and said, There's no rush. Take a seat first. Today is my Smiling Daughter Pavilion's headliner Ling Long's final performance. If there is anything, wait for headliner Ling Long to finish her performance before we discuss it. Martial Ant. When Ling Yu heard the word Ling Long, he could not hold himself back. On account of Ling Yu, Xiao Chun sat down with a cold expression. Then he looked around and smiled coldly in his heart when he saw everyone's expressions. If you think that you can defeat me, Xiao Chun, with your numbers, then it is too early to be happy. Let's see what kind of tricks you guys are playing. The veiled woman gently clapped her hands. As she clapped, a woman flew down from the palace in the clouds. She held a pipa as she slowly appeared in the clouds. She was like a fairy that could be seen but not reached. The headliner Ling Long is coming out. The guests in the private rooms in the surrounding pavilions burst into an uproar. All sorts of cries rang out. A simple sound test immediately piped up the guests' interest, causing their anticipation to soar. As the pipa music rang out, the vast white clouds turned into a vast river with the music. A clear moon fell into the lake. The orioles in the lake spoke in detail. The flowing water of a quiet spring accompanied the moon as it rose. The bright moon that sank into the river broke out of the water together with the pipa music. A white-clad fairy danced in the moon while holding a sword. With the beautiful pipa music, everyone could not tell whether they were in a fairyland or reality. When the quiet spring turned cold, the pipa music gave rise to boundless melancholy. The bright moon in the sky was like a lonely cage, locking down that beautiful fairy. No matter how the beautiful fairy danced, she could not break out of the moon with her sword in hand. A stifling mood filled everyone's hearts, making them feel extremely unbearable. When the stifling mood reached its limits and was about to crumble, the pipa music suddenly sped up. It was like a vast army cutting off all means of retreat, launching a final charge. Bang! The bright moon in the sky shattered, and the beautiful woman trapped in the cage emerged with her sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! It was not just one person. More than 100 white-clad women appeared in the moon, dancing with their swords as they flew down the cloud platform. When they arrived in the surrounding pavilions, they flew up and down, dancing gracefully. The fairy was instantly within reach. It was like a dream turned into reality. Everyone's depressed mood was swept away, and thunderous cheers erupted. After the song ended, Ling Long smiled faintly and bowed slightly, silently taking her leave. Headliner Ling Long, don't go. One more song. One more song. The fairy basket appeared at the right time. Immediately, the honored guests in the private rooms made a move. Countless primeval heavenly pills turned into jade ribbons that entered the fairy basket in the clouds. Immortal light spread out from the basket, and thousands of flowers flew out. The atmosphere in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's small world reached its peak. Everyone, please be quiet. Today is headliner Ling Long's last performance. In the future, she will not appear in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. She will not appear in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion in the future. The headliner Cho Yu said softly as she slowly appeared in the sea of flowers in the clouds. After a pause while everyone was stunned into silence, Cho Yu said loudly, "The first prince has already returned the secular world to the first prince. On the 15th of next month, the first prince will personally win over headliner Ling Long. I hope that at that time, everyone will come and give their best blessings." What? At the banquet, the wine cup in Ling Yu's hand fell to the ground and shattered. Ling Yu appeared confused as if he suffered a bolt from the blue. He appeared stunned on the spot. Chapter 2236. One song was enchanting, one word was heartbreaking. On the 15th of next month, the first prince will personally marry headliner Ling Long. Everyone is welcome to attend headliner Ling Long and the first prince's wedding. Before Ling Long's ethereal pipa music faded away, Cho Yu's words shattered Ling Yu's heart. He was in a daze, completely dumbfounded like a wooden chicken. This is really surprising. To think that the first prince wants to marry headliner Ling Long. Although the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's headliners sell their skills and not their bodies, they are still women of the pleasure quarters. Is it really appropriate for him to make such a big fuss about marrying a headliner? If she were just a concubine, there should be no problem. However, since there is a wedding, she is clearly a match. However, this is good. The brothel's headliner marrying a prince is the best ending. Right, we should still give headliner Ling Long our blessings. However, it will be hard on us, the bosom friends. It will be difficult for us to come and listen to headliner Ling Long's pipa in the future. The guests in the pavilions discussed among themselves. Their voices were filled with astonishment. However, most of them gave their blessings. After all, marrying a prince was indeed a fortunate thing for the brothel's headliner. What was even rarer was that the first prince would personally come and give headliner Ling Long a wedding. In the future, if the first prince Wang Fei could win the succession race, he would become an imperial consort. At the banquet, the 8th prince, the 13th prince, and the noble clan elders were similarly startled. Although everyone knew that the first prince Wang Fei was very close to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, No one expected him to lower his status and win over the brothel's headliner. The two formed an unbreakable alliance. However, why did the Smiling Daughter Pavilion place all its bets on first brother? Confusion flashed in the 8th Prince Wang Feng's eyes as he revealed a contemplative expression. He had not received any news of this sudden turn of events. This was simply incomprehensible. It was truly puzzling that they had not received any prior information about this sudden turn of events. Congratulations, First Prince. Come, let's offer a toast to the First Prince. The Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's Lu Zhang took the lead, raising his wine cup to toast the First Prince with joy on his face. The others stood up as well. Although they all showed different expressions, they still had to put on a show no matter what. The others stood up as well. Although they showed different expressions, they still had to put on a show. Only Xiao Qian and the other three didn't get up, which made them stand out. Xiao Qian could not be bothered to pretend. Ling Yu was still in a daze. Yuan Zhan was afraid that others would see his bald head. The filthy beggar uncle was drunk, sleeping soundly on the table. You're too polite. When the time comes, I hope everyone will do me the honor of attending my wedding. The eldest prince and the veiled woman raised their wine glasses and returned the toast. When the group of people finished their drinks, their gazes all fell on Xiao Qian. Although the sudden announcement of the wedding was shocking, it was ultimately just an interlude. The elders of the Yanwu dynasty's 4 ancient noble clans, the 3 princes, and the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's pavilion master gathered together. With so many big shots here, it was clear that it was not just a simple meal and a drink. Young Master Xiao Qian, you seem to be somewhat dissatisfied with this prince's wedding. The first Prince Wang Fei said with a faint smile as he looked at Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian mocked. How could I dare? It is just that my legs are inconvenient and I can't get up. I will not bicker with you about this. Pavilion Master Yang already told me about the matter between your friend and headliner Ling Long. However, I don't mind such a small matter. This prince doesn't care about a piece of trash who doesn't have eyes. From the start to the end, the first Prince Wang Fei did not look at Ling Yu. He only stared at Xiao Qian. Ling Yu startled awake and immediately raged, wanting to flare up on the spot. However, Xiao Qian placed a hand on Ling Yu's shoulder and pressed him down. Then he sent a voice projection, if you trust martial uncle, don't act rashly. Ling Yu endured the rage in his heart and showed a sullen expression, not saying a word. However, he managed to calm down in the end. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Young Master Xiao, this prince has always respected you. I have no other intentions in coming here. Return the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's withdrawal statement and remove the ban on supplies. This prince will definitely not be your enemy. I will also send you a big gift another day. The 8th Prince Wang Feng felt somewhat frustrated by his first brother's alliance with the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. He threw the wine glass on the table and said slowly. At the side, the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's association chief performed a cupped fist salute and said, Lord Xiao, this old man was muddle-headed back then. That's why I announced my withdrawal. Please do not take offense. The younger 13th Prince, Wang Yi, raised his eyebrows as he looked at Xiao Qian. He said, I do not have time to waste here. I will only say one thing. Quickly restore the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's supply. In the end, the imperial capital Yan City belongs to the Wang clan, not the Xiao clan. Wang Yi's words were casual, but compared to the 8th prince, it was a blatant threat to Xiao Qian. The first Prince Wang Fei said indifferently, My 2 worthy brothers have already said most of what I wanted to say. Let me add one more thing. Aside from handing over the withdrawal statement and resuming the supply, you should also return the fairy basket to Tower Lord Yang. This was different from the previous time in the main pavilion. Now, the 9 Cauldron Pavilions Association chiefs had either princes backing them or ancient noble clan elders. They felt very confident as they coldly eyed Xiao Qian. The 9 Cauldron Pavilions Wei Fatso felt bitter in his heart. Look at this lineup. The new envoy inspector seems somewhat overwhelmed. Did he bet on the wrong treasure this time? The Linlang Pavilion and the Ancient Cloud Merchant Association, which signed the new contract with Xiao Qian, were already frightened out of their wits. They sat at the banquet table trembling in fear. Just the gathering of the 4 ancient noble clans' elders already put a mountain of pressure on them. What more the 3 princes? Unexpectedly, This matter would blow up to such an extent, forcing the three strongest princes of the dynasty to work together. Many pairs of cold and emotionless eyes stared at Xiao Chan from all over the table. Many figures of sovereign emperors appeared in the dark. As their figures flickered, they heavily locked down the surrounding space. Tower Lord Yang, this Xiao has experienced today's matter. Xiao Chan said coldly as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at the veiled woman. To think that she set a trap for him. Xiao Chan had never expected such murderous intent at the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's banquet. The veiled woman said calmly, "Don't blame me for being too ruthless. Blame yourself for being too ruthless. Today, everyone is not here to negotiate with you. If you are tactful, perhaps we will leave you some face and let you walk out of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion with dignity." The Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's Lu Zhang smiled maliciously. "I rather look forward to young Master Xiao doing something extraordinary. Duke Yuan, you are thinking the same thing, right? Ha ha ha." As Lu Zhang spoke, he looked at Duke Yuan, who was behind the 8th prince, and mocked him. Everyone here knew that Duke Yuan's son died miserably at Xiao Chen's hands. If Xiao Chan did not know what was good for him, the happiest person today would be Duke Yuan. Duke Yuan glanced at Lu Zhang indifferently and ignored him. The two were on different sides, so there was no need to say anything. Furthermore, the 8th prince had already expressed his stance. Most of the people here had the same attitude toward Xiao Chan. As long as Xiao Chan took a step back and handed over the declaration of withdrawing from the Heavenly Alliance, they would not do anything to him. Duke Yuan knew very well that he would not do anything to him. His own thoughts were not important. If Xiao Chan really did not know what was good for him, although there was not much hope, it was a rare opportunity. As Xiao Chan looked at this group of people, it seemed like they had him in the bag. Even Lu Zhang, who nearly peed his pants in fright, started to tease Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan quickly thought to himself. The three princes each had a 4-veined sovereign emperor guard. The elders of the 4 ancient noble clans were also 4-veined sovereign emperors. Just this banquet table alone had 7 4-veined sovereign emperors. There were also 10 odd small perfection sovereign emperors from the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, appearing indistinctly and sealing off all paths of retreat. With such a lineup, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion left no way out. No wonder the veiled woman said that she didn't want to discuss anything with Xiao Chan, but that he didn't have a choice. Xiao Chan also neglected one point. Right now, the guests from all directions still did not know what had happened at the main table between the mountains and rivers. Given the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's rallying power, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion would not be able to find out about it. It would not be difficult for these guests to join in, surround and attack Xiao Chan. The first Prince Wang Fei looked at Xiao Chan and said indifferently, "Young Master Zhao's boldness is truly admirable. To be able to remain calm in such a situation, you are indeed extraordinary. But even if you want to delay, it won't change anything. The three of us rarely work together, but once we do, there's nothing we can't do in the imperial capital. Today you have no choice." The 8th prince and the 13th prince did not refute the first prince's words. With a hint of coldness, they looked at Xiao Chan coldly. They were already running out of patience. Xiao Chan said calmly, "Indeed, I have no choice." The moment Xiao Chan said that, the others rejoiced. In the end, this Xiao Chan was still tactful. He did not dare to fall out with the 3 princes and the 4 ancient noble clans. This was for the best. Everyone would be happy, and there would be no need to blow the matter up. "So kill me." Without stopping, Xiao Chan said slowly, "If the 3 princes work together to kill this Xiao will definitely die. There is no doubt about that. However, have you thought it through? Have you thought about the price of killing me, Xiao Chan?" Pa! Right after Xiao Chan spoke, he smashed the table with his palm. Instantly, the entire table shattered and fell to the ground. Just at this moment, a lightning-attributed killing intent surged out of Xiao Chen's body together with the dragon roar. Xiao Chen's aura soared, instantly surpassing that of a 3-veined sovereign emperor, and firmly suppressing the 4-veined sovereign emperors present. The alloy dragon armor was activated by the royal blue dragon bloodline. Chapter 2237. The alloy dragon armor. An ancient thunder dragon reverse scale, an ancient thunder dragon spine, 5 tons of thunder dragon true blood, and a strand of great desolate Aeon dragon blood. The alloy dragon armor was already a 4-star battle armor. Furthermore, Master Ku Yun personally modified it, making it the most suitable battle armor for Xiao Chan in the world. The instant Xiao Chan activated the alloy dragon armor, the blue dragon's power in the depths of his bloodline ignited like tar. It turned into a surging dragon flame burning fiercely. Accompanied by a dragon roar, an aura burst forth from his body. This aura shook the surroundings. Everyone in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's vast mountain and river small world could feel the strength of this dragon might. The entire pavilion trembled slightly. A dragon image came out of each of the gloves, flickering with electric light as they wrapped around Xiao Qin's arms and spread throughout his body. When the dragon images merged, the alloy dragon armor's entire appearance appeared before the experts at the banquet, including the three princes. Deep purple dragon motifs adorned the silver alloy dragon armor. In the blink of an eye, it looked like two dragon images coiled around the alloy dragon armor. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, looking incredibly tyrannical. A purple pendant on Xiao Chen's forehead added the finishing touch, making the entire alloy dragon armor come to life. Have you thought about what price you will have to pay for killing me, Xiao Chen? Xiao Chen's words rang in everyone's ears. At first, the three princes, the veiled woman, and the noble clan elders all mocked him in their hearts. Ordinary people would care about Xiao Chen's identity as an envoy inspector. However, everyone here shed all pretense of cordiality. Who would truly fear Xiao Chen? It was not like the Heavenly Alliance's envoy inspector had never died in Yen City before. However, when Xiao Chen smashed the banquet table and revealed the alloy dragon armor, the pressure that he felt startled everyone. The pressure that even four vain sovereign emperors found unbearable startled everyone. Everyone felt a soul-deep chill from Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen, do you really want to die that badly? The veiled woman's expression turned extremely cold. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen was so decisive. To think that he would not compromise despite facing certain death. The three princes' expressions turned even more unsightly. They were princes. Although there was a gap between them and the competition between them was fierce. However, since they were both from the royal family and were connected by blood, this was the first time he felt his dignity being insulted. This Xiao Chen really didn't know what was good for him. He didn't know what was good for him. The three princes appeared at the same time and gave him a way out, but he refused. He actually fell out with them in front of everyone and even threatened them. If it was just an ordinary person, it would have been fine. He could have killed them easily. However, when Xiao Chen activated the alloy dragon armor, the elders of the four ancient clans and the three princes felt their hearts tighten. He knew that things couldn't end well. This Xiao Chen wasn't as easy to kill as he had imagined. If they were to forcefully make a move, the price they would have to pay would be severe. There might even be people who would die. Xiao Chen, as the saying goes, leave a way out for others. Do you have to be so ruthless? Why force yourself into a dead end? As long as you lower your head and admit your mistake, we will all be friends. I can even tolerate you killing Monarch you. The eighth prince said sullenly as he enunciated every word as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, don't be so shameless. Everyone called you over because they gave you face. Otherwise, there would be no need to waste words with you. We have many ways to kill someone in the imperial capital without anyone noticing. The first Prince Wang Fei said coldly with a sullen expression. Humph. This is the first time this old man saw someone who dared to smash the table in front of the three princes. Are you trying to rebel? A dark look flashed in the 13th prince's eyes. This was his first time seeing such a disgraceful person, which made him exceptionally angry. Ha 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 ha. When Xiao Chen heard that, he guffawed. This was simply the funniest joke he had ever heard. Interesting. Interesting. This group of people gathered together and laid this trap, wanting to trample on him. Then they even wanted to say that he threatened to kill himself. However, Xiao Chen had seen this many times and already disdained explaining. He could not be bothered to say anything more. He laughed loudly and said, "This Xiao never speaks nonsense. Don't you want to leave the alliance? Don't you want the fairy basket? Don't you want me, Xiao Chen, to lower my head and admit my mistake? Kill me, Xiao Chen, and take my head. Then you can obtain everything you want. Come, come, come. Do your best. As long as you think of the price, this Xiao will stand here and wait for you." As Xiao Chen laughed maniacally, he looked coldly at this group of people. With the support of the alloy dragon armor, The blazing dragon might burned even more intensely. The blazing dragon might was unblockable. The sealed Smiling Daughter Pavilion shook continuously, on the verge of collapse. The guests in the surrounding pavilions, far away from the small world of mountains and rivers, all panicked. What's going on? What a strong dragon might! Is someone causing trouble in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion? What happened in the small world of mountains and rivers? Quickly leave. We cannot remain in the private room. The entire Smiling Daughter Pavilion descended into chaos. Everyone rushed out in panic. When they looked into the distance and saw the scene in the mountain and river, they were all stunned. It was the three princes and Pavilion Master Yang. Any one of them could shake the entire imperial capital. To think that they were all gathered here. That was not all. There seemed to be 4 ancient noble clan elders behind them. All 4 vain sovereign emperors. 10 odd sovereign emperors appeared in the surroundings. However, no one dared to make a move. This was because that person, that youth in dragon armor, was simply too dazzling. He gave off an aura of someone who was unafraid of death. Someone who looked down on the world with disdain. Someone who ruled over the world. Damn it! Why is this person so unreasonable? The 3 princes felt enraged in their hearts. Xiao Chen knew that he would die for sure, but he still dared to challenge them. Test him. The first prince could not endure it any longer. He gave a secret order, and a 3-vein sovereign emperor hidden in the dark immediately appeared. This sovereign emperor moved as fast as a ghost, appearing at lightning speed and charging at Xiao Chen. I have an immortal heart, but the world is unfair. Thieves rule the Tao, always tainted by dust. It is my immortal heart that is tainted. When the dust is washed away, the moment the flower blooms, it illuminates 3 lives. Whoosh! Heavenly Slayer. An inherited secret treasure of the Blue Dragon Land, a powerful soul weapon, was unsheathed. I will use the light of this saber to shatter the filth of the world, restoring my immortal heart. In the next moment, the immortal flower bloomed. A blue lotus flower made of pure saber intent bloomed with Xiao Chen as the center. As the saber light shot out, blue lotus flowers bloomed in the sky. Immediately, mountains, rivers, and pavilions disappeared from this world. Only the lotus flowers bloomed, filling the sky with light and shadows, creating a dreamlike space. As the light and shadows changed, Xiao Chen stood on a blue lotus flower. His eyes looked crystal clear, and his immortal heart shone with light. When the mysterious phenomenon vanished, a resplendent saber light instantly killed the 3-vein sovereign emperor who sneak attacked Xiao Chen. The saber light chopped the corpse in half. The saber light did not stop, shattering the restrictions. Kasie. A crack appeared on the roof of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. This saber strike seemed to split the sky. The boundless starlight in the night sky of Yen City flowed through the crack and bathed Xiao Chen, who wore the alloy dragon armor. Whoosh! This scene set the entire place abuzz. The 3 princes' expressions turned even more unsightly, looking as pale as snow. This saber strike truly tore through the sky. It would definitely startle the entire imperial capital. They could no longer hide the matter of them working together to kill the Heavenly Alliance envoy inspector. Even if they could not kill Xiao Chen, they had to. However, Xiao Chen killed a 3-vein sovereign emperor with 1 saber strike. Who would dare to step forward and test the saber? Only now did they truly understand what Xiao Chen meant when he said, "Have you thought it through? That saber." The sovereign emperors stared at the Heavenly Slayer saber in Xiao Chen's hand. Deep fear flashed in their eyes. Blood dripped from the saber tip. As Xiao Chen looked at this group of people, he could not help feeling bored. This Xiao knows that I will die for sure. However, it seems like no one is willing to accept my head. Is there really no one among the 3 princes who dares to test the saber in my hand? Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he stepped forward, and the 3 princes moved back at the same time. The 4-vein sovereign emperor experts protected them. The association chiefs of the other merchant associations and the noble clan elders all took a step back as if they could not control their legs. Only the veiled woman showed a cold expression. A murderous intent flashed in her eyes as she said coldly, "Xiao Chen, I'm warning you one last time. Don't force me. No one has ever walked out alive after causing trouble in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Let me tell you, no one has ever." Her voice was as cold as snow, making everyone tremble. Clearly, this Smiling Daughter Pavilion's pavilion master really wanted to kill. Someone broke the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's restrictions and tore through the roof. This was already a great humiliation, crossing the bottom line long ago. When Xiao Chun heard that, he could not help mocking. What a great don't force you! I, Xiao Chun, do not consider myself a good person. I have killed countless people in my life. However, the number of women that died at my hands could be counted on one hand. Tell me, how did I, Xiao Chun, force you today? Who was the one who purposely set this up and lured me here? Who was the one who mercilessly told me that there was no room for negotiation today? Who was the one who said that I, Xiao Chun, would lose face if I did not lower my head and admit my mistakes? Whoosh! After Xiao Chun spoke, he pointed the Heavenly Slayer saber in his hand at the veiled woman. A strong wind blew, and the cold light flowing on the saber dispersed with the wind, immediately illuminating many people's eyes. However, I, Xiao Chun, do not care about all that. I admit that I made a mistake in falling into your hands today. I have no intention of leaving at all. If you think of the price, just come and take my head. This Smiling Daughter Pavilion definitely has a peak sovereign emperor guarding it. It also has a superior grade soul tool, the fairy basket. How could I, Xiao Chun, not know that? Just use it. There is no need to put on such a show. When the veiled woman saw the mocking smile on Xiao Chun's face, the mockery of him seeing through everything, she found it extremely unbearable, too ashamed to show her face. Not willing to look at him for another second, she shrieked, "Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Kill him." There is no way to resolve today's matter peacefully, the first prince said sullenly. A cold light flashed in his eyes. No one expected Xiao Chun to be so terrifying. He was just a one-vein sovereign emperor. With the help of the alloy dragon armor and the soul tool Heavenly Slayer, he could even kill a three-vein sovereign emperor with one saber strike. If not for the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, the first prince would not have been able to do anything to the other party. The other sovereign emperor experts released their bated breath. Since a peak sovereign emperor could make a move, that would be for the best. Peak sovereign emperors were peak experts that surpassed six-vein sovereign emperors. Compared to Xiao Chun, peak sovereign emperors could no longer be bridged with soul tools or secret treasures. Xiao Chun remained expressionless. He already held the Heavenly Alliance medallion, which could activate 4 strands of sword chi to severely injure a peak sovereign emperor. The black and white eggs in the divine universe steel appeared eager. Even a peak sovereign emperor would have to be prepared to pay a price to kill Xiao Chun. At the same time, an extremely powerful aura quietly spread out. The moment this aura appeared, it was the instant this aura appeared. It felt unrivaled, like a mountain pressing down. Even breathing became extremely difficult. This was the might and pressure of a peak sovereign emperor. Under the suppression of cultivation, even the blood in the depths of one's bones seemed to freeze. Xiao Chun clenched his teeth as he held his saber, not saying a word. A stubborn look appeared in the depths of his eyes, preventing him from lowering his head. Plop! Just as the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's peak sovereign emperor was about to make a move, a discordant, miserable cry rang out. It turned out to be Yuan Zhen, who saw that the situation was bad and quickly moved, trying to sneak away. The instant Yuan Zhen soared into the air, the drunken beggar flipped over in a daze and grabbed Yuan Zhen's black coat. Yuan Zhen fell to the ground with a plop. Even the hood of the black coat fell off. Yuan Zhen's shiny and eye-catching bald head immediately attracted everyone's attention. He, a flowery monk visiting a pleasure quarter. After visiting a woman, he still wants to run away? Ha 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 ha. A flowery monk visiting a pleasure quarter. After visiting a woman, he still wants to run away? The beggar was a drunken mess. When he woke up, he looked at the black coat in his hand in a drunken stupor and guffawed loudly. There are ring scars on his head. He really is a monk. 12 ring scars. This is an esteemed monk of the Hidden Spirit Temple. Only a Hidden Spirit Temple disciple can light 12 ring scars on his head. What's going on? I recognize him. He is Yuan Zhen, the leader of the Hidden Spirit Temple's Yuan generation. He is the strongest true inheritor of the Hidden Spirit Temple, someone who can compete with the profound heaven's holy sun and the universe origin Taoist sun. Heavens! It really is Venerable Yuan Zhen. Chapter 2238. Is it really only the Hidden Spirit Temple's disciple who can light the 12 ring scars? What's going on? I recognize him. He is Yuan Zhan, the leader of the Hidden Spirit Temple's Yuan generation. He is the strongest true inheritor of the Hidden Spirit Temple, someone who can compete with the profound heaven's holy sun and the universe origin Tao Sun. It really is great Master Yuan Zhan. Yuan Zhan, who had been tripped by the beggar, felt disheartened. He lay face down on the ground, unwilling to get up. Great Master Yuan Zhan? The first Prince Wang Fei asked in a probing manner. The association chiefs of the other merchant associations and the noble clan elders found this incredible. Why did the strongest true inheritor of the Hidden Spirit Temple come to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion for no reason? Furthermore, he came with Xiao Chan. Could there be some other reason behind this? Princes, I trust you have been well since we last met. Now that Yuan Zhan had been recognized, he could not run even if he wanted to. He stood up with a bitter smile. When Yuan Zhan stood up and the three princes saw Yuan Zhan's face, they immediately felt stifled. Their final hope vanished. Really was Yuan Zhan. The three princes could not help feeling worried. The three princes looked at the crack in the pavilion's ceiling, then at Xiao Chan, who held Heavenly Slayer, and at the side, who did not know Yuan Zhan's attitude. The three princes immediately felt that killing this Xiao Chan was much more difficult than they had imagined. The instant Yuan Zhan was recognized, the peak Sovereign Emperor aura hovering above Xiao Chen's head vanished. That peak Sovereign Emperor, who was hiding somewhere, still felt mysterious and unfathomable, unblockable. What was a peak Sovereign Emperor? Sovereign Emperors had 9 divine veins. 1 to 3 divine veins could only be considered small perfection. 3 divine veins were great perfection. Only 6 divine veins were peak Sovereign Emperors. Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperors had 1 heaven per vein. It was extremely difficult to raise one's cultivation. Breaking through bottlenecks was even more difficult. Great perfection Sovereign Emperors were already extremely rare. It was no exaggeration to call a peak Sovereign Emperor peak. As long as this peak Sovereign Emperor remained, the veiled woman would firmly grasp the Smiling Daughter Pavilion situation, regardless of whether he had 7 divine veins or 8 divine veins. However, a peak Sovereign Emperor would not make a move unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, you already stand at the peak. The consequences of casually killing the Heavenly Alliance's envoy inspector would be unbearable. In the past, there were 3 inspectors who had died, but they were all unsolved cases. No one knew who had killed them. Now, Xiao Chen's saber light that broke the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's roof had already startled the entire imperial capital. It was almost impossible to hide it. Furthermore, the Hidden Spirit Temple's Yuan Zhan suddenly appeared. The peak Sovereign Emperors already had to be wary of them, so they had to be much more careful. That was what most people thought. They were not surprised that the peak Sovereign Emperors did not make a move to kill Xiao Chan. A strange look flashed in the veiled woman's eyes. She looked at Yuan Zhan and said through clenched teeth, "Interesting. My Smiling Daughter Pavilion has seen all sorts of people come here before, but not a monk. Grandmaster Yuan Zhan, you came at the right time. Do you want me to call a few heads over to accompany you?" Yuan Zhan pressed his palms together before Pavilion Master Yang's clear mockery. Then he smiled faintly and said, "My Zen heart is already stuck in the mud, no longer chasing the wild spring winds. This humble monk thanks Pavilion Master Yang for your kind intentions. This time, I was only invited by benefactor Xiao to attend the Pavilion Master's banquet with him. I have no other intentions." When the veiled woman heard that, she felt enraged. This damn bald monk spoiled her plans. Yuan Zhan's casual words easily resolved the awkwardness. My Buddhist heart is calm like a willow in the mud. Grandmaster Yuan Zhan truly lives up to his name. Just a casual chant from his mouth shows his Zen heart. However, Grandmaster Yuan Zhan is with Xiao Chan. Could it be that Xiao Chan has a deep connection to the Hidden Spirit Temple? Interesting. It looks like he might not die in this certain death situation. I have long heard of the Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Chen's fame. When he first arrived, he killed that arrogant and despotic monarch Yu. Today, 3 princes gathered before him, but they could not gain an advantage over him. I feel that it is better for such a person to live. Indeed, it would be a pity if he died. You did not see it earlier. He killed the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's 3-vein sovereign emperor with one saber strike. He mainly relied on that saber in his hand, right? Haha. Even if I gave you that saber, would you be able to do it? The originally certain death situation suddenly turned around after the beggar pulled off Yuan Zhan's hood. Yuan Zhan was very strong, but he could not turn the situation around. However, he had the hidden spirit temple behind him. Everyone had to reconsider. A light flickered in the 8th Prince Wang Feng's eyes. He was an intelligent person, an outstanding talent of the royal clan. Xiao Qin's earlier performance already made him feel threatened. He would either use such a person or kill him early. Even if he did not kill Xiao Qin, he could not make him an enemy. However, he had already thoroughly offended this person today. Even if Yuan Zhan was here, he would still kill him if he could. Venerable Yuan Zhan, it has been a long time since we last met. Allow me to ask, what is your relationship with benefactor Xiao? The 8th Prince Wang Feng felt that the relationship between Yuan Zhan and Xiao Qian might not be as solid as iron. This was somewhat strange. Earlier, Yuan Zhan wanted to run. In the end, that drunken beggar tripped him, forcing him to stay. Yuan Zhan smiled faintly and said, I have no relationship with benefactor Xiao. However, benefactor Xiao has a deep connection to my Buddhist sect. He has the highest gift of the Buddhist sect, a page of the golden letter personally drawn by the Kasyapa Buddha. As long as he shows this page, the Buddhist sect monks will have to help him. What a joke! How can I have a relationship with this fellow? Yuan Zhan, who suffered terribly at Xiao Qin's hands, hoped that Xiao Qian would die here today. Since Yuan Zhan met Xiao Qian, he had always been tricked. Fortunately, Yuan Zhan was smart today. Otherwise, his reputation would be ruined here. However, if Xiao Qian was willing to show the golden letter, Yuan Zhan would not mind helping Xiao Qian resolve this calamity. After all, taking back the golden letter gift would be very beneficial to Yuan Zhan. Golden letter gift? Will young Master Xiao please show it? If you really have the Buddhist sect's golden letter, this prince will turn and leave immediately, not staying. When the 8th prince heard that, he could not help feeling slightly stunned. He might not be able to take care of Xiao Qian today. Xiao Qian entered deep thought. If I can really show the golden letter and resolve this calamity, it might be possible. Boom! However, just when everyone thought that Xiao Qian would show the golden letter, something strange happened. Suddenly, a sword light appeared on the roof of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. This sword light was as resplendent as the sun. Xiao Qin's expression immediately changed. Before the sword chi arrived, cracks already appeared in his Dao domain. The person who arrived was an expert. This expert was at least a 5-vein sovereign emperor. Xiao Qian had been keeping his guard up against that mysterious peak sovereign emperor. Unexpectedly, there was such an expert hidden. By the time Xiao Qian discovered this, it was already too late. This sword strike could not be dodged. Such a change happened in the blink of an eye, causing everyone to be shocked. Those with discerning eyes could tell that this sword strike had stored up power for a long time. Its might was so great that even a 4-vein sovereign emperor might not be able to block it. Xiao Qian was in danger. What is a fiend? Idle clouds and wild cranes are impermanent. The lush mountains and clear waters asked the monarch's heart. A saber light appeared, and a figure seemed to leap out of a painting of the lush mountains and clear waters. Kasie. The saber light broke the sword light and knocked back the mysterious black-clad person. Pusii. The black-clad person who attacked grunted as he got knocked back. Xiao Qian looked carefully and saw that the person was fiendish Saber Shimu's disciple Lu Binwei. He could not help exclaiming joyfully, "Big brother Lu, why are you here?" Lu Binwei landed and smiled. When Master found out that you came to the Yanwu dynasty, he was very worried. So, I took the initiative to ask for permission to come. The moment you set foot in the Yanwu dynasty, I followed. Who is fiendish Saber Shimu to you? The mysterious black-clad person shouted as he looked at Lu Binwei. Lu Binwei smiled faintly and replied, "This untalented one is my master. You should be the Divine Sword Pavilion's supreme elder, right? What a great grandmaster level martial sage of a righteous sect. To think that you are so shameless." The 8th prince's expression changed, anger flashing in his eyes as he turned his head to look at Duke Yun. Duke Yun lowered his head, not saying anything. However, his eyes filled with pity. Senior Dao Yin actually failed. It is none of your business who I am. Xiao-chun, I'll take your head another day. After the black-clad person's identity was exposed, he did not want to linger, so he turned and left. Lu Binwei wanted to give chase, but Xiao-chun stopped him. Let him go. Eighth Prince, do you still want me to show the golden letter? The Eighth Prince's supporters were the sects and factions in the Yanwu dynasty, with the Divine Sword Pavilion at the forefront. Xiao Qin's question countered the other party. The Eighth Prince's face trembled slightly, feeling extremely embarrassed. It was one thing for the Eighth Prince to sneak attack, but he had not succeeded. To think that he still hadn't succeeded. If he continued to stay here, he would really have no place to hide his face. However, the Eighth Prince could not swallow this frustration if he just left like that. Cut the crap. Quickly take out the golden letter. We still do not know whether it is real or fake. Wang Feng said sullenly, a dark look flashing in his eyes. The Eighth Prince was shedding all pretense of cordiality. Is that so? In that case, there is no need for me to take out the golden letter. With a thought from Xiao-chun, the black and white eggs leaped out of the divine universe steel. Boom! The black and white eggs figures flashed, and they stood on either side of Xiao-chun. Their auras soared, rising from 4-vein sovereign emperor to 5-vein sovereign emperor. Anyone who wants to kill Egg will have to ask us, the black and white eggs, for permission first. The two used Xiao Qin's strength as a benchmark, then adjusted their own strength. Now Xiao Qin activated the alloy dragon armor, and could rival a 4-vein sovereign emperor. According to the rules that their master left, the alloy dragon armor could advance to 5-vein sovereign emperor without any difficulty. It was not over yet. Suddenly, a ghastly howl rang out from outside the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Then a huge hole opened up with a loud boom. The Misty Rain Pavilion Suyi arrived, leading dozens of women. Zither, pipa, flutes, ancient bells, and dozens of other ancient musical instruments played at the same time. Under the majestic and elegant music, a group of unparalleled beauties descended under Su Ye's lead. Su Yi hugged her zither as she stood beside Xiao-chun. Then she looked at the veiled woman and smiled. Little bitch, you laid a good trap. However, it is not that simple to kill my Heavenly Alliance's envoy inspector. Su Yi was indeed not simple. At the very least, no one dared to be careless when they saw the group of women behind Su Yi. The veiled woman seemed to have an old grudge with Su Yi. When she saw Su Yi, she was even angrier than when she saw Xiao-chun. She shouted, Su Yi, to think that you came to my Smiling Daughter Pavilion to mock us. You are seeking death. Where are the Azure Lotus Fairies? Coming like thunder, withdrawing in rage. Leaving like the clear light of the river and sea. Flowers fill the hall, intoxicating 3,000 guests. One cold sword light 14 provinces. A bright moon slowly rose above the Misty Rain Pavilion. The bright moon hung high in the sky. A group of white-clad women arrived together with the Pleasure Quarter Alliance's inherited soul tool, the Fairy Girl Basket. 10,000 flowers bloomed, 1,000 shades of purple and red. The white-clad women held swords, looking like fairies descending from the moon. Now, why is there such a huge commotion? The Misty Rain Pavilion's legendary 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden and the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's Azure Lotus Sword Dance actually appeared at the same time. What are they doing? Heavens! My eyes must be playing tricks on me. I must be dreaming. Such a large lineup stupefied the guests in the surrounding pavilions. They found this scene unreal. The Misty Rain Pavilion had close to 100 Soul Tool grade musical instruments. However, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's Fairy Girl Basket had been passed down for a long time. Could fight against 100 alone. The Azure Lotus Fairy's white-clad swords danced, looking unparalleled in the world. No matter who won, both sides would have to pay a huge price. Chapter 2239. According to the legend, the Misty Rain Pavilion had close to 100 beautiful headliners holding soul treasure grade musical instruments. They were known as the 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden. However, no one had seen them or performed them publicly. There were only rumors. Everyone knew that the Smiling Daughter Pavilion was founded by the Azure Lotus Fairy. She was also known as the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal. Since the establishment of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, there had been an unparalleled sword dance passed down. However, the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal's consummate skill, the Azure Lotus Sword Dance, rarely appeared. This was because this Azure Lotus Sword Dance required 100 talented women to perform it at the same time. Only then could it achieve the scene of an azure lotus blooming and breaking out of the moon. Today, these two legendary existences suddenly appeared and stood at loggerheads. This caught everyone off guard. To think that such a scene, which they had never imagined, would appear before them by chance. Although these two factions could tear down half of Yin City if they fought, many people felt that the commotion was not big enough. However, who knew how many people felt that it was not lively enough, hoping for a fight to break out? The atmosphere turned tense. It was like a fight would break out at a moment's notice. The black and white eggs protected Xiao Chan at his sides. Lu Benwei stood in front of him, a fiendish light flickering on the tip of his saber. The 100 fairies of the Pear Garden, each held a soul treasure-grade musical instrument as they stood there. All of them were beautiful women with unparalleled grace. Yuan Zhan stood in the middle, and Ling Yu supported his drunkard beggar. They stood far away, frowning heavily. The lineup on the other side looked even more horrifying. The three princes gathered together, the elders of the 4 ancient noble clans, the many Smiling Daughter Pavilion's sovereign emperor guards, and a group of white-clad women descended with flowers. The first Prince Wang Fei, the 13th Prince Wang Yi, and the 8th Prince Wang Feng all showed extremely unsightly expressions. The three were already in a predicament. Originally they thought that nothing would go wrong, that they could easily deal with Xiao Chan. To think that they caused such a huge commotion, not to mention killing Xiao Chan, the three might not even be able to retreat safely. Xiao Chen's saber strike startled the entire imperial capital, Yin City. It would definitely startle the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs. If the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs could not kill Xiao Chan before the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs arrived, this operation would suffer a great loss. At this moment, the veiled woman completely ignored Xiao Chan. She stared at Su Yi and said coldly, "A bunch of bitches. Get out of the Smile Pavilion now, or you'll have to bear the consequences." Su Yi sneered and said, "Bear the consequences? Go ahead and try. Let's see whose consequences will be more severe." After Su Ye's appearance, the situation, which was supposed to force Xiao Chan into a corner, turned into a confrontation between the two women. Yuan Zhan, who was the focus of everyone's attention earlier, was immediately ignored. The speed at which the situation changed was simply flabbergasting. The three princes exchanged glances with one another. They could feel the anxiety and impatience in each other's eyes. Su Ye's gaze met the veiled woman's. She could clearly feel the enmity between the two of them, as well as their unyielding auras. "Fine. Since you don't want to leave, then don't even think about leaving." The veiled woman's eyes were filled with killing intent as she coldly spoke. The 100 white-clothed women behind her pointed their swords forward at the same time. Dang! The 100 fairies of the Pear Garden scattered, holding flutes, jade flutes, pipas, all sorts of sounds rang out at the same time. A battle that was destined not to end peacefully started. The hundreds of soul tool instruments played at the same time. The fairy basket bloomed, and the white-clothed women danced with the swords. Boom! In just an instant, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, which had stood for many years, shook. The shock waves spread out, shaking half of the imperial capital. The many powerful experts hidden in closed-door cultivation in the imperial capital all opened their eyes at the same time. Doubt flashed in their eyes as they looked at the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Whoosh! However, when the two sides clashed, they were suppressed for only an instant. A sword fell through the cracked roof of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, looking like a flaming star. When the sword landed and stabbed into the ground, the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden and the white-clothed women all moved back at the same time. Yin Imperial Sword. When the three princes saw this sword, their complexions instantly paled. Without much thought, they knelt on the ground with a plop. Only one person in the imperial capital Yin City could swing this sword, the current Yin Huang. This sword flew in from the imperial palace. Yin Huang did not show himself, but it felt like he was there in person. The flaming Yin Imperial sword trembled slightly, and a hazy sword tint spread out. Everyone in the entire Smiling Daughter Pavilion felt a huge pressure. They could not help wanting to prostrate and kneel. The might and pressure contained in the sword intent was not just the sword itself but the dynasty's accumulations. Plop! Plop! More people knelt, not daring to raise their heads. Wanting to face this superior grade soul tool containing the dynasty's luck in Yen City was simply too difficult. Even a sovereign emperor would find it hard to endure the dynasty's might and pressure. Whoosh! 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 However, just as this sword intent was about to reach its peak and make everyone submit, it suddenly hummed and fell silent. Doubt flashed in the three princes' eyes at the same time. However, there was no time to think. A group of stern-looking old men appeared on the roof of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. The leader had white hair and a white beard. His expression was solemn, and he exuded a vast imperial might that deterred others from looking at him directly. "Greetings, Imperial Ancestor," the princes said respectfully at the same time. This group of old men were the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs, who had arrived late. The leader was the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor, a royal court patriarch who was even more senior than Yen Huang. Humph! The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor snorted coldly and said, "Lock them up. The Imperial Ancestral Temple will whip them. None of you can escape." How embarrassing! Right after the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor spoke, he looked around and fixed his gaze on Xiao Qian. Then he walked over. "Lord Xiao, how do you intend to deal with this matter?" As the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor spoke, the group of patriarchs tied up the three princes with special chains. As soon as the chains wrapped around their bodies, electricity crackled, and the three princes let out blood-curdling screams. No matter what, Xiao Qian was the Heavenly Alliance's envoy inspector. He represented the Heavenly Alliance in the Yanwu dynasty. No matter how weak the Heavenly Alliance was in the imperial capital, Yen City, it was a bona fide superfaction. Its overall strength surpassed that of the Yanwu dynasty in the Great Thousand Realms. If they could kill Xiao Qian silently, it would not be a big deal. However, publicly killing the Heavenly Alliance's envoy inspector would be equivalent to slapping the Yanwu dynasty's face, placing the Yanwu dynasty in an extremely disadvantageous position. Hence, the moment the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs appeared, they immediately detained the three princes, not giving them any face at all. When the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs arrived before Xiao Qian, they were very polite. Although the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs were polite, they were very shrewd. The moment they spoke, they directly handed this matter to Xiao Qian to deal with. As long as Xiao Qian was willing to deal with it, this matter would not startle the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters, and it would not be a big deal. Xiao Qian's thoughts raced. He knew that the situation was now reversed. At the very least, that was how it looked on the surface. "It's fine. The three princes and I were just drinking and chatting. Our words were somewhat intense, that's all. However, this Smiling Daughter Pavilion slandered me, saying that I stole their imitation holy tool and tarnished my reputation. They even attacked me. This truly chills this Xiao." Xiao Qian knew very well that while this Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs appeared strict and merciless to the three princes, in reality, it would not hurt them at all. In reality, it wouldn't hurt him at all. It was just for show. The one that could truly be suppressed was still the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. "Alright, I understand. I'll help you make the decision." The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor turned his head and looked at the veiled woman. "Pavilion Master Yang, since you are responsible for this matter, you need to make up for it. If you feel dissatisfied, you can tell me now." The white-haired old man clearly wanted to keep the peace. Since Xiao Qian had already placed the blame on her, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor turned his head back and looked at the veiled woman. Under such circumstances, there was no way for her to explain herself, no matter how unwilling she was. Could she really say that this was planned by the three princes? The Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs appeared strict to the princes, but in reality, they were the most protective of their own. Even Xiao Qian said that the three princes were not wrong. Even if she did not want to take the blame, she had to. Under the veil, Pavilion Master Yang gritted her teeth. She was so angry that her face nearly turned black. After calming herself for a long time, she said, "This Pavilion Master is not dissatisfied. Lord Xiao is right. This little girl did slander Lord Xiao. I apologize to Lord Xiao here." As for the shock that Lord Xiao suffered today, I am willing to compensate Lord Xiao with 30% of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's monthly income. Before Xiao Chan could say anything, Su Yi smiled softly and said, "In that case, I will reluctantly forgive you on behalf of Lord Xiao. Pavilion Master Yang, you have to pay attention to your mouth in the future." Ha 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 ha. As Su Ye's bell-like laughter rang out, this storm finally came to an end. However, based on the veiled woman's gritted teeth, it was clear that this grudge would not end here. Chapter 2240. The blazing Yen Imperial sword shocked everyone present. Kneeling on the ground were the three princes bound by lightning chains, and Tower Master Yang, who was forced to apologize. There was also the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's ceiling crack, which no one knew when it would be repaired. No one expected a mere one-vain sovereign emperor to cause the three princes to suffer, forcing the Smiling Daughter Pavilion to apologize and make amends. The Heavenly Alliance's envoy inspector, Xiao Chun, would definitely shake the imperial capital tonight. It was hard to imagine that if not for the Yen Imperial sword that flew over, this storm would not have happened. If not for the flying Yen Imperial sword, what would have happened in the end? The white-haired old man looked at Xiao Chan and asked, "Lord Xiao, what do you think?" After all, it was only Su Yi who expressed her opinion. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor needed Xiao Chen's opinion first. Pavilion Master Su's opinion is my opinion as well. Xiao Chan managed to survive a certain death situation, and even made the veiled woman suffer and apologize. Xiao Chan did not feel any dissatisfaction. This already exceeded his expectations. In reality, even if Xiao Chan wanted to ask for more, he could not ask for too much. After all, it was the Yen Imperial sword that was stabbed into the ground. The ones in control of the situation were the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor. The imperial capital Yen City belonged to the royal court, after all. Although Xiao Chun was righteous, this was a world where the strong ruled. It was already not easy to gain such benefits. This time, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion and the three princes went for wool and came home shorn. They would definitely become a laughingstock and would not dare to make a move on him for the time being. The 7 merchant associations would also have to reconsider. However, Xiao Chan looked at the dejected Ling Yu. He had wronged his martial nephew. He could not interfere with headliner Ling Long's matters. If Xiao Chan used this opportunity to force the veiled woman to give up on the wedding, it would be too rude. Xiao Chun remained rather calm. The accumulations of the Pleasure Quarter Alliance were not as simple as he imagined. This time, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's apology was to give the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor face, not Xiao Chan. If Xiao Chan pushed too hard, it might have the opposite effect. Even now, Xiao Chan did not know how many trump cards the Smiling Daughter Pavilion had revealed. Goodbye. Many thanks to Senior for upholding justice. This Xiao will remember this. Xiao Chan cupped his fists at the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man smiled faintly and said, "Take care. The Yinwu dynasty has always had a good relationship with the Heavenly Alliance. This little favor is nothing." Xiao Chen's group left the Smiling Daughter Pavilion in a grandiose manner. Of course, they didn't go through the main entrance. Instead, they went through the hole that the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden created with their musical instruments. Yuan Zhan thought for a moment before following them. Then, the 3 presidents who had signed a new contract with Xiao Chan left at the same time. "Tower Master Yang, I have wronged you this time," the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarch asked softly as he glanced at the veiled woman. This time, everyone could tell that the Smiling Daughter Pavilion took the blame for the royal court, pushing away all responsibility. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion could only apologize and swallow their anger. The veiled woman said indifferently, "Ancestor is too serious. This time I was rash and didn't handle things properly. Let's drop this matter for now. I still wish for Sect Ancestor to preside over the wedding of the first prince and headliner Ling Long." The white-haired old man hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I agreed to this. This could be considered a form of compensation." The Imperial Ancestral Temple was on the same side as the first prince in the first place. However, it was inconvenient for them to preside over the wedding. If not for today's matter, the white-haired old man would not have appeared in public for this matter. "Take the 3 princes away. After whipping them, ground them for half a month." Yes. The royal courts people left. Before they left, the white-haired old man drew the Yin Imperial sword. Just as he was about to put it in the sword box, his expression changed. Unexpectedly, a tiny crack appeared on the Yin Imperial sword. The crack looked unremarkable, but it was clearly new. It was normal for a soul tool to crack. As long as one fought, it would be hard to avoid damage. Even the Yin Imperial sword was no exception. Historically, the Yin Imperial sword had even shattered. However, as long as the dynasty's luck did not decline, it could always be repaired. However, the problem was, when had anyone clashed with the Yin Imperial sword in this place? The veiled woman looked suspiciously at the white-haired old man. However, the other party hid his expression well and left in a rush, not saying a word. After the royal court's people left, the extraordinarily bustling Smiling Daughter Pavilion slowly quietened down. The veiled woman instructed. Then, she quickly headed for the depths of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion with a rushed expression. Unlike what many people imagined, the outside world was filled with lush mountains, clear waters and drifting white clouds. The depths of the core seemed to be filled with a sinister aura that made one shudder. A moment later, at the core of the small world, the veiled woman saw 9 old men guarding the core of the formation. There was a total of 9 people. The leader was a peak sovereign emperor, and the other 8 were peak 6-vein sovereign emperors. With these 9 people guarding this place, as long as the core formation was not completely destroyed, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion would not fall. This was just the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's strength. The accumulations of the entire Pleasure Quarter Alliance were even more terrifying. The veiled woman looked at the black-clad old man leading the group and said, "Senior Feng, I already told you to kill him at all costs, even if he really has the Buddhist sect's golden letter. Why did you not do so?" When Yuan Zhan appeared earlier, although the veiled woman was startled for a moment, she still made up her mind to kill Xiao Chan. She had already reached the point where she had to kill him. If she did not kill him now, she would not have another chance to do so. It was as the veiled woman expected. First, the fiendish saber disciple Lu Binwei appeared. Then Su Yi led the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden to charge over. When the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Patriarch appeared, she lost her chance. If Senior Feng had listened to the veiled woman, there might not have been so much trouble. At that time Xiao Chun would have died, and everything would have been set in stone. Even if the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Patriarch arrived, no matter how angry he was, he could only bear the burden in the end. As for how much rage the Heavenly Alliance would feel for a one-vein sovereign emperor, it might not be as terrifying as one imagined. At most, the Heavenly Alliance would come to a compromise and give some benefits to the Heavenly Alliance in the Yanwu dynasty. Pu Ci. The black-clad old man, who was about to speak, vomited a mouthful of blood, instantly turning incredibly pale. The veiled woman immediately felt shocked. She quickly asked, "Senior Feng, when were you injured?" Senior Feng was a 7-vein sovereign emperor, a bona fide peak sovereign emperor. How could he have gotten so severely injured without anyone noticing? The veiled woman immediately felt somewhat afraid. Although she felt angry from the start to the end, she had never felt afraid. This was because she knew that the situation had been under her control all along. However, Xiao Qin's resistance was much more intense than she had imagined. However, no matter what, even if Su Yi led the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden over and fought, the veiled woman would not be able to defeat Xiao Chan. She was confident that she would be the winner. But now, Elder Feng had been severely injured without anyone noticing, which made her feel that it was too inconceivable. The black-clad old man shook his head and sighed. "I was severely injured the moment Yuan Zhan appeared. I did not scatter my aura because Yuan Zhan appeared. My soul was injured and I could barely protect myself. If I had not retreated, my divine seal would have been destroyed." "Who attacked?" "I don't know. I really don't know." Shock flashed in the veiled woman's eyes. To think that a bona fide 7-vein sovereign emperor did not even know who injured him. Could it be that an expert stronger than a 7-vein sovereign emperor had been in the small world of mountains and rivers from the start to the end? "I will report this matter to the Saintess and let her handle it. Elder Feng, you should focus on recuperating. There is no need to think too much." For the first time, the veiled woman felt that things were out of her control. Tonight's events were more unusual than she had imagined. However, it did not matter. The wedding between Linglong and the first prince had already been announced. All that was left was for the holy daughter to complete her task. Most importantly, the first prince's betrothal gift was in his hands. A key appeared in the veiled woman's hand. It was the key to the immortal palace. We can forget about today's matter. But no matter what, we cannot allow anything to happen to this wedding. Outside the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, Xiao Qian took out the ethereal immortal palace key and handed it to Yuan Zhan. He said softly, "As you wish. I'll return this key to you." Yuan Zhan smiled faintly as he received it and carefully put it away. Benefactor Xiao is indeed straightforward. I did not accompany you to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion in vain. This little monk will take his leave first. After glancing at Xiao Qian, Yuan Zhan pressed his palms together and chanted a Buddhist name before turning to leave. This monk is a little odd, Su Yi commented softly as she watched Yuan Zhan leave from the side. Xiao Qian shook his head and said, "He is indeed very strange. He is different from all the monks I have seen. Sometimes he does not seem like a monk. Sometimes he seems more like a monk than anyone else. I cannot understand him. However, I have to thank you this time. The 100 fairies of the pear garden really put in a lot of effort for me." Ha ha ha. If it were someone else trying to kill you, I might not have helped you so much. However, if it were that little bitch from the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, I would help you even at the cost of my life. Xiao Qian thought to himself, speaking of strange people, you are actually rather strange as well. Speaking of strange people, there is actually a very strange person beside me. Uncle, stop pretending to be drunk. Xiao Qian looked at the beggar that Ling Yu was supporting and shook him. In the end, the beggar fell to the ground like mud. Xiao Qian bent over and checked the other party's breathing. Then he frowned slightly. You are really drunk. Chapter 2241. He was indeed drunk. Xiao Qian's entire body reeked of alcohol. The after-effects of strong wine burn were already completely unleashed in his blood. He was indeed drunk. Xiao Qian's entire body reeked of alcohol. The after-effects of strong wine burn were already completely unleashed in his blood. After Xiao Qian checked and verified that he was fine, he felt it was somewhat unfortunate. Xiao Qian drank so much from heartburn without circulating his cultivation technique. It would be a waste. Big brother. Big brother. Ling Yu shook the beggar, who remained drunk. He could not help looking at Xiao Qian helplessly. Martial uncle, Big brother is drunk again. That's normal. The number of people who can remain sober after drinking heartburn can be counted on one hand. Xiao Qian found this slightly strange. This beggar was truly strange. Even now, Xiao Qian felt curious about how the beggar tripped Yuan Zhan. Yuan Zhan was a vain sovereign emperor. Even Xiao Qian could not figure out the top true inheritor of the hidden spirit temple. If they really fought, although Xiao Qian was confident, it would be hard to say who would win. After all, Xiao Qian did not know Yuan Zhan's strength or how many trump cards he had. However, Yuan Zhan easily tripped such a top true inheritor. It would be too much of a coincidence to say it was accidental. Originally, Xiao Qian wanted to ask the other party about it after he came out. Unexpectedly, he ended up getting drunk. Something's wrong. Is someone paying attention to me? Xiao Qian frowned slightly. He felt a pair of eyes staring at him from behind. He activated his divine seal and infused his soul energy into his body. Many people came and went on the streets watching him from behind. However, very few people could make Xiao Qian feel threatened and activate his divine seal to protect himself. Xiao Qian's expression did not change. He stood up and said, "Pavilion Master Su, please help me send Ling Yu and this uncle back to the Misty Rain Pavilion first. You helped me a lot this time. Thank you again." Su Yi did not deny it. She smiled softly and said, "You are too polite." Xiao Qian thought of something. Then he bent over and whispered something into Su Ye's ear. Su Ye's gaze immediately fell on Ling Yu. Her eyes wandered as she revealed a shocked expression. "Don't worry. Leave this to me. Then I'll leave it to you." After watching the 100 fairies of the pear garden, Ling Yu and the beggar leave, Xiao Qian sighed in his heart. He was not very good at persuading Ling Yu, so he could only ask Su Yi for help. Perhaps she would have some ideas. When the group of people completely disappeared from Xiao Qian's sight, Xiao Qian's expression changed, and he turned around to look. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters, he saw the owner of that gaze. On top of a tall building, there was a man dressed like a scholar. He looked gentle and refined, and he was waving a folding fan in his hand. With a faint smile, his gaze passed through the crowd and landed on Xiao Chun in the distance. The heavenly book scholar? I forgot that he is also in the Yinwu dynasty. What does this guy want from me? If he doesn't want to expose himself, there are many ways to do so. Since he had chosen to let him sense his gaze, it was clear that he wanted to see him. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Xiao Chun passed through several streets and arrived at a riverside inn. He went straight to the 7th floor. Whoosh! At the railing, the heavenly book scholar closed his folding fan and turned to look at Xiao Chun. Then he extended his hand and said, "Sit." When Xiao Chun sat down, the heavenly book scholar handed him a cup of tea. Then he smiled and asked, "Would you like to read strategy?" Xiao Chun took a sip and said indifferently, "Never mind. I don't want to see you vomit another 3 liters of blood." Xiao Chun recalled that the heavenly book scholar could not read his fate at all. Instead, he ended up significantly injured. "It's fine. This is just a casual reading. I will not observe the heavenly Tao or read fate. I will only read the words." The heavenly book scholar took out his brush, ink and paper. Then he showed an expression of reluctance. Xiao Chun picked up his brush and hesitated for a moment, not knowing what to write. Previously, Xiao Chun wrote the word moon. What about this time? Up to you. Write whatever you want. Xiao Chun thought of Ling Yu's matter. Then, he stopped hesitating and wrote the word love. Love. The heavenly book scholar took a look and smiled. This is a good word. A heart accompanied by a green. As the saying goes, if one's infatuation does not die, the sky will not grow old. First you hesitated. However, after you wrote, you did not hesitate at all. This means that you wrote this word on behalf of a friend. Hence, you did not feel any burden and appeared calm. However, you took a long time to finish. This means that you are the same, trapped by love. In the end, you still ended up asking for it yourself. Xiao Chun asked softly, "What was the result?" "I did not observe the heavenly Tao or read fate. Naturally, I could not get a result." The heavenly book scholar shrugged with a smile, appearing helpless. Xiao Chun immediately lost interest. Not wanting to waste words, he asked directly, "Why are you looking for me?" "Originally, I was preparing to look for you today. Unexpectedly, you caused such a huge commotion in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. It can be considered a coincidence, right? I would like to ask if you still have an ethereal immortal palace key. Are you willing to give it to me? We can discuss any price." A bright light flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes. Then he said in understanding, "You are a diviner. You should know where the ethereal immortal palace will appear, right?" The heavenly book scholar smiled and said, "The diviners of the various dynasties can predict that the ethereal immortal palace will appear in the Yinwu dynasty. Naturally, I am no exception." "What is the exact location?" The heavenly book scholar smiled but did not answer. "If you know, someone will take the initiative to tell you. If you cannot, no one will tell you." The heavenly book scholar spoke in riddles, similar to what Yuan Zhan said. Xiao Chun thought to himself, to put it bluntly, I do not have the conditions. However, one of the conditions is definitely the ethereal immortal palace key. As for the other conditions, I do not know. The heavenly book scholar asked, "How about it? Have you considered giving the key away? This ethereal immortal palace key is not that important to you." The blood-soaked dragon emperor had used the wings of time sealed in the ethereal immortal palace. How could it not be important? However, there were rumors of the ethereal immortal palace appearing from time to time. However, the prophecies had never been accurate. Indeed, Xiao Chun did not value the ethereal immortal palace, so he tried to get some information out of the other party. "That's right. This ethereal immortal palace key is not that valuable to me. However, it should not be that important to you. I can give it to you. However, you have to tell me who you are buying it for." The heavenly book scholar frowned slightly. After some thought, he said, "I can't say that." Right after the heavenly book scholar spoke, he felt that something was wrong. Then he realized that he had fallen for a trap. Right after the heavenly book scholar spoke, he felt that something was wrong. Then he realized that he had fallen for a trap. Now that the Heavenly Book Scholar said that, this was equivalent to telling the other party that he, the Heavenly Book Scholar, was buying the ethereal immortal palace key for someone else. Xiaochen smiled and said, "In that case, let me guess. Who instructed you to do this?" It looks like there is no need for further discussion. Brother Xiao has no intention of giving it to me. Consider it as my intrusion. Please go back. I will visit another day. The Heavenly Book Scholar interrupted Xiao Chan. Then, he smiled faintly and stood up to send off the guest. "You are too polite. The Misty Rain Pavilion welcomes you at any time." Xiao Chan revealed a smile and turned to leave, heading downstairs. When Xiao Chan reached the blind spot, his expression suddenly changed. The instant he put on the Death God mask, he executed the life bestowal spell. Immediately, the dust in the air formed a figure as Xiao Chen's hand seals changed. This figure looked exactly like Xiao Chan, a fake. Up in the pavilion, the Heavenly Book Scholar watched as Xiao Chan left. He frowned heavily in disappointment. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chan showed no intention of selling it, not even stating a price. Dong! 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 Footsteps rang out, and a person in battle armor walked over from behind. This person looked valiant and had a resolute face. This person exuded an intense killing chi. This strong killing chi even suppressed the Heavenly Book Scholar's sovereign might. Can this person be trusted? The person asked as he stood beside the Heavenly Book Scholar, looking at Xiao Chen's back as well. His voice was hoarse and grave. The Heavenly Book Scholar turned to the side and fanned himself with his folding fan. Fortunately, I met him once 10 years ago. He is a person of character. However, he has a cautious nature and hides his pride. He has a pure heart. I expected him to reach where he is now. However, I sensed the aura of a demonic Tao cultivator from him, the person said, enunciating every word. The Heavenly Book Scholar felt slightly startled. "Ninth Prince, why do you say that?" The person who arrived was the Ninth Prince, who often led troops to guard the borders. No wonder his killing chi was so intense. The Heavenly Book Scholar felt slightly startled. "Ninth Prince, why do you say that?" "I frequently fight with the people of the Abyssal Underworld and the Xuewu Dynasty's demonic Tao experts. Sometimes I do not need much evidence, just my intuition," the Ninth Prince explained. "Is that so? In that case, it looks like it is correct. However, there are many righteous Tao cultivators who cultivate demonic Tao techniques. He is still a choice," the Heavenly Book Scholar said slowly as he tapped his left palm with the folding fan in his hand. "Big brother, for the sake of obtaining the Pleasure Quarter Alliance's support, he actually used the ethereal immortal palace keys as a betrothal gift. This is simply unexpected. This is like inviting a wolf into the house." The Ninth Prince sighed, worry flashing in his eyes. The Heavenly Book Scholar nodded and said, "Hence, I feel that time is tight. The 7 ethereal immortal palace keys already have owners. In the end, Xiao Chan is still a choice." The Ninth Prince frowned and said, "In the end, I still do not trust people who cultivate demonic Tao techniques. Unless absolutely necessary, I will not choose him. I will have to trouble you to continue searching for me." The Heavenly Book Scholar sighed softly. "I will do my best." As the two spoke, they were extremely careful, using their soul energy to check the surroundings. However, the two had not expected Xiao Chan, who had not left, to hear all this. Chapter 2242. In the shadows of the pavilion, Xiao Chan, who had heard the conversation between the Heavenly Book Scholar and the Ninth Prince, did not linger, leaving quietly. Now that it was daytime, the Death God mask's effect was much weaker. However, Xiao Chan used a trick to make the Ninth Prince and the Heavenly Book Scholar think that he had already left. That was why he hadn't been discovered. If he continued to stay here, it would be hard to guarantee that something unexpected would happen. To think that the Ninth Prince is behind the Heavenly Book Scholar. However, I know nothing about the Ninth Prince. On the way back to the Misty Rain Pavilion, Xiao Chan thought to himself, feeling that he had grasped some clues. The Crown Prince's betrothal gift was a key to the ethereal immortal palace, and now the Ninth Prince was also searching for a key to the ethereal immortal palace. Could it be that the ethereal immortal palace was under the control of the ethereal immortal palace? It was very likely that there were two conditions. One was to possess the key to the ethereal immortal palace, and the other was to obtain the help of a prince. Only by fulfilling these two conditions could one know where the immortal palace would appear, and obtain the opportunity to enter. If that was the case, he would have no choice but to be involved in the battle for the position of crown prince. In this era of great competition, we have to fight even if we don't want to. Xiao Chun thought to himself, thinking that it was time to make a choice. The ninth prince did not think highly of him. However, the ninth prince was not the only one in the imperial capital, Yen City. There were many people that he could work with. He returned to the misty rain tower. When Xiao Chun saw Su Yi, she was trying to console Ling Yu. However, based on Ling Yu's expression, the effect was not good. The beggar was sleeping on the bed. Emo-chan, Bauer, and the others were at the side. Big brother Xiao, you're finally back. Emo-chan stood up to welcome Xiao Chun. Clearly, they already knew what happened in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. I met an old friend and was delayed for some time. However, I unexpectedly learned some things. Ling Yu, do you want to hear them? Xiao Chun said softly as he looked at Ling Yu. Martial uncle, does it have anything to do with me? Xiao Chun nodded. It does have something to do with you. I just learned that the Smiling Daughter Pavilion married headliner Ling Long to the first Prince Wang Fei because of an ethereal immortal palace key. Immortal palace key? A bright light flashed in Su Ye's eyes. She said in realization, no wonder, no wonder. Although the first prince had a close relationship with the Pleasure Quarter Alliance, the Pleasure Quarter Alliance was far from fully supporting him in the fight for the position of crown prince. His relationship with the other princes was also not bad. It looks like this wedding has to go through. Headliner Ling Long will have to marry the first prince even if she doesn't want to. She is a chess piece representing the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Ling Yu smiled bitterly, remaining silent. This news was undoubtedly adding hail to snow. However, Emo-chen's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, Ling Yu, did you not understand what Big Brother Xiao meant? Somewhat confused, Ling Yu asked, what do you mean? Emo-chan smiled softly and said, that is to say, headliner Ling Long did not covet the first prince's position and authority. She was forced to do so because of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's agreement with the first prince. Since the first prince handed over the ethereal immortal palace's key, he definitely wants the Smiling Daughter Pavilion to make a statement, to let everyone know that the Pleasure Quarter Alliance is on the first prince's side. Hence, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion withdrew headliner Ling Long. This wedding is a ceremony for both sides to form an alliance. Hearing that, Ling Yu revealed a look of joy on his face. However, it quickly dimmed. Even so, what can I do? Let's not talk about this for now. Let me ask you something. What is your relationship with headliner Ling Long? Xiao Chun asked the question that everyone was curious about. Many gazes immediately landed on Ling Yu. This was especially so for Su Yi. She seemed to be very interested in this matter. She propped up her chin with both hands as she watched without blinking. Back then, Martial Uncle brought me to the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. When I saw headliner Ling Long, I had a good impression of her. Later, I stayed there and learned the pipa from elder sister Ling Long for 3 months. It was just 3 short months, but it felt like 3 lifetimes. I was very happy during that period. However, I still had to return to the sect. The night before I left, she entrusted her life to me. I agreed to come to the imperial capital Yen City to look for her 5 years later. At this point, Ling Yu blushed slightly, appearing somewhat embarrassed. However, his face showed joy from the memories. Thinking about it, that period of time was indeed a beautiful time for him, one that was hard to forget. What happened after that? What happened after that? Su Yi asked in anticipation, her eyes bright like pearls as she smiled. 5 years later, I became the youngest star venerate in the Grave Sea Cluster. Martial Uncle's sect master tried to get me to stay. As long as I stayed, the Purple Flame sect would make me the sect master. However, I fell in love with elder sister Ling Long, so I rejected Martial Uncle. At that time I was very spirited and very cocky. Many of the older generation experts in the Grave Sea Cluster could not last 10 moves against me. I wanted to give her a surprise, so I did not tell her and came to the imperial capital Yen City alone. At this point, the smile on Ling Yu's face slowly disappeared. His grave expression contained a trace of regret and intense bitterness. Xiao Chun and the others exchanged glances. They more or less understood some things. In hindsight, Ling Yu was indeed a once-in-a-thousand-year genius in the Grave Sea cluster. Ling Yu also had a rather thin Great Desolate Aeon bloodline. At such a young age, he already advanced to Star Venerate. At that time he would have been brimming with confidence. He wanted to come to the imperial capital Yen City and show off his abilities, making a name for himself and obtaining beauties at the same time. However, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the imperial capital Yen City was the most bustling city of the Tianyuan Empire. With Ling Yu's talent and strength in the Grave Sea cluster, he instantly paled in comparison when he came to the imperial capital Yen City. Even sovereign personages did not dare to speak loudly in the imperial capital Yen City. What more an insignificant Star Venerate? One could easily imagine how disappointed Ling Yu was. I sneaked into the Smiling Daughter Pavilion and saw Ling Long. She stood in the clouds. After she finished her song, the applause rang out endlessly. Countless primeval heavenly pills flew over like ribbons. There was no lack of nobles, holy venerates, sovereign personages, and even sovereign emperors. At that time I felt somewhat timid. I could only afford a seat in the corner, where I could only look up at her in the clouds. I left her a letter and left. I wanted to come back and look for her 5 years later. I felt that a mere Star Venerate was not good enough for her. Ling Yu's voice sounded somewhat choked. At that time he must have been incredibly depressed. Back in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm, he had not sensed the position of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's manager. Only after coming to the imperial capital Yen City did he realize what kind of height Ling Long, whom he had an appointment with, stood. However, I did not expect elder sister Ling Long to find me outside the city. I was so stupid. Back then I was really stupid. She said that she was willing to leave with me, but I felt that I was not good enough for her, so I made her wait for 5 years. However, when I returned 5 years later, she was not even willing to meet me. At this point Ling Yu's face filled with pain. His eyes had long since turned moist. You are really stupid. Ha! I don't even know what to say about you. You deserve to regret it now. After Su Yi heard that, she frowned and cursed Ling Yu. Xiao Chun remained silent. However, he could understand Ling Yu. When he came to the imperial capital Yen City from the Grave Sea cluster, he felt like a country bumpkin entering a city. It was like a country bumpkin entering the city. Su Yi, who had never experienced it, found it hard to understand the huge impact and incomparable disappointment. The pain was indescribable. Emo-chan said calmly, in my opinion, headliner Ling Long should still be concerned about Ling Yu. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion already. Su Yi nodded softly and said, that's right. You repeatedly went to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion and caused so much trouble. If it were an ordinary person, they would have died several times already. Headliner Ling Long must have instructed them not to harm you. Brat, you are really fortunate. Headliner Ling Long disregarded everything and was willing to leave with you. How much courage does this require? To think that you did not agree. Now that she is not seeing you, she must still be angry. Ling Yu said sullenly, no, I have to meet her. I will only give up if she tells me personally. Ling Yu's sudden outburst startled Su Yi, Emo-chan, and the others. If you want to meet her, tonight is the best time. Right now, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion is in chaos. Everyone is very busy. It is best to sneak in, Su Yi analyzed calmly. Xiao Chun stood up and said, I'll bring you there. Martial uncle. Ling Yu immediately felt so touched that he wanted to cry, not knowing what to say. Xiao Chun said softly, since you address me as martial uncle, I will definitely be the matchmaker. Back then I prepared to give you a pipa as a token of love. I still hope that you can personally give it to her. I want to go as well. Su Yi rolled her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. Visiting a brothel? I want to go as well. Ha ha ha. You people are all very bad. While this uncle is drunk, you want to visit a brothel again. Hee. This uncle is awake. Ha ha ha. The beggar, who was sleeping like a dead pig on the bed, suddenly said as he stood up. Xiao Chun did not find this strange, so he looked at Emo-chan. Emo-chan said softly, Bao-er and I will not be going. Elder sister Su Yi already handed most of the matters of the merchant association to me. Later, I still have to discuss it with the association chiefs of the Nine Cauldron Pavilion and Linlang Pavilion. Xiao Chun looked at Su Yi with some surprise. Unexpectedly, Su Yi relinquished her authority so early. Don't look at me. Why would I be unhappy if I can be more free? Su Yi smiled faintly, confusing everyone, not knowing what she was thinking. Let's go then. Chapter 2243. The Imperial Capital, Yin City, Smiling Daughter Pavilion. In the past, the lights would never go out, and the traffic would always be heavy. But tonight, the bustling scene no longer existed. Xiao Chun broke the roof of the pavilion with one saber strike, opening a crack in it. The various auras also damaged the interior of the pavilion. Repairing it would take some time. Now that the place was empty, the place was very busy. Everyone cleaned up the rubble and tidied up the debris. As for the roof, it would take at least 3 days to repair. Such a chaotic situation had not happened in many years. Now that they were cleaning up the mess, several guards even joined in. Xiao Chun, Su Yi the beggar, and Ling Yu arrived outside the Smiling Daughter Pavilion again. There was a large hole at the side of the pavilion. This was the hole that Su Yi led the 100 fairies of the pear garden to break open. When looking at it from the inside, it did not seem like much. However, from the outside it looked very exaggerated. Su Yi looked at her masterpiece, feeling very satisfied. This hole will take at least 10 days to repair. The Misty Rain Pavilion's business should be several times better in the next few days. I have to consider increasing the price. Xiao Chun soared into the air and quickly circled the Smiling Daughter Pavilion in the dark night. He came and went like the wind. By the time he landed, he had already found a breach. Come with me. Whoosh! The figures of the group flashed as they followed closely behind Xiao Chun, dodging the waves of guards and restrictions. Normally, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion was heavily guarded. It would be impossible to enter so easily. Yet the group managed to break in so easily. Which floor is headliner Ling Long on? Xiao Chun asked. The east side of the top floor. I know which room it is. The beggar smiled and said, Brat, you are quite thoughtful. You did not get beaten up for nothing. You finally figured out the room. This time you can go in boldly. If anyone dares to beat you up, Big Brother will help you chase them away. Ling Yu smiled bitterly and said, Big Brother, it is better for you to stay here. I fear that something might happen to you. The beggar smiled happily and said, Don't worry. Just do what you need to do. Big Brother will not peek. I still have that much character. Let's go. Seizing the gap between the two waves of guards, Xiao Chun's figure flashed and he passed through. The few of them hurried to catch up with him. Following Xiao Chun's footsteps, they ascended to the top floor. It could be seen that even though it was a mess at the moment, it was extremely chaotic. However, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's guards did not relax much against these headliners. When he was about to reach the top floor, Xiao Chun frowned slightly. There was an array formation. If he didn't have any identification, then he would have to pay a visit. As long as one stepped onto the top floor, they would immediately be discovered. This was a type of formation used for scouting, so it was difficult to evade. Xiao Chun had the Death God mask, so he could go up. However, Ling Yu and the other two would have a hard time. This is enough. The beggar uncle took out a few tokens, and upon closer inspection, he realized that they were the waste tokens that the guards carried with them. It was unknown when he had stolen them. Xiao Chun was slightly startled. When did he make a move? Even he did not sense it. That's amazing. What happened? Su Ye's eyes lit up. Without saying anything, she directly took out a token. It's just some small stuff, unorthodox. You won't be interested in it. The beggar uncle smiled happily as he shoved the other two tokens to Xiao Chun and Ling Yu. With the tokens, the group safely made their way to the top floor, not startling anyone. After making many turns in the complicated corridors, they arrived at a room with Ling Long's room token. This is it. Now that they reached this step, Ling Yu felt somewhat hesitant. He could vaguely see a delicate figure through the door and window. Let's go in. The beggar uncle pushed hard and Ling Yu barged in. Who is it? Just as he closed the door and turned around, a long sword was pressed against his neck. The owner of the sword wore a long white dress. Her pretty face appeared pale and haggard. Headliner Ling Long's complexion was much worse than when she performed in the clouds during the day. With one glance one would feel heartache. Upon seeing Ling Yu's face, Ling Long was clearly stunned for a moment. Then she startled awake and said, "Why are you here? Quickly leave. Today the Tower Master is already angry. If you don't leave now, she will really kill you. Sister Ling Long, come with me. I was wrong, I was really wrong." Ling Yu's heart ached, and he could not help but ask. Ling Long sheathed her sword. She could not bear to look at Ling Yu. She was afraid that if she took a few more glances, she would not be able to control herself. "You can leave." With her back facing Ling Yu, Ling Long sighed softly. "The matters between you and me are already in the past. 5 years ago I gave you a chance. 5 years later it's too late. I don't care. No matter what, I will take you away today." Ling Yu did not know where he got the courage to step forward and grab headliner Ling Long's hand tightly. Ling Long still did not turn around. She said softly, "You should leave quickly. The pavilion master will be here soon. I'm taking you with me. What right do you have to bring me along? You are just a mere sovereign personage. How can you compare to the first prince?" Ling Yu was stunned when he heard that. Then his tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed. "How stupid. Can't you just carry me away?" The beggar uncle and Su Yi, who were watching from outside, immediately felt incredibly anxious. If Ling Yu only said these 2 sentences, "Come with me. You have to come with me," they would definitely come here for nothing. Clearly, not saying anything and just carrying her away was the way to go. "However, you do not like him," Ling Yu said with a somewhat trembling voice. "Who said that I do not like him? He is the current first prince and has the support of the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs. Now he has the help of the Pleasure Quarter Alliance. Soon he will be the crown prince, and I will be the Yanwu dynasty's empress," Ling Long said in a self-mocking manner. When she thought of Ling Yu's laughable reason from 5 years ago, her heart ached again. Back then, Ling Yu's words were very hurtful. Although Ling Long was a girl from a pleasure quarter, she was not someone who coveted glory and the strong. Ling Yu gave up on her efforts just because he could not compare to others. Ling Long really could not think about it. Every time she thought about it, she felt like needles piercing her heart, feeling extreme pain. "That's impossible. You are lying to me." Ling Yu was too straightforward and could not make out the resentment in Ling Long's words. His voice even trembled somewhat. "Why is it impossible? In your opinion, have I not always been such a person?" The people outside felt very anxious, thinking to themselves that they were in trouble tonight. "It's over. This fool is too stupid," Su Yi said softly with a heavy frown. The beggar uncle said, "This won't do. We have to kidnap him. Given my foolish second brother's intelligence, he really cannot continue watching." Just as the 3 were considering whether to charge in and kidnap Ling Long, soft footsteps rang out from below. The 3's expressions changed slightly, and their figures immediately flashed, vanishing quickly. A person came up from the top floor. It was the veiled pavilion master Yang. Her expression did not change, like she was not overly angry over tonight's storm. Soon, the veiled woman arrived at headliner Ling Long's door. Just as she was about to knock, she frowned slightly. Ling Long quickly looked up and immediately paled in shock. She saw 3 people stuck to the ceiling of the corridor. 3 smiling faces looked at her helplessly at the same time. Su Yi smiled provocatively, Xiao Chan smiled bitterly and helplessly, and the beggar uncle teased her like he always did. Plop! Before Ling Long could react or scream, the beggar uncle fell and pressed her to the ground. The 2 faces were less than half an inch apart, and the tips of their noses were even touching. "Hee hee! How fragrant!" the beggar uncle said as he revealed an intoxicated smile after sniffing. The veiled woman was utterly frightened. She reacted only after a while and roared, "Die!" Bang! The strength of a one-vein sovereign emperor instantly erupted as she landed a palm strike on the beggar uncle's chest. Pussy-eye! The beggar uncle vomited a mouthful of blood as the impact knocked him back. However, before he flew away, he grabbed the veiled woman's leg with one hand. Then, he gently pulled in the air and carried the veiled woman horizontally. The enormous and vigorous force sent the beggar flying far away. As the beggar flew backward, blood still dripped from a corner of his lips. He smiled and said, "So you like me hugging you? You should have said so earlier. I'll just hug you. Why did you use so much force?" You nearly broke my bones. Dong! 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 Such a commotion immediately alerted a large group of guards nearby, and a group of guards instantly rushed over. When the guards saw the beggar uncle hugging the pavilion master, who was leaning against the wall, they were greatly startled. Let go of the pavilion master! Quickly let go of the pavilion master! The guards showed nervous expressions as if they were facing a great enemy. However, they did not dare to act rashly. The veiled woman in the beggar uncle's embrace felt indescribably strange. When she saw the beggar's smiling face at such a close distance, she was surprised to discover that he was not as unkempt as she imagined. You want to hug me as well? It's very comfortable. I'll let you try as well. However, just as the veiled woman wanted to take a closer look at the beggar uncle's smiling face through his messy hair, the beggar uncle laughed loudly. The beggar uncle laughed heartily and threw him towards the group of guards. All the guards reflexively rushed forward to catch her. However, they suddenly recalled the pavilion master's esteemed status. If they touched her, the consequences would be dire, so they retreated in fright. Bang! The veiled woman fell heavily to the ground and grunted in pain. Ha ha ha! I'm dying of laughter. Little bitch, to think that you would have such a day. Ha ha ha! When Suyi, who was at the side, saw this scene, she bent over and held her stomach. She laughed without restraint, nearly tearing up. The beggar uncle showed an innocent expression as if this had nothing to do with him. Only Xiao Chen cautiously looked around. The surrounding guards were already rushing over. Chapter 2244. The top floor of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion was heavily guarded. The strange commotion immediately attracted the experts of various places. Soon they surrounded the entire Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Even with a veil covering her face, Pavilion Master Yang's complexion still showed how dark it was. Normally she was aloof and aloof. To think that a beggar toyed with her like this. She was as embarrassed as she could be. Capture them. Don't leave a single one alive. The veiled woman did not have any patience at all. After falling to the ground and getting up, her first words were filled with rage. At the same time, she activated all sorts of formations and placed heavy restrictions on her body. Xiao Chen immediately felt heavy pressure on his shoulders. A ferocious beast image appeared in the air. The ferocious beast gave off an ancient and great desolate Ian aura. Its entire body was scarlet, and its eyes were especially horrifying, looking like huge red lanterns. It had 8 heads and 8 tails. Its body was covered in green moss, withered trees and desolate wood. Its belly was rotten. The instant the ferocious beast appeared, chains immediately wrapped around the blue dragon divine seal in Xiao Chen's soul pool. There were a total of 8 chains. At a glance, they were the 8 snake-like bodies of that strange snake. The 8 heads opened their mouths, looking like they would bite the azure dragon seal to death at any moment. However, the dragon seal gave off a vast dragon might, preventing it from biting down. It could only let out loud roars. Xiao Chen's soul immediately got locked down. No matter how the 3 divine veins under the blue dragon divine seal struggled, they could not break the chains. Oh no! Xiao Chen thought to himself. He felt that something was wrong. In the end, he had been too careless and underestimated the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Unless he completely refined the 3 soul energies under the divine seal, he would find it hard to break free of the other party's soul sealing formation. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, 6 figures quickly appeared from the darkness. They were all great perfection sovereign emperors. The weakest was a 4-vein sovereign emperor, and the strongest was a 6-vein sovereign emperor. However, that mysterious and unfathomable peak sovereign emperor still did not show up. However, even if the peak sovereign emperor did not show up, it would still be difficult to break free. Xiao Chen could activate his great desolate Ian bloodline, and break out while wearing the alloy dragon armor, and holding the soul weapon Heavenly Slayer. However, it would be hard to say for the beggar Su Yi and Ling Yu. 8-branch soul locking array. Su Ye's expression was unsightly as she looked at the veiled woman. A trace of astonishment flashed in her eyes. The veiled woman said faintly, "That's right, it's the 8-branch soul locking array. I've perfected the soul locking array that your cheap mother failed to set up. Even a peak sovereign emperor would have to kneel properly after entering this primal desolate soul locking formation. You bitch! Don't mention my mother." Su Ye's eyes immediately turned bloodshot. Her pretty face appeared somewhat crazed. He wanted to charge forward, but after taking just 2 steps, he found himself unable to move an inch forward. An expression of extreme pain appeared on his face. It was as if an invisible snake tail was strangling her neck, making it difficult for her to even breathe. Seeing this scene, the veiled woman revealed a disdainful smile. "Why can't I mention it? You keep saying that I'm a bitch, but your mother is the real bitch." As the smiling daughter Pavilion's pavilion master, she was shameless and shameless. She chased after love and married into the sword god's noble clan. Haha. In the end, the sword god did not even give her the status of a concubine. In the end, he even chased her out. "Tell me, isn't your mother a bitch?" As the veiled woman spoke, she walked over to the feudal Su Yi. Then she teased softly, "This is especially so for you. Back then, when you were suffering from a terminal illness, your mother knelt before the Su residence for an entire month to save you. In the end, the Su residence's gates remained closed, and your mother died from anger. Tell me, isn't that bitch? The only reason you're still alive is because of—" "Enough." Xiao Chun suddenly spoke up, expressionlessly at the side. The veiled woman shifted her gaze and smiled. "What qualifications do you have to interrupt now? With just a word from me, I can kill you right now. I said that's enough. Do you hear me? Pa!" The veiled woman instantly activated her great desolate Ian bloodline, and an azure-colored dragon roar appeared in her soul pool. "Kase! Kase!" The 8 chains instantly broke. Xiao Chun stepped forward and directly slapped the veiled woman, sending her flying. Blood flowed on the veiled woman's face, and a scarlet handprint appeared. The veiled woman screamed, "Kill him!" Whoosh! 6 figures immediately charged at Xiao Chun at lightning speed. These were the 6 great perfection sovereign emperors who had already arrived. Xiao Chun's heart sank. It's over this time. Even if there was only one great perfection sovereign emperor, it would be more than enough to deal with. There were 6 of them. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was in dire straits. This could be considered the price of being rash. However, even if the price was his life, Xiao Chun would not regret slapping the veiled woman. Bitches should be ruthlessly slapped. However, just at this moment, a figure walked over from behind with large strides. This figure placed 2 hands on Xiao Chun's and Su Ye's shoulders. Then he gently patted Su Ye's shoulder, and the chains in her soul pool immediately shattered as if they had never been there. The 2 of them were gently pulled back by the beggar. Bang! The peak strikes of the 6 great perfection sovereign emperors layered over each other and landed on the beggar. Pussy. The beggar vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying again. "Uncle!" This greatly startled Xiao Chun. He quickly helped the beggar up. If the beggar received the peak strikes of 6 great perfection sovereign emperors, he would be severely injured even if he did not die. You can just leave the beating to uncle. The bodies of you youngsters are very precious." Unexpectedly, the beggar grinned and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Immediately, his face was covered in blood. He looked like he was heavily injured and could die at any moment, but his mental state was surprisingly good, as if nothing had happened. Not dead. The 6 great perfection sovereign emperors frowned heavily as they guarded the veiled woman. Exchanging glances with one another, they both felt a trace of shock in each other's eyes. "Gotcha." Headliner Ling Long opened the door and took a look. She asked softly, "Pavilion Master Yang, can you let them go?" When the veiled woman heard that, she turned around and looked. Then, her gaze landed on Ling Yu, who was beside Ling Long. "My wedding will be on the 15th of next month. I don't want to cause any more trouble. I hope Tower Lord Yang can respect Ling Long's wishes." Ling Long bowed and said softly. The veiled woman understood Ling Long's meaning. After a moment of silence, she said, "Since Ling Long said so, I will not pursue this matter. Big brother, are you all right?" On the other side, Ling Yu was startled to see the beggar's dying appearance. Then she quickly walked over. The beggar smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, I won't die yet." Whoosh! The veiled woman tossed a jade bottle to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and caught it, finding it somewhat heavy. "This is the compensation that the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor promised you. There is a total of 50 tons of origin liquid. Young Master Xiao, I hope that you will take care of yourself, the veiled woman said through clenched teeth. The scarlet handprint on her face had yet to fade, yet she still wanted to give the origin liquid to Xiao Chan. Needless to say, it was quite humiliating. However, she had to endure it now. Everything focused on the first prince's wedding. This wedding was very important and involved too many things. She absolutely could not allow anything to go wrong. No matter how much humiliation and dissatisfaction she felt, she had to endure it for now. Xiao Chun looked at Su Ye's condition. Then he looked at the beggar, whose fate was unknown. There was no longer any need for him to remain in this smiling daughter pavilion. He had already met Ling Long. Now that he achieved his purpose, there was no reason for him to remain. He no longer lingered, turned around and led the group away. The veiled woman turned around and said with a smile, Ling Long, go in first. There is no need for you to worry about the wedding. I guarantee that you will have a grand wedding. At that time, all the Azure Lotus Sword Immortals will dance for you. Your wedding will not only shake Yen City but also make the entire world envious. Ling Long did not show any joy on her face. She forced a smile and returned to the room. After Ling Long left, the veiled woman's expression changed drastically. She turned around and cursed. Bunch of bastards! What are you all doing? You sneaked into the top floor without anyone noticing. Do you think that you have not embarrassed yourselves enough? What is the point of me raising you? This subordinate knows his mistake. Pavilion Master, please punish me. Useless things. The veiled woman was so angry that she remained silent. She looked at the 6 great perfection sovereign emperors and said, I will leave the remaining 1.5 months to you. Please stay here and guard the door. I do not want any more accidents to happen. Pavilion Master, rest assured. With us around, nothing will go wrong. Su Yi nodded slightly, and a cold look flashed in her eyes. She said softly, if they come again, Xiao Chan and Su Yi can teach them a lesson but not kill them. However, Ling Long's lover must be killed for me. Yes. Chapter 2245. Outside the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, Ling Yu carried the beggar on his back, appearing dispirited, like he had lost his spirit, like a walking corpse. The beggar fell asleep again, snoring away on Ling Yu's back, sounding startlingly loud. As Xiao Chan walked together with Su Yi, he glanced at her expression. It was not much better than Ling Yu's. Her expression was complicated, and her eyes were still bloodshot, inspiring pity. Thank you for earlier, Su Yi said softly. Su Yi asked in a low voice. She was referring to Xiao Chan helping her slap the veiled woman. Xiao Chan replied calmly, it's nothing. It's just a small matter. Su Yi smiled bitterly and said, just a small matter? In my opinion, it is not a small matter. I have long wanted to slap this bitch but could not do it. Sometimes I really envy you. You dared to challenge the entire 10 merchant associations for Wu Meng. Even when you are in dire straits, you still do not lower your head, turning the entire Smiling Daughter Pavilion upside down. As long as you do not go against your heart, you do not seem to fear anything. Xiao Chan did not say anything. He knew that at this moment, all he needed to do was be a listener. There was no need to interrupt or say anything more. You have always wanted to know what my relationship with the Su clan is. She is right. I am the abandoned daughter of the Sword God's noble clan's current clan head. Back then my mother made a mistake marrying this ingrate, this beast that is worse than a beast. After he became the clan head, he divorced my mother. That day I nearly cried until I went blind. My mother hugged me and kept saying, little Ye, don't cry. Mother will bring you home. However, when I arrived at the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, this little bitch, the adopted daughter my mother adopted back then, not only did she not accept my mother, but she even humiliated her. I really saw how sinister the human heart was. Back then, my mother treated her so well, even leaving the Smiling Daughter Pavilion to her management. However, she repaid kindness with enmity, working with that beast of the Su clan to bully my mother. I really can't accept this. I really miss my mother. I still remember that when I was young, she often brought me to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion to watch fireworks and watch performances. Whenever I had any requests, she would excessively fulfill them. However, I did not know that she had already suffered a lot in the Su clan's residence. She would fulfill all my requests. However, I did not know that she had already suffered a lot in the Su clan's residence. He even said that when I grew up, he would teach me how to play the zither and how to practice the sword. Su Ye's voice gradually became choked with sobs. Her eyes were red from crying, but no tears fell. Her tears kept swirling in her eyes and never flowed down her cheeks. Ling Yu, who was in front, turned around. When he saw this scene, he did not know what to do. What are you looking at? You're also a coward. Why don't you bring her out? Can't you see that she's in pain? Su Yi glared at Ling Yu, scolding him for not living up to expectations. Ling Yu's face twitched. Suddenly he cried out in pain. I want to as well. However, how do you expect me to do so? How am I supposed to do that? I do not have a high cultivation like Martial Uncle. I do not have a great faction like you. I am just a minor character. Without Martial Uncle's care, I would not even be able to enter the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. How could I not understand what you are saying? However, what can I do? I am in more pain than she is, but I am just a nobody. What can I use to fight with the Smiling Daughter Pavilion? What can I use to fight with the first prince? After saying that, Ling Yu broke down and started crying bitterly. Who wouldn't understand this logic? Was Ling Yu really stupid? Ling Yu was not stupid. However, what was the use of that? It was as Ling Yu said. Ling Yu was just a minor character. He did not even need the first prince to make an appearance. Anyone in Yin City could trample him to death. What was the use of passion and hot-bloodedness before reality? An impulse welled up in Xiao Qin's heart. It was an impulse that he could not control. After this thought appeared, it became like a great fire, unextinguishable with the wind. Ling Yu, Martial Uncle wants to ask you something. Do you want to marry her? I only want an answer. You don't need to say anything. Just look at me. Not much of an expression could be seen on Xiao Qin's calm face. Only his eyes revealed his expression. Only his eyes, reflecting the cold moonlight, were as hot as fire as he stared at Ling Yu. The instant Ling Yu raised his head, he met this gaze which stunned him. Ling Yu wanted to say many things. His martial uncle already treated him very well and helped him a lot. He really did not want to make things difficult for his martial uncle. However, before Ling Yu could say anything, Xiao Qin said, "All right, I know your answer. Don't say anything else. Go back and rest well tonight. Don't run around during this period. Just stay in the Misty Rain Pavilion and help Pavilion Master Su." Before Xiao Chun could retort, Xiao Chun took the lead and left. After exploring the Smiling Daughter Pavilion that night, the group felt somewhat dispirited. After a night of silence, Xiao Chun split half of the 50 tons of origin liquid with Wu Meng and the others, keeping 25 tons for himself. After 3 days of closed-door cultivation, he used the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art and the 10,000 dragons art to absorb 25 tons of origin liquid. If it were anyone else, trying to absorb and refine 25 tons of origin liquid in 3 days would be impossible. One would not even dare to think about it. This number was too vast. However, for Xiao Chun, who dual cultivated righteous and demonic, as well as 2 inherited cultivation techniques, this was not difficult. Be it the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art or the 10,000 dragons art, they both required a large amount of origin liquid. After the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art's transformation, Xiao Qin's body was different from that of ordinary people. The amount of origin liquid he needed was several times, even dozens of times that of others. After absorbing 25 tons of origin liquid, Xiao Qin's cultivation did not improve much. His divine energy cultivation remained at 1 divine vein. However, Xiao Qin was not in a rush. He continued to focus on refining the 3-vein sovereign emperor's soul energy. As long as he refined the true God's soul energy left behind by the ancient demonic sovereign, his divine energy cultivation would increase naturally. With the increase of divine essence cultivation, everything would follow naturally. The more he accumulated now, the more terrifying the eruption would be when the time came. However, Xiao Qin's cultivation of the 10,000 dragons art reached a bottleneck. Now, with a casual strike, he could materialize the 10,000 dragons picture with the blue dragon as the leader. The blue dragon in the middle was even more eye-catching. If one looked carefully, one would discover that the blue dragon image had become much more realistic, like it could walk out of the picture. The blue dragon image also changed slightly from the initial blue dragon. The most obvious change was that it went from 3 claws to 4. Xiao Chan could clearly feel that as he cultivated the 10,000 Dragons art, the potential of his bloodline was continuously dug out. As for the bottleneck, Xiao Chen knew that it was due to the lack of a follow-up cultivation technique. Xiao Chen needed to make time to return to the Blue Dragon Ancient Palace and barge into the Inheritance Hall to obtain the follow-up cultivation technique for the 10,000 Dragons art. The 10,000 Dragons art would continuously advance, eventually turning into the unprecedented Ancestor Dragon art. However, according to the Dragon Spirit, no one had truly cultivated the Ancestor Dragon art in the martial epoch. Xiao Chan did not know how strong he was now. Since coming to Yen City, Xiao Chan had not truly fought all out with others. He had not been able to fight to his heart's content. Xiao Chan estimated that if he brought out all his trump cards, an ordinary 4-vein sovereign emperor would not be a match for him. However, it would be somewhat difficult for Xiao Chan to kill a 4-vein sovereign emperor. One would need to be at least a 5-vein sovereign emperor to suppress Xiao Chan. Furthermore, one had to be a sovereign emperor who cultivated a divine vein cultivation technique and possessed a medial grade soul tool. Otherwise, Xiao Chan could easily leave at any time. As for a 6-vein sovereign emperor, Xiao Chan did not dare to be careless. His chances of victory were slim. A 6-vein sovereign emperor was the highest cultivation of a great perfection sovereign emperor. One more step and he would be a peak sovereign emperor. Before condensing a 3-vein sovereign emperor's soul energy, it was best not to fight with a 6-vein sovereign emperor. Otherwise, an uncontrollable accident might happen. As for a peak sovereign emperor, Xiao Chan did not dare to think about it. Right now, he was not a match for any peak sovereign emperor. If he ran into one, he would definitely die. His chances of victory were 0. Even if he brought out all his trump cards, he would only be able to severely injure the other party at best. He would not be able to truly deal a heavy blow. I need a killing move that can truly protect my life. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Be it Dermic World, the Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram, the Fiendish Saber Inheritance, the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique, Firmament's Rage, or the Supreme Dragon Fist. Although they possess great offensive power and horrifying might, making them unrivaled within the same cultivation realm, they could not allow him to fight against a peak sovereign emperor. Outsiders would definitely be shocked to see such a thought. To them, Xiao Chen's powerful techniques and secret techniques were all killing moves. With these killing moves, even great perfection sovereign emperors would not dare to be too arrogant before Xiao Chan. However, Xiao Chan was too picky. He was only a small perfection sovereign emperor, yet he wanted to deal with a peak sovereign emperor. Xiao Chen needed to find another killing move to take the initiative. Chapter 2246. Xiao Chen needed to make preparations for his trump card. However, thinking too much was useless. The Inheritance Hall was not a treasure trove for nothing. It was hard to say whether it existed or not. Xiao Chen set aside his thoughts for now. Then, he returned to the Misty Rain Pavilion and saw Su Yi, who was rehearsing. The 100 fairies of the Pear Garden competed with each other in beauty. There was a dazzling lineup of various musical instruments. There was a vermilion zither, a jade flute, a chime bell, a flower drum, and many others. There were all sorts of musical instruments that one could imagine, both obscure and popular, present. Aside from these, there were also some instruments that Xiao Chan had never seen before, such as the swona, cymbals, and eru. These were rather rare instruments. More bluntly, they were not of high enough quality. They would not appear in the Misty Rain Pavilion or the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Lord Xiao. Su Yi had good eyes. She noticed Xiao Chan the moment he entered, so she walked over with a faint smile. Swona, cymbals, eru. I don't remember these instruments being here the last time I saw them. Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity. Su Yi smiled faintly and replied, Indeed, there are none. I did not add them on purpose. It's just that very few of these instruments are soul treasure grade. I have been searching for them for many years. Finally, I found them all. You are very persistent. When my mother was alive, her greatest wish was to merge the 10 great ancient music pieces together to create a new piece. My mother actually left most of these instruments to me. I want to fulfill her wish. However, it is very difficult to achieve perfection. Su Yi sighed. If the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden performed any of the ancient music pieces individually, they would be very good. However, when merging the 10 great ancient music pieces, they found it hard to achieve harmony. There were too many flaws. Many times they thought of giving up, but they persisted. Xiao Chan took a look and said, "If the 100 fairies of the pear garden could perform it once a month, the Misty Rain Pavilion would be able to rival the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. However, you hit it, practicing it day and night, perhaps never completing it. Is it worth it?" Su Yi frowned heavily. Then she replied softly, "Of course it is worth it. This is the only thing I can do for my mother. Unfortunately, I just can't do this well. I don't know when I can perfect the laughing saber and sword." Laughing saber and sword? Xiao Chan recalled that the last time he watched it, the finishing touches were the two women who each held a sword and a saber. The clash of sabers and swords brought out the vast aura of many musical instruments playing at the same time. Su Yi looked at the 100 fairies of the pear garden, who were currently tuning their zither. Then she whispered, "That's right. I have already named the song that combines the 10 great ancient music scores, Unsheathed Saber and Sword's Laughter. Unfortunately, my bladesman and swordsman are still lacking. Unfortunately, the true crux of this laughing saber and sword is the bladesman and swordsman who appear at the end. Otherwise it would not be perfect." Xiao Chen fell into deep thought. After a while he said, "Pavilion Master Su, if you trust me, I can help you solve this problem." "How?" "For example, I'll personally go on stage and play the role of the last machete man. As for the swordsman, I'll be looking for someone who's on par with me to complete the final theme, the clash of swords and sabers." Su Ye's eyes lit up. She asked incredulously, "Are you sure?" It was indeed too inconceivable. In the end, the path of music was not mainstream in the eyes of cultivators. Those nobles and sovereign emperor experts might like to listen to music, but it was just like how they like beautiful pets. But this was just like how they like beautiful pets. If you asked them to perform on stage, it was almost impossible for them to appear. They might even think that one was insulting the other party. Hence, Su Yi had been having a headache over this. She could only think of ways to nurture them herself. The clash of swords and sabers was the finishing touch. In order to improve the song, one needed to display the highest saber Dao and sword Dao. The other problems were easy to solve. It was just a matter of time. However, this final problem had always been a sore point for Su Yi. "I'm very sure. However, Pavilion Master Su, you have to agree to a request of mine." Xiao Chan showed a serious expression as he looked at Su Yi. "Please speak." Xiao Chan stepped forward and whispered a few words into Su Ye's ear. Then he looked at her quietly. However, Su Yi did not hesitate. She nodded and said, "Don't worry. This is not a problem. Even if you do not help me, you just need to say the word, and the 100 fairies of the pear garden will listen to you at any time." "All right, it's a deal then." Now that the agreement was made, Xiao Chan would help Su Yi complete the laughing saber and sword, and she would help Xiao Chan with something else. Take a look first. This time with the Swona, cymbals and Eru, it is closer to the laughing saber and sword that I have in mind. Su Yi smiled mysteriously. Then she returned to the 100 fairies of the pear garden and sat down with her zither. Just as Xiao Chan felt puzzled, the row of women standing behind him started to play their Swona. A majestic tone that Xiao Chan had never experienced before appeared suddenly. There was no prelude. That intoxicating rhythm that filled one with anticipation arrived, catching them off guard. Ding! 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 When the Swona reached a low and deep tone, the sound of cymbals rang out. Lofty aspirations and hot-bloodedness instantly ignited. Soon after, pipa music rang out. The fingers of the 8 beautiful women moved rapidly. The pipa music surged endlessly like a surging river, one wave louder than the one before, faster than the one before. The lofty aspirations and hot-bloodedness ignited by the Swona and cymbals were pushed to a new peak. The tempo of the entire piece reached its peak at the very beginning. Mountains howled and seas roared. Huge waves surged, soaring to the clouds, and hot-bloodedness blazed endlessly. The sound of the Eru rang out at an appropriate time, turning this hot-bloodedness solemn and stirring. However, it did not appear desolate. This was because the zither music, the flute, and the jade flute followed closely behind. As an outsider, Xiao Chun was pressured by this majestic music until he could not catch his breath. He felt his blood vessels swell, and his heart pounded endlessly like it would leap out of his chest at any moment. At the very last moment, when the hot-bloodedness was completely ignited and the flames burned his entire body, a saber light appeared. A flash of saber light appeared, followed by a flash of sword light. Saber and sword clashing. The two women each held their sabers and swords. Everyone's anticipation lingered in the majestic and surging music as they presented the final theme. When the piece ended, the many beauties of the 100 fairies of the pear garden were already somewhat fatigued. Clearly, the performance of such a great piece drained not only their minds but also their energy and veritable essence energy. Xiao Chun clapped his hands in praise. The laughing saber and sword, with the addition of the swan and symbols, was completely different from when he first saw it. Although it still had flaws, it had already improved significantly. Over the next few days, Xiao Chun worked with Su Yi to complete the laughing saber and sword. At the same time, Su Yi sent 3 letters, one to the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter, one to the Universe Origin Sect's Chu Chaoyun, and the last to the Golden Crow Empire's Ao Jiao. At this moment, news of a major matter spread throughout the imperial capital Yen City, inciting heated discussions. Everyone, from the royal family to the ordinary martial artists, were discussing it. What was it? Naturally, it was the wedding between the first Prince Wang Fei and the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's headliner Ling Long. Since ancient times, there had never been a prince marrying a brothel headliner. Who was the first prince? He was a prince with overwhelming authority and power in the Yanwu dynasty. In the end, he might become one of the princes participating in the wedding ceremony. The headliner Ling Long's skills with the pipa were unparalleled in the world. She ranked first among the 10 headliners and was famous in the imperial capital. Countless people loved her. No matter who she was, everyone in this imperial capital Yen City knew about her. However, no one had expected such two people to become husband and wife one day. It would be hard for such a wedding not to attract attention. The many princes were definitely thinking about how to deal with the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's alliance with the first prince and how it would affect them. As for the ordinary cultivators, most of them were just here to watch the excitement. They were happy to see it happen, treating it as a story that would spread far and wide. Everyone was looking forward to the day of the wedding. Xiao Chun did not know about all this. He only focused on working with the 100 fairies of the pear garden to complete the laughing saber and sword. This was how Xiao Chun was. No matter what it was, as long as he promised it, he would do his best to do it. 7 days later, Xiao Chun finally reached a tacit understanding with the 100 fairies of the pear garden. He only lacked one person to exchange swords with the 100 fairies of the pear garden. Then, he would be close to completing the laughing saber and sword. Xiao Chun took his leave for now. Then, he prepared to head to the Blue Dragon's old lands to search for his trump card. The 100 fairies of the pear garden could not gain a firm foothold in the imperial capital Yen City. He truly had to rely on himself. Chapter 2247. The blood moon hung high in the Blue Dragon's old land. The scattered moonlight illuminated this desolate world. It felt like even the air felt somewhat sorrowful. A figure suddenly appeared in the moon. It was Xiao Chun, who had passed through the divine universe steel. Xiao Chun arrived at this land of the blood moon. However, this was a coincidence. Not long after he appeared, a strong pressure came from behind him. A huge pressure came from behind him, and when he turned around he saw a wall as tall as a small mountain. When he looked up again, he discovered that this was the desolate slave Soul Reaper. Soul Reaper held chains in its hands, and several corpses hung from its metal hooks. Without exception, they were all sovereign emperors. This was not Xiao Chun's first time seeing this scene. However, he still felt somewhat startled and curious. Where did Soul Reaper kill these sovereign emperors? There seemed to be many dragon race ancient tombs in the desolate sea. Aside from staying in the Blue Dragon's ancient city, Soul Reaper probably guarded the ancient tombs as well. However, Xiao Chun did not know where this dragon race ancient tomb was. Xiao Chun recalled that the first time he saw Soul Reaper was when he met the Geomaster Qin Zhuolin. Qin Zhuolin had just come out of a dragon race ancient tomb. Qin Zhuolin had obtained the dragon race's excellent brew, Heartburn, from the dragon race, which ended up in Xiao Chun's hands. As Xiao Chun's thoughts wandered, the desolate slave Soul Reaper left Xiao Chun's body. It landed on the ancient city's wall before Xiao Chun. Then it turned its head back and stared at Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan could not understand what it meant. Just as Xiao Chan felt bewildered, the desolate slave Soul Reaper suddenly extended its hand. Soul Reaper held up the sky with one hand and caught Xiao Chan. Then it turned around and gently landed Xiao Chan on the Blue Dragon's Dao platform. Thank you. Regardless of whether this Soul Reaper could understand him or not, Xiao Chan still thanked it. Rumble. A loud sound rang out from the spirit mountain in front of the Dao platform. The blue dragon statue appeared before Xiao Chan like a huge snake coiling around the mountain. The statue opened its huge mouth and pushed open the door. Xiao Chan entered. After making many turns inside the statue, Xiao Chan saw the mysterious dragon spirit guarding the inheritance. It has only been 3 months, yet you've returned. Could it be that you intend to challenge the Great Inheritance Hall? The dragon spirit looked at Xiao Chan and said slowly, with your current strength, you will not be able to clear the 2nd floor. You need to be at least a 3-veined sovereign emperor. Xiao Chan smiled faintly and did not say anything. Although Xiao Chan was still a 1-veined sovereign emperor, he had already completely refined the faux god flame that he inherited from an ancient demonic sovereign. The soul energy of a 3-veined sovereign emperor now belonged to Xiao Chan. At the same time, it contained the power of a true god. In terms of true combat prowess, Xiao Chan was only stronger than a 3-veined sovereign emperor. Cultivation is just a facade. Senior Dragon Spirit, don't be deceived by it. The Dragon Spirit smiled and said, Is that so? You seem to be very confident. The stronger you are, the happier I am. Looks like you have a trump card that I don't know about. Go, I'll wait and see. Xiao Chan waved his hand and said, There's no rush. I would like to ask if the Blue Dragon's inheritance has a secret technique that can allow me to severely injure a small perfection sovereign emperor to a peak sovereign emperor. When the dragon spirit heard that, it revealed a cautious expression. After some thought it said, Your way of thinking is not good. In the end, cultivating the martial Tao requires gradual progress. You are very talented and have excellent comprehension ability. You should understand this principle, right? A peak sovereign emperor is 2 major grades away from a small perfection sovereign emperor. Having a goal is a good thing. However, if you bite off more than you can chew, you will easily end up going to the extremes. Naturally, Xiao Chan understood what the dragon spirit said. Sovereign emperor, 1 heaven per vein. Xiao Chan could reach his current strength because he could fight across realms. He had many trump cards including the Supreme Dragon Fist, Firmament's Rage, the Royal True Dragon Blood, the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique, Heavenly Slayer, and the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor's Blue Dragon Body Tempering Art. With so many trump cards, Xiao Chan had the capital to fight a Great Perfection Sovereign Emperor. A 1-veined Sovereign Emperor fighting a Great Perfection Sovereign Emperor was already sufficiently exaggerated and shocking. Furthermore, Xiao Chan wanted to fight a peak Sovereign Emperor. A man who was never content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. If he was not careful, he would suffer a backlash. I understand. However, my enemy already has a peak sovereign emperor. Before that peak sovereign emperor, even my soul feels heavy pressure. I can't even breathe properly. This feeling of helplessness is very despairing. Xiao Chan said seriously as he looked at the dragon spirit. The dragon spirit entered deep thought. Then it sighed softly. I'm just thinking about what you are thinking. Forbidden arts. Forbidden arts? It is impossible for you to severely injure a peak sovereign emperor with a secret technique or martial technique, no matter how strong the martial technique is. Due to the limitations of your cultivation, you cannot injure a peak sovereign emperor. In reality, the Firmament's Rage and the Supreme Dragon Fist that you cultivate can severely injure a peak sovereign emperor. It is just that your cultivation is too low. The dragon spirit paused for a moment before continuing. Aside from forbidden arts, there is no other way to severely injure a peak sovereign emperor with your current cultivation. Any forbidden art would definitely be extremely horrifying. However, its side effects and consequences would be very scary as well. Indeed, Xiao Chan had taken it for granted earlier. This made sense. How could there be any shortcuts to severely injuring a peak sovereign emperor as a small perfection sovereign emperor? Aside from forbidden arts, there was no other way. You understand the price of forbidden arts without me saying it. Injuring the enemy 1,000 times but also oneself 800 times. A forbidden art that can severely injure a peak sovereign emperor might injure the enemy 1,000 times, but oneself 2,000 times. The dragon spirit said seriously with a grave expression. Xiao Chun remained silent. He had already experienced the pain of forbidden arts in the Kunlun realm. Forbidden arts could not be used carelessly. There had to be a price. Sometimes one could not even bear the price. Don't think about this for now. I think that you have already reached the peak of the 10,000 Dragons Arts first layer. Go and clear the trials first. Obtaining the second layer is the most important thing. The dragon spirit turned around and led Xiao Chun to the inheritance hall. Not long after, the 5-floored inheritance hall appeared before him. Xiao Chun did not hesitate to enter the first floor with large strides. It was empty. There was nothing there at all. Then, Xiao Chun glanced at the entrance to the second floor. He did not know what the so-called test would be. Feeling some anticipation, Xiao Chun moved quickly and entered the door of light. As the light flickered, space and time changed. The scene turned blurry, and overlapping images appeared. When the overlapping images merged, Xiao Chun found himself in a winding corridor. Drip, drip. The ceiling above Xiao Chun's head was injured, and blood dripped down. He smelled horror. Qi. This was the essence blood of the dragon race's natural enemy, the Ho. Xiao Chun could not help showing a grave expression. The blood stopped dripping and wriggled on the ground. After a while, it gathered into a row of armored 3-veined sovereign emperors. These 3-veined sovereign emperors looked exactly like Xiao Chun. It looked like they were 10 of Xiao Chun's clones charging at him. Candle dragon eyes. 2 strands of candle flames appeared in Xiao Chun's eyes, flickering. A candle dragon image appeared behind Xiao Chun, opening its eyes at the same time. Immediately, Xiao Chun focused his Ice Dao's Great Dao energy on the candle dragon. In the next moment, the 10 Ho-blood clones burned with a cold flame. Their movements stiffened. To think that they did not freeze. Xiao Chun muttered to himself. He rarely saw ferocious beasts that did not freeze under the candle dragon eyes. However, this was fine. Xiao Chun summoned out the alloy dragon armor and left behind a purple electric mark, as he instantly charged over. Then, he circulated the 10,000 dragons art in his divine energy sea. A dragon image immediately leaped out. Following that, thousands of dragon images gathered at the blue dragon image. In the next moment, a 10,000 dragons picture with the blue dragon in the center appeared behind Xiao Chun. Bang! 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 Xiao Chun instantly executed the Supreme Dragon Fist. Fighting 1 against 10, he easily dealt with the 10 stiff Ho-blood clones. Although these Ho-blood clones gave off the aura of a 3-veined sovereign emperor, Xiao Chun dealt with them rather easily. He did not need to draw the tyrant's saber on his back. Xiao Chun could handle the situation with ease with just the Supreme Dragon Fist, suppressing the 10 Ho-blood clones by himself. Bang! Xiao Chun punched again. However, he was shocked to discover that he did not manage to knock this Ho-blood clone away. Just as Xiao Chun felt confused, the other 9 Ho-blood clones attacked at the same time. Leaderless dragons. In a rush, Xiao Chun used leaderless dragons to face the enemies. Fist lights flickered in the Heaven Dragon image. Xiao Chun had already moved fast enough, but he still got struck several times. Fortunately, the alloy dragon armor protected him. Xiao Chun only got knocked back and did not suffer any severe injuries. Xiao Chun wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips. A bright light flickered in his eyes. Has the candle dragon eyes effect weakened? That's not right. The effect is still there. Otherwise, it would not have been as simple as getting struck 4 times. What was that? Xiao Chun squinted and looked carefully. Then, he discovered that the 10 Ho-blood clones were actually peak 3-veined sovereign emperors. Blood-colored light radiated from his body and connected together, actually suppressing his dragon might. When did he become so strong? I didn't even realize it. Images flashed through Xiao Chun's mind as he tried to recall the details of his fight with the hateful blood clones. So that was how it was. Xiao Chun's eyes lit up. These sacrificial blood clones could absorb his soul power and divine essence. The longer the battle dragged on, the more terrifying the opponent's strength would be. A never-ending increase. For a moment, the sacrificial blood clone, which he thought he could deal with easily, became somewhat terrifying in Xiao Chun's eyes. I didn't have a chance to test whether my idea was correct. Xiao Qian could only take advantage of this moment to kill the other party in one move. Otherwise, when the 10 Hou-blood clones reached the level of a 4-vein sovereign emperor, they would not be able to survive. Their chances of winning were a little bleak. Chapter 2248. Killing 10 enemies in one move. Thousands of thoughts flashed in Xiao Qian's mind. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind in the time it took for a spark to fly. The candle dragon flames on the 10 Hou-blood clones slowly extinguished. Once the flames extinguished and the 10 Hou-blood clones regained their freedom, they would grow even stronger. This was just the beginning, and the test was already so difficult. No wonder the dragon spirit said that only 3-vein sovereign emperors could pass. The inheritance hall's test was truly not to be underestimated. Fortunately, Xiao Qian came to his senses in time and did not cause a huge disaster. One move then. Xiao Qian stretched his right hand above his shoulder and tightly grasped the tyrant saber's hilt. Then he closed his eyes. Xiao Qian's heart became as still as water, entering a state of martial and soul as one. His entire being became ethereal, martial and soul as one, perfectly merged soul energy and divine energy, bringing out 100%, even 150%, of one's combat prowess, exceeding one's limits. Xiao Qian suddenly opened his eyes, and the 10 Hou-blood clones entered his vision. The berserk auras pressed down from such close proximity, making Xiao Qian somewhat unsteady. Xiao Qian wondered what this corridor was made of. Despite the pressure of 10 3-vein sovereign emperors, it did not even crack. It was completely intact, looking ancient. Draw the saber. When the tyrant saber was drawn, the world immediately plunged into darkness. Only the resplendent saber light remained eternal. Mahamaya abstinence violation saber. In the mortal realm. In that instant, a supreme killing Buddha transcended the limits of time, arriving from ancient times, and descended on this ancient corridor. As the resplendent saber light descended, the entire corridor trembled. When the ancient Buddha attacked, the 10 Hou-blood clones all got knocked back at the same time. However, as these Hou-blood clones retreated, their strength soared despite being severely injured. The strength of these Hou-blood clones soared, looking like they would break through 3-vein sovereign emperor and advance to 4-vein sovereign emperor. At that time, their injuries would recover in an instant. Now, it was like a lotus flower that could not melt, like the sun and moon that could not be in the sky. The Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal. Illuminate my immortal heart, dazzling 3 lives. Kill. Xiao Qian used the 7-kill seal to condense a 7-fold killing intent to execute the 3-life flower. When Xiao Qian swung his saber, a lotus flower bloomed. Light and shadow twisted, turning the scenery blurry. Slash slash slash. Xiao Qian's figure flickered in the blue lotus as if he was teleporting, and he slashed out 10 times in a row. Clang! The moment Xiao Qian landed, he casually sheathed his tyrant saber. A drop of blood splattered on the ground. The 10 Hou-blood clones had all dissipated. Xiao Qian closed his eyes once more. When he opened them again, Xiao Qian exited the state of martial and spirit as one. He did not turn his head back to look. Without saying a word, he continued walking forward. Along the corridor, Xiao Qian, who had experienced it before, encountered many houseblood clones. He did not panic and continued to deal with the other party. He did not attack, but when he attacked, he would definitely kill. He didn't want to give the other party a chance to endure his strength and soar. Xiao Qian was unimpeded by this somewhat dull slaughter. His face was expressionless as he arrived at an empty hall. It should be a small world. Xiao Qian muttered to himself as he sensed the fluctuations of an array formation around the hall. When Xiao Qian stepped into the hall, he found himself in a vast and boundless sea of sand as expected. The bright sun hung high in the azure sky, making it look like a play. Xiao Qian looked around. Aside from the yellow sand, there was no one else. Come through my stage, and you can enter the second floor. 5,000 kilometers away, the yellow sand shattered, and a person emerged from the ground as dust flew about like snow. Xiao Qian looked into the distance and saw a black-clad person with a saber on his back, facing him across the sea of sand. This person is a peak 3-vein sovereign emperor, the same as me, a peak 4th-layer saber Dao domain. If that were all, it would not be difficult to deal with him. Only 1 vein separated a 3-vein sovereign emperor and a 4-vein sovereign emperor. However, that was the difference between small perfection and great perfection. The difference in strength between the two was like heaven and earth. Xiaochen entered deep thought. However, he could not make out the other party's strength for now. Whoosh! The black-clad bladesman crossed the distance of 5,000 kilometers in an instant. Then he appeared before Xiaochen and threw a punch at Xiaochen's face. A 10,000 dragons picture coalesced behind the black-clad bladesman. A brown dragon image appeared particularly eye-catching. Xiaochen did not dare to be careless. He materialized the 10,000 dragons picture and executed the supreme dragon fist. Bang! The fist lights clashed. It was like two worlds colliding. Xiaochen grunted. Blood leaked out of Xiaochen's lips as he got knocked back. His eyes revealed heavy doubt. What's going on? His cultivation is clearly not much higher than mine. I have the supreme dragon fist to support me. How did I lose in one strike? Whoosh! 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 However, the black-clad bladesman did not give Xiaochen a chance to think. He pressed forward and punched repeatedly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xiaochen executed the Divine Firmament 9 transformation technique to its limits. His figure flickered, instantly creating thousands of afterimages. However, that black-clad bladesman's fist lights were relentless. The afterimages shattered like glass. This forced Xiaochen to the point of breathlessness. In the end, he could not dodge in time and got punched in the alloy dragon armor. Roar! Electric light flickered. At the critical moment, 2 electric images in the alloy dragon armor formed a lightning shield. Although Xiaochen managed to block most of the force, he still found it extremely unbearable as he went flying back. When Xiaochen landed on the ground, boundless yellow sand kicked up, forming a terrifying sandstorm. Whoosh! That black-clad bladesman spread his arms and fell like a meteor. He stored up power on his right fist, releasing a resplendent star-like light. His figure seemed to merge with the sun, looking incredibly dazzling. Divine Lightning Eye. As Xiaochen lay on the ground, he ignored the blood on his lips. Dozens of purple flower petals spun in his right eye and overlapped. Dozens of tribulation clouds appeared in the sky. However, just as the thunderclouds were about to gather, they met with resistance and could not merge. Bang! The resplendent fist light landed. Xiaochen did his best to dodge, but the shock wave still struck him. Xiaochen vomited a mouthful of blood and tumbled in the air. When he landed, he bounced up and down a few times before falling far away. How can it be like this? To think that the tribulation lightning could not gather. Xiaochen felt shocked and confused. It looks like you are not prepared yet. Did Lord Dragon Spirit not explain clearly to you? The black-clad bladesman asked as he hovered in the air and looked at Xiaochen. I'd like to hear the details. Xiaochen said after some thought as he struggled to his feet. Earth Dao Domain, Peak 10th Layer. The black-clad bladesman said calmly. When Xiaochen heard that, he was stunned for a while. Then he smiled bitterly. So that is the case. When one's Dao domain reached peak 10th layer, it could advance to a small world. This was the other party's small world. Unless one's cultivation suppressed the other parties or had a peak 10th layer Dao domain, one would not stand a chance of victory in this small world. Initially, Xiaochen thought that this was a small world formed by a formation. Now it looked like this small world was materialized by the other party's peak Dao domain. That explained why the tribulation clouds could not gather. Naturally, one would face resistance when one attracted the tribulation lightning outside in the other party's small world. I've learned something. I lost. Xiaochen sighed. Even though he still had Heavenly Slayer, he had no choice but to admit defeat. Such a suppressive advantage could not be made up for with a soul tool. Haha. Don't tell me that you think that you have to kill me to pass? When the black-clad bladesman saw the situation, he laughed hoarsely. Then he said softly, You already passed. As long as you can last 10 moves against me, you will pass. This stunned Xiaochen. Happiness came too suddenly. Wasn't it too easy? The black-clad bladesman replied calmly, That's not it. Along the way, I spent most of my energy dealing with the whole blood clone. It would already be pretty good if you could last 3 moves from me. It is not too easy. Rather, you are too strong. The whole blood beast does not seem to pose much of a threat to you. Xiaochen nodded and said, I'm already used to it. Now that I have activated my royal true dragon bloodline, and our cultivation is not that far apart, I no longer feel much fear. No wonder. I'll send you to the second floor then. The black-clad bladesman stretched out his hand, and a door of light appeared in the yellow sand, leading to the inheritance hall's second floor. After performing a cupped fist salute, Xiao Chun walked over with large strides. Xiao Chun had cleared this stage somewhat bafflingly. However, no matter what, he had finally passed the test. The instant Xiao Chun entered the inheritance hall's second floor, beams of light directly encased him. Congratulations, Blue Dragon Disciple. The inheritance you obtained on this floor is divine energy infusion. Feeling somewhat confused, Xiao Chun saw many dragon race powerhouses walking out from the ancient era. His divine essence cultivation rose rapidly, but he had yet to react. Before he could react, he revealed a helpless smile. Kasie. Xiao Chun successfully broke through to two-vein sovereign emperor. After a while, Xiao Chun startled awake, revealing a helpless smile. The inheritances in the inheritance hall appeared randomly. If he could choose, he would not have chosen the divine energy infusion. Secret techniques, cultivation techniques, or natural treasures that could raise his Dao domain were what he urgently needed. After exchanging moves with the black-clad bladesman, Xiao Chun already understood that the so-called cultivation realm was just a reference. The divine energy infusion that others sought was not suitable for cultivating in the sovereign emperor realm. However, Xiao Chun viewed it as useless. He had to admit that he had been somewhat greedy. Aside from the deep abyss infusion, the second floor was empty. There were no other treasures left. Xiao Chun could not hide his disappointment. After Xiao Chun took the 10,000 Dragons Art's second layer, he left in a hurry to meet the dragon spirit again. I've already considered it. I need the forbidden art that Senior mentioned. Xiao Chun revealed a serious expression as he spoke calmly without hesitation. The dragon spirit remained silent, not in a rush to answer. Chapter 2249. You need a forbidden technique that can severely injure peak sovereign emperors. Naturally, the inheritance hall has it. However, have you really thought it through? The senior dragon spirit asked as it looked at Xiao Chun. I already thought about it before coming. Senior dragon spirit, please grant me my wish. All right. The dragon spirit handed a jade strip to Xiao Chun. After some thought it said, the situation is special, so I'll make an exception this time. Take this jade strip properly. Xiao Chun received the jade strip and placed it on his forehead. Ancient divine characters immediately appeared in his mind. Xiao Chun did not recognize the divine characters. However, when they appeared in his mind, he naturally understood their meaning. 9 Heavens God Demon Body Unsealing Technique. Xiao Chun looked at the senior dragon spirit in confusion. Then he said, this does not seem to be a forbidden technique unique to the dragon race. This is a forbidden technique that has existed since the Great Desolate Aeon. Now, in the martial epoch, only the dragon race grasps it, probably the only one. The stronger the bloodline, the stronger the might of this forbidden technique. If you execute it with your blue dragon bloodline, you can trace it back to its origin, allowing an ancient blue dragon to undergo a blood rebirth. If you are strong enough, it might even be possible to transform into a Great Desolate Aeon ancestor dragon. This revelation startled Xiao Chun. He asked, what's the price? Once executed, one's divine energy and soul energy will burn. Unstoppable until they burn out. If one is not careful, one will exhaust their chi and blood and die. One needs extremely strong willpower to control it. The dragon spirit sighed softly. Hence, I hesitated for a long time before giving it to you. No one has cultivated this forbidden technique for many years already. The price to pay is a small matter. However, many people do not have strong willpower and cannot endure it. After returning to their ancestral roots, they are unable to reverse it and tire themselves to death. Many of the seniors who executed this 9 Heavens God Demon Body Unsealing technique were prepared to perish together. I'll take note. Xiao Chun showed a grave expression as he realized how terrifying this 9 Heavens God Demon Body Unsealing technique was. This is for you. A Primal Essence Heavenly Replenishing Pill. A Rank 8 Heavenly Pill. After using a forbidden technique, if one didn't have a good supplement, it would leave behind a hidden injury, and one would regret it for the rest of their life. You must remember, if you do not have a Tier 8 heavenly pill or above, you must not use this forbidden technique. Otherwise, even if you injure your opponent, you'll still be crippled. The dragon spirit said to Xiao Chen with a grave expression, "Now, not counting the juniors of the Kunlun realm's Dragon's Gate, you are the only one left of the blue dragon bloodline. I do not wish for you to die like this." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't die." After leaving the land of the Blood Moon, Xiao Chen returned to the Misty Rain Pavilion and continued his seclusion. The Nine Heavens God Demon Body Unsealing technique was much more profound than he had imagined. When he studied it carefully, he found it to be boundlessly profound. It wasn't just a forbidden art. It was that simple. According to the records, this martial skill wasn't a forbidden technique during the primordial era. As long as he could find the complete remains of a divine dragon or an ancestral dragon, he would be able to execute this technique without any damage. He could even refine the ancestral dragon true body, or the inferior divine dragon true body into his avatar. He could freely switch between his true body and an ancestral dragon clone. However, the remains of ancestral dragons and divine dragons were everywhere during the Great Desolate Aeon, so they were easy to find. Now many epochs had passed. However, ancestral dragon remains, divine dragon remains, and even true dragon remains were hard to find. Best one could find some broken limbs. If one wanted to find complete remains, one would have to target mixed blood dragons. Let's not care about this for now. I'll study it thoroughly first. When necessary, I can protect myself and the people around me. After making a trip to the Blue Dragon's ancient land, Xiao Chen received a divine source infusion and advanced to Two-Vein Sovereign Emperor. Obtaining the second layer of the 10,000 Dragons art was a significant harvest. After thinking about it carefully, Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised to discover that the Nine Heavens God Demon Body Unsealing technique and the 10,000 Dragons art seemed to achieve the same result through different means. The 10,000 Dragons art had 5 layers. After advancing each layer, it would eventually evolve into the Ancestor Dragon art. The Nine Heavens God Demon Body Unsealing technique used blood to revert to ancestry. In the end, it also sought to become a Great Desolate Aeon Ancestor Dragon. However, the two were very different. One was a cultivation technique and the other was a martial technique. One focused on gradual progress while the other focused on rapid progress. The two also had different directions. The 10,000 Dragons art was mainly used to cultivate and temper the body. However, the Nine Heavens God Demon Body Unsealing technique was mainly used to injure the enemy. More importantly, the Nine Heavens God Demon Body Unsealing technique was not created by the dragon race. Anyone with a Great Desolate Aeon bloodline could also cultivate it. Perhaps there was some connection between the two. However, this was not the time for Xiao Chen to consider. Right now, he only wanted to focus on studying this forbidden art in case he needed it. The most important thing now was to cultivate the 10,000 Dragons art second layer. He had already delayed the first layer for a long time. Now that he obtained the cultivation technique, he naturally had to do his best to make up for it. Time passed. The outside world was in chaos. The imperial capital Yin City continued its glory and prosperity day and night. However, time seemed to stop in the courtyard behind the Misty Rain Pavilion. Xiao Chen practiced his saber during the day, trying to master the final move, merciless killing. At night, he worked on the 10,000 Dragons art second layer. With the aid of the 2 divine veins, his 10,000 Dragons art improved rapidly. The 10,000 Dragons picture with the blue dragon in the center of Xiao Chen's divine energy sea already completely materialized. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 days passed. There were less than 10 days left to the first Prince Wang Fei's wedding. The entire imperial capital Yin City started to brim with a festive atmosphere. The first Prince Wang Fei used all his strength to maximize the influence of this wedding. In the past few days, feudal lords from various places headed to the imperial capital Yin City. Naturally, the feudal lords belonging to the first prince's camp arrived early. Some of the neutral feudal lords and noble clans saw that the first prince and the Smiling Daughter Pavilion formed an alliance behind this wedding. These feudal lords started to waver in their stance, wondering if they should stand on the first prince's side. Soon after, they rushed to the imperial capital Yin City to congratulate the first prince. Wang Fei was the eldest son in the first place. Furthermore, He had the support of the imperial ancestral temple's patriarchs. Now, he also had the support of the Pleasure Quarter Alliance. Now, he had another trump card in the succession race. This wedding caused Wang Fei's influence to soar, surpassing that of the 8th prince, who had the support of a sect, and the Yan Emperor's favorite 13th prince. This did not seem to have any tangible effect. However, luck was something that was hard to predict. When one side's luck increased, the other side's would definitely decrease. Before the wedding took place, the first prince already gained the initiative in the succession race. Xiao Chun did not overthink. He remained in closed-door cultivation by the Mirror Lake, not bothering about right or wrong. He left everything to Su Yi and Mo Chan. However, today, the peaceful days were broken by the arrival of one person. The Heavenly Book Scholar came to seek an audience. Right now, the imperial capital Yin City is extraordinarily bustling. Various factions gather here. Feudal lords come every day. It is not peaceful for even a moment. This place of yours is unexpectedly quiet. It really surprises me. This is truly surprising, the Heavenly Book Scholar said with a soft smile as he fanned himself with his folding fan when he saw Xiao Chan. The Heavenly Book Scholar's expression remained the same, his bones delicate, and his spirit carefree. Xiao Chan retorted indifferently. What else? What did you think I would be like? A brilliant light flashed in the Heavenly Book Scholar's eyes. He smiled and said, I thought that you would at least join in the excitement. On the surface it looks like a wedding. However, behind it is the succession race. As long as one is ambitious, they will be recruiting soldiers and buying horses, making their final preparations. This is because everyone knows that this wedding has already changed the situation of the succession race. After the wedding, the succession race will start immediately. Xiao Chan smiled and said, I've disappointed you. Let's not talk about this for now. One does not come to the temple for no reason. Why are you looking for me? Just tell me directly. The Heavenly Book Scholar smiled and said, I am not the one looking for you. The one who wants to meet you this time is someone else. Who? He has been waiting for a long time in the Mirror Lake. If you are willing, you can come with me. Xiao Chun knew who was waiting for him. He said softly, Lead the way. Chapter 2250. Behind the misty rain pavilion, on the surface of the vast Mirror Lake, two figures, one in front and one behind, walked on the surface of the water as if they were walking on flat ground. One of them held a white paper fan in his hand. His demeanor was elegant and dignified, as if he was alive. He appeared somewhat weak, like a pale-faced scholar. The other person was dressed in white. His expression was calm as he strolled leisurely in the water. Needless to say, the leader was the Heavenly Book Scholar. Naturally, the other person was Xiao Chan. After passing through a group of blooming water lilies, and a few more ups and downs in the misty water, the Heavenly Book Scholar fell like a meteor, landing firmly on a lone boat. Then he turned his head to look at Xiao Chan and made an inviting gesture. The sky was clear and blue, the clouds were light and the wind was gentle. It was almost noon. The mist was hazy, and a lone boat was in the middle of the river. Xiao Chun glanced at it and didn't suspect anything else. Like a leaf falling from a pine tree, he landed steadily on the bow of the ship. Looking forward, there was already a table of simple dishes and wine in the cabin. The small space could only accommodate 2 or 3 people. The person on the other side was dressed in embroidered clothes. He had a handsome and masculine appearance, and there was a faint murderous aura between his brows. No matter how hard he tried to hide it, he could not hide the murderous aura that made people's hearts palpitate. This was a prince who had killed many people. I have long heard of Lord Zhao's name. I finally get to meet you today. Please take a seat. The 9th prince smiled faintly and invited Xiao Chan to sit down. Greetings, 9th prince. After cupping his hands in greeting, Xiao Chan lifted the hem of his robes and slowly sat down. The 9th prince Wang Yin frequently guarded the borders, resisting the abyssal underworld's demons and the Blood Moon dynasty, a great threat. Xiao Chan didn't know much about him. He only had some understanding of him. He didn't know anything about his background or personality. Wang Yin was not surprised that Xiao Chan recognized him. After a simple understanding and 3 cups of wine, Wang Yin said, Lord Xiao has the strongest spirit in the world, heartburn. I wonder if the simple wine here is to your liking? Xiao Chan put down his cup and said, drinking also depends on one's state of mind. No matter how good the wine was, it was impossible to taste it. For example, right now, the small boat in the middle of the lake and the boundless mist. Although there is an artistic conception, it is not the time to drink. Wang Yan exchanged looks with the Heavenly Book scholar. Then he smiled and said, Lord Xiao is a straightforward person. I will not waste any more words. It was my idea that Changji asked you to buy the key to the Immortal Palace last time. This time, I personally came to ask if Lord Xiao has the intention to make a move. So, the Heavenly Book scholar's name is Changji. Xiao Chan thought to himself. Then he put down his wine cup and smiled. Not selling. As expected. Since you are not selling the ethereal palace key, I wonder if Lord Xiao is willing to sell it? Wang Yan's expression did not change as he looked at Xiao Chen. The lake rippled and the boat swayed. Xiao Chen's heart was as calm as still water. He did not move at all. He said calmly, What do you mean? The 9th prince wants you to help him fight for the throne. Haven't you always wanted to know where the Immortal Palace will appear in the prophecy? I can tell you, only those who help a prince fight for the throne are qualified to know. Aside from that, there is no other way, the Heavenly Book scholar said from the side. Then he looked at Xiao Chan, observing his expression. However, the Heavenly Book scholar appeared somewhat disappointed. He could not make out anything from Xiao Chen's expression. It seemed like Xiao Chan had guessed it long ago. I know all this. Tell me something I don't know. The Heavenly Book scholar frowned slightly when he heard that. Then he looked at the 9th prince. After the 9th prince nodded, the Heavenly Book scholar said, All right. During the succession race, all the princes will enter the ancient Yin Emperor tomb. This is a secret realm of the royal clan. It is also the place where the Yinwu dynasty's luck and dragon veins are stored. Aside from the tombs of the past Yin emperors, there are also all sorts of fortuitous encounters and inheritances. However, many of the places in this secret realm are forbidden lands. Even the royal clan has not explored all of them. This time, the various diviners who read fate and calculate luck all agree that the Immortal Palace might appear in the ancient Yin Emperor tomb. However, as you know, this prophecy has spread thousands of times in the past 100,000 years. You can determine its truth by yourself. Xiao Chun thought to himself. After a while he asked, Only the royal clan controls the entrance to the ancient Yin Emperor tomb, and the tomb opens only during the succession race? The Heavenly Book scholar said. That's right. Even the imperial ancestral temple's patriarchs are qualified to enter only after the late emperor passes away. You need to work with a prince to be qualified to enter. Otherwise, the Immortal Palace key would be wasted in your hands. The 9th prince continued. The succession race is a test for all the princes to enter the ancient Yin Emperor tomb. The final victor will be the crown prince. Honestly speaking, I do not care about the crown prince position. I am just worried. If the Immortal Palace really appears, the wings of time will fall into the hands of the Shuowu dynasty. Finding this strange, Xiao Chen asked, The Shuowu dynasty's people can enter the ancient Yin Emperor tomb? Previously not. However, it is hard to say after the wedding in the imperial capital, the 9th prince said indifferently. The 9th prince said indifferently. This wedding was clearly referring to the wedding of the first prince that had spread across the world. Speaking of which, Xiao Chan, what do you think of this wedding? The Heavenly Book scholar asked as he looked at Xiao Chan. There seemed to be a deeper meaning to his question. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he replied. What opinion can I have? Is that so? In that case, it looks like you still do not know about the recent events. Aside from the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarch, there is another person presiding over this wedding. The current clan head of the Sword God's noble clan, Su Qiming, is also the father of the Misty Rain Pavilion's pavilion master. The Heavenly Book scholar explained calmly and unhurriedly. This stunned Xiao Chen. This meant that the first prince had gained another great helper. Is the transcendent strongest noble clan of the dynasty finally taking a side in this succession race? No wonder the Heavenly Book scholar asked for my opinion. I thought that the other party already knew some of my plans. The 9th prince showed a somewhat helpless expression as he said, The noble clans, the sects, and the feudal lords are the three strongest factions in the dynasty. The Su family was the head of the world's aristocratic families. Regardless of his motives for choosing his eldest brother, it would definitely affect the choices of many aristocratic families. After this wedding, eldest brother has already taken the lead in the battle for the position of crown prince, breaking the original balance between the three. Xiao Qin's thoughts raced as he thought of something. He asked, "The ninth prince mentioned earlier that the Shuowu dynasty's demons can enter the ancient Yin emperor tomb after the wedding. Does that have anything to do with this?" The ninth prince laughed softly and said, "Big brother obtained such a strong support and seized the initiative, leaving 8th brother and 13th brother far behind. To obtain so many benefits, one naturally has to pay the price. It's just that the price paid is a little too great. If one is not careful, one will fall into their own trap." Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Xiao Chen pondered and pointed out the crux of the problem. That's right. In reality, the Azure Lotus Church is behind the Pleasure Quarter Alliance. Right now, the ancestral court is in the Shuowu dynasty. Back then, the Azure Lotus Church fought with the Buddhist sect. After they lost, they were labeled an evil sect. They could only go far away to avoid trouble. Instead, they developed in the Shuowu dynasty. However, the world does not know that the Azure Lotus Church's greatest business has always been in the Yinwu dynasty. Such a secret shocked Xiao Chen. To think that the Azure Lotus Church was behind the Pleasure Quarter Alliance. The Azure Lotus Church. This was not Xiao Chen's first time hearing about this. Back in the fiendish demon battlefield in the Grave Sea Cluster, he had a karmic connection with the Azure Lotus Holy Daughters Nirmanakya. The Nirmanakya was different from the clone. The Nirmanakya had its own thoughts and character, able to think subjectively. No matter how strong the clone was or how intelligent it was, it could not think subjectively, much less give birth to a new personality. However, there were similarities between the two. Be it the Nirmanakya or the clone, they were both under the control of the main body. Everything that happened between Xiao Chen and the Azure Lotus Holy Daughters Nirmanakya back then was under the observation of the main body. The other party knew everything. However, the main body was the main body, and the Nirmanakya was the Nirmanakya. The two were like two different people. Back then, after the Azure Lotus Holy Daughters Nirmanakya spoke, her physical body exploded, turning into a strand of 9-colored spirituality that vanished. Since the royal court knows that the Azure Lotus Church is behind the Pleasure Quarter Alliance, why did they not eradicate the Pleasure Quarter Alliance? Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity, startling awake from his memories. The Heavenly Book Scholar smiled and said, "Xiao Chen, given your intelligence, you just need to think about it to figure out the reason. The Hidden Spirit Temple." Inspiration flashed in Xiao Chen's mind as he said seriously. The Heavenly Book Scholar nodded and said, "That's right. The royal court did indeed think of using the Pleasure Quarter Alliance to keep the Hidden Spirit Temple in check. However, whether it would be effective or not is another matter. Another reason is that the Pleasure Quarter Alliance possesses deep accumulations. It is practically impossible to eradicate it completely. Furthermore, it has never shown any enmity to the dynasty, so we just let it exist." The ninth prince said, "This time is somewhat different. For the sake of the ethereal immortal palace, the Shuowu dynasty will definitely use the Azure Lotus Church as a connection to enter the ancient Yin Emperor tomb." "The first prince can't be that stupid, right?" Wang Yan said coldly. "He took benefits from others. Naturally, he has to pay the price. He is not stupid either. He just thinks himself clever and wants to take a gamble. The prophecies have been false thousands of times. As long as this time is also false, it does not matter to him. After saying so much, I have said everything I know. Lord Xiao, you can see my sincerity. What do you think? Are you willing to help me seize the throne and enter the ancient Yin Emperor tomb together?" Xiao Chen replied softly, "I'll give you an answer 3 days later." "Sure. This is such a major matter. If you agree to it now, I will feel suspicious." Wang Yan smiled faintly and stood up to send the three off. The three walked to the bow of the warship. Just as they were about to say their goodbyes, the lake's surface turned scarlet at some point in time, and many black corpses floated on the water. Wang Yan's expression immediately changed drastically. "These are my secret guards." Chapter 2251. Blood flowed in the clear lake water. Clearly, these ninth prince's secret guards had died not long ago. The Heavenly Book Scholar and the ninth Prince Wang Yan showed somewhat shocked expressions. Unexpectedly, someone in the imperial capital dared to attack a prince. The three stood at the bow, not daring to act rashly. The ninth prince had killed so many elite secret guards right under their noses. At the very least, he was a great perfection sovereign emperor. Furthermore, his water Dao domain was very strong. As Wang Yan looked at the corpses of the secret guards soaking in the water, his expression turned increasingly unsightly. Wang Yan could no longer suppress the killing chi on his face, spreading it out wildly. Boom! When the horrifying killing chi burst out, the entire lake became like the sea. Waves roared and surged endlessly. Xiao Chun felt slightly startled. The ninth prince's strength somewhat surprised him. Just his killing chi was already so terrifying. This person must have taken the lead when killing enemies outside, leading the charge. Countless demonic Dao cultivators and abyssal underworld cultivators must have died at the ninth prince's hands. Otherwise, he would not have materialized such a vast killing chi. Xiao Chun vaguely saw a shadow of himself from back then in the ninth prince. The ninth prince walked the massacre Dao. If one was not careful on this Dao, one would enter berserking chi deviation and fall into an abyss of eternal damnation. However, the ninth prince had the dynasty's luck, so he was in a much better state than Xiao Chun back then. The dynasty's luck could suppress and refine this killing chi. However, the ninth prince's killing chi could also be used to refine the dynasty's luck. It all depended on the ninth prince's choice. I want to see who dares to kill my people in Yen City. The ninth prince raged. The lake water surged, looking like it would overturn the entire lake. Xiao Chun felt slightly surprised. With such a large lineup, it should have startled the outside world long ago. The Misty Rain Pavilion was located in the bustling area of the imperial capital. Any disturbance would startle the entire imperial capital. The city guards would rush over in 10 breaths. However, there was no movement at all. It was like the three were isolated in another world. Something's wrong, Xiao Chun said to the Heavenly Book Scholar. Then, he activated the alloy dragon armor. Purple dragon motifs adorned the silver armor, and a thunder dragon reverse scale pendant hung on his forehead. His aura immediately changed drastically. The Heavenly Book Scholar looked at the sky and said, "Something is wrong. We are already in someone else's small world. Pocket world." One could materialize a small world only after reaching the 10th layer of the Dao domain. This was somewhat problematic. Puff! As soon as he finished speaking, a bloody mouth appeared in the water and swallowed the entire boat with a bang. So. The three of them moved as fast as lightning, dodging to the side and looking back. In the lake below, a snow-white snake with a single horn on its head appeared. Vaguely, there was a trace of divine might. This was a huge snake with the bloodline of the divine beast Bays. Snow Python. This stunned the Heavenly Book Scholar. He recognized this snake. This was a ferocious beast that only the White Marsh Beast Empire's royal court possessed. A person stood on the snake's body. This person wore a straw raincoat and a conical bamboo hat. He held a fishing rod in his hand. This person exuded a mysterious and unfathomable aura, displaying the horrifying cultivation of a six-veined sovereign emperor. Doubt flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes. However, before he could think, that person swung the fishing rod in his hand. Whoosh! 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 The fishing line seemed to have a life of its own, twisting in the air and drawing a curved path as it tried to entangle the three. Xiao Chun and the other two did not dare to be careless. Their figures flashed as they dodged the fishing line. However, this person was too strong. The fishing line was transparent and strangely fast. In mere moments, the fishing line wrapped around the leg of the Heavenly Book Scholar, who was the weakest among the three. Whoosh! 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 The fishing line continuously spun around the Heavenly Book Scholar's leg, extending up and deep into his flesh. Blood instantly covered his entire leg. The fishing line was extremely thin and boundlessly sharp. It looked like it would cut off the Heavenly Book Scholar's leg. The Heavenly Book Scholar snorted coldly. Then, he opened the folding fan in his hand, and a vast Confucian righteous chi spread out from his body. Kasie! Kasie! The fishing line, which was originally only wrapped around Xiao Chen's leg, instantly bounced off. Then, he quickly extricated himself and fled far away. The straw raincoat-clad man on the snow python did not show any change in expression. He continued to swing the fishing rod in his hand. Immediately, the fishing line extended infinitely in the air, turning into transparent ribbons dancing in the air. Xiao Chun and the other two felt somewhat sullen. They could not bring out their strength and could only evade. This fishing rod was simply too strange. They could not do anything about it, they could only dodge. If they got careless and got entangled in the fishing line, that would be the Heavenly Book Scholar's fate. At this moment, the most important thing was not to let this affect their mental states. The Ninth Prince and the Heavenly Book Scholar felt somewhat frustrated. With their strength restricted, they could only dodge helplessly. This continuously affected their mental states. Xiao Chen's heart remained as calm as still water as he calmly observed the straw raincoat-clad man's actions. He showed a grave expression, not daring to be careless. A six-veined sovereign emperor. Just this cultivation alone placed heavy pressure on Xiao Chen, making it difficult to defeat him. At the same time, Xiao Chen had several doubts in his heart. Were there no older generation experts by the Ninth Prince's side, guarding him in secret? Or were they already pinned down? Xiao Chen did not know if the expert who covered the small world in this mirror lake was the straw raincoat-clad man or another expert. Take the bait willingly, the straw raincoat-clad man said softly as Xiao Chen kept guessing. Then, he quickly pulled in the fishing line and sank it to the bottom. Mysterious ripples immediately appeared on the water's surface. The fishing line seemed to sink into another space and time, looking incredibly strange. In the next moment, a loud bang rang out, and a ferocious beast was actually reeled in. Fishing alone in the cold river snow, not returning to sleep when the moon sets, the straw raincoat-clad man said softly. Under the conical bamboo hat, a smile appeared on the straw raincoat-clad man's face. With the help of a slender fishing line, the huge ferocious beast was easily pulled up and sent flying towards the three. Even if a strong wind blows in the night, the shore is where my heart is at peace. Beyond the chilly wind and cold shadows, a lone boat accompanied by grass. As the straw raincoat-clad man chanted, not only did the ferocious beast get pulled out, but it also flew around in the air, making the three miserable. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. The night is still, the water is cold, and the fish do not feed. The boat is empty, and the bright moon returns. Boom! This was even more horrifying. A bright moon actually fell out of the water. As it slowly rose, it startled the three. Be careful. I know who he is. He is the White Marsh Beast Empire's imperial teacher, Sikong Shu. Xiao Chen showed a grave expression. Before this straw raincoat-clad man brought out his full strength, he had already forced the three into a dangerous situation. Now that this bright moon fell out, it was even more flabbergasting. Just at this moment, a strand of extremely strong soul energy silently shot towards Xiao Chen like a sharp arrow. Dang! When the soul energy struck the reverse scale on Xiao Chen's forehead, it gave off a crisp sound. A ferocious dragon roared and scattered this strand of soul energy. Xiao Chen's expression immediately changed drastically, as this soul energy attack targeted only him. The Ninth Prince and the Heavenly Book Scholar were not affected. In the end, this assassination was actually aimed at him. Rage. When Xiao Chen understood, he immediately became enraged and snorted coldly. The divine energy in Xiao Chen's body flowed in reverse, turning into demonic chi divine energy. He activated the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art, and demonic chi immediately surged out of his body. The Xuewu dynasty's sacred tool, the Scarlet Moon, instantly activated. A scarlet moon rose behind Xiao Chen. Then, he faced his palms to the sky and held up this vast scarlet moon. Then he smashed it down. Bang! The two bright moons collided. The bright moon that the straw raincoat-clad man held up shattered amid a loud bang. Xiao Chen used the Xuewu dynasty's sacred tool, the Scarlet Moon, to smash it into smithereens. However, the fishing line took advantage of this opportunity to wrap around Xiao Chen's ankle before extending upwards. In an instant, it firmly bound Xiao Chen. However, the sharp fishing line that could cut into the Heavenly Book Scholar's flesh could not penetrate Xiao Chen's body at all. He had the alloy dragon armor protecting him, so it could not injure him at all. Whoosh! The straw raincoat-clad man stared at Xiao Chun from under the conical bamboo hat on the snow python, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The straw raincoat-clad man pulled ferociously, trying to pull Xiao Chun over. However, just as the straw raincoat-clad man was about to pull, electricity jolted his hand, nearly causing the fishing rod to fall from his grasp. A horrifying bolt of electricity moved along the fishing line, crackling as it flashed. With the support of the alloy dragon armor, the straw raincoat-clad man's 4th-layer Thunder Dao domain reached the might of a 5th-layer Thunder Dao domain. Even a 6-vein sovereign emperor would suffer significant injuries from this lightning strike, which looked pleasing to the eye. Whoosh! The man in the woven rush raincoat sitting on the snow python gave a muffled groan. He, who had always been like an old fisherman, stood up for the first time. Boom! The instant the straw raincoat-clad man stood up, the horrifying aura of a 6-vein sovereign emperor surged out together with the might of his divine seal. The 9th prince and the heavenly book scholar were currently dealing with the attacks of various ferocious beasts and mysterious phenomena. When they saw this scene, they were greatly startled. This was because the straw raincoat-clad old man's sovereign emperor aura headed for Xiao Chun. The two of them were only slightly affected. The straw raincoat-clad old man wanted to use the horrifying might and pressure of a 6-vein sovereign emperor to shatter Xiao Chun's Thunder Dao domain. However, Xiao Chun smiled coldly. The royal blue dragon bloodline in his body surged endlessly like a surging river. He did not show any fear when facing this aura. The White Marsh Beast Empire's royal tutor already came out. Where are the experts of my divine dragon empire? Why are you still not coming out? Xiao Chun shouted coldly. Then he pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth and used the 3-vein sovereign emperor soul energy that he inherited from an ancient demonic sovereign to detonate the divine lightning talisman in the depths of his soul pool. Immediately, thunderous sounds rumbled endlessly, shaking the entire small world. Up until now, Xiao Chun could only use the divine lightning eye to activate the divine lightning talisman that the immortal epic's thunder ancestor left behind. However, the situation forced him to use his 3-vein sovereign emperor soul energy and take the risk to activate it. Rumble! The divine lightning talisman instantly erupted. The immortal epic's thunder ancestor's talisman burst out with a frightening might of divine lightning. Xiao Chun's every word became thunderous, turning into the sound of divine lightning rampaging in this small world. Electric light flickered all over his body. As the demonic chi driven by the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art's demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art, Xiao Chun became as terrifying as an ancient thunder god punishing everything in the world. Chapter 2252. Rumble. Thunder boomed endlessly. The explosive power of a 3-vein sovereign emperor detonating the divine lightning talisman surpassed Xiao Chun's expectations. The divine lightning talisman even went somewhat out of control. Just the sound waves shook the small world. Cracks. A flaw appeared in the small world. The heavenly book scholar looked up and discovered some cracks in the sky flickering with electric light. The heavenly book scholar's eyes immediately lit up with joy. As long as he broke this small world, all the danger would be resolved. At that time, no matter how strong Sikong Shu was, he would not dare to linger. Otherwise, it would be problematic if the city guards captured him. When the straw raincoat-clad man on the snow python saw Xiao Chun's might, he felt slightly shocked. What surprised the straw raincoat-clad man even more was that Xiao Chun had guessed that there were other people here. Even at death's door, you still dare to be so arrogant. Xiao Chun, you really don't know what's good for you. Whoosh! Thunder rumbled as the lake water parted. A silver-haired old man emerged like a dragon emerging from the sea. He held a white pearl in his hand as he leaped out and looked coldly at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun could clearly sense dragon might in the aura that this old man gave off. If it were someone familiar with the dragon race, they would be able to tell that this was an expert of the silver dragon bloodline of the 6-colored divine dragons. A strange look flashed in the heavenly book scholar's eyes. He whispered to the 9th prince. This person is the Silver Dragon Palace's palace master, the clan head of the Silver Dragon bloodline. He is conferred the title of king in the Divine Dragon Empire, the Silver Dragon King. What? A surprised expression immediately flashed in Wang Yan's eyes. The Silver Dragon King. To think that the clan head of the Divine Dragon Empire disregarded his status. and came to Yen City to assassinate Xiao Chan. How much trouble did this Xiao Chan cause in the Divine Dragon Empire? Xiao Chan looked at the silver-haired old man with a cold gaze. Then he said sullenly, "Since when did the Silver Dragon Palace become the Golden Dragon bloodline's lackey?" The silver-haired old man retorted coldly, "You have a sharp tongue. If you are sensible, you will return to the Divine Dragon Empire with this king, and meet the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. Otherwise, you will be disobeying orders. Don't blame me for being merciless." The silver-haired old man saw that Xiao Chan had been tied up by the fishing line of the man in the woven rush raincoat. They only treated him as a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. They didn't give him any face at all. Xiao Chan laughed and said, "What a good disobeying orders. Old thing, listen up. I am now a rank 6 envoy inspector of the Heavenly Alliance. Why do I need to listen to the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor's orders? It seems like you intend to resist to the end. Fine, then I won't waste my breath on you." The purpose of these two people was to assassinate Xiao Chan, so they had never thought of reasoning with him. Seeing that Xiao Chan did not comply, the Silver Dragon King's murderous intent soared. "Stop." The ninth prince showed a sullen expression as he said, "One of them is the White Marsh Beast Empire's royal teacher, and the other is the Divine Dragon Empire's Silver Dragon King. However, this is the Yinwu dynasty. To think that they do not care about this prince at all, killing my secret guards on a whim." The man in the woven rush raincoat said calmly, "The two of us were only defending ourselves. The prince's secret guards discovered us and wanted to attack us. I believe the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs will understand. If we offended the prince in any way, we will personally apologize to the Yen Emperor." The moment Wang Yan said that, his face turned green with anger. Even if he was not favored by his imperial father, Wang Yan would not dare to offend him. Even if he was not favored by his father, he was still a prince. To think that these two did not give him any face at all, only saying that they would apologize to the Yen Emperor, completely ignoring him. This humble one is following orders to capture the dragon race criminals. I believe that the prince will not shield me on purpose. Otherwise, if I accidentally injure your highness..." The Silver Dragon King smiled coldly. His tone showed that he did not care about the ninth prince at all. In the Silver Dragon King's opinion, this ninth prince was just a child of the younger generation, not qualified to stand on equal footing with him. Furthermore, the two of them came prepared. They knew this ninth prince very well. The person behind them even intended to teach this ninth prince a lesson, making things difficult for him. Hence, the two of them did not fear the ninth prince at all. "I, Wang Yan, will interfere in today's matter. If you have the guts, then kill me." Wang Yan raged. His 10 fingers moved rapidly, forming hand seals. In that instant, his 10 fingers flickered with light, and space trembled. The image of the Yen Imperial Sword appeared in front of the ninth prince. However, it was different from the Yen Imperial Sword that Xiao Chan had seen before. Aside from containing the vast holy might of the dynasty, this sword image also contained an incredibly horrifying killing chi. Wang Yan had heard that the royal clan disciples could summon the sword image of the Yen Imperial Sword. Then they could use this sword image to forge their own life's secret treasure. In the future, when they ascended to the throne and became the Yen Emperor, they could immediately grasp the Yen Imperial Sword. At that time, their life secret treasure would merge with the Yen Imperial Sword, allowing them to brand the Yen Imperial Sword with their own mark. Xiao Chun felt somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, the ninth prince was willing to take out the life secret treasure he refined for him in a fit of rage. If this secret treasure was damaged, not only would it harm Xiao Chan, but it would also affect his luck in the dynasty. Sikong. A crack has already appeared in this pocket dimension. We can't delay any longer. The Silver Dragon King frowned slightly as he sent a voice projection. He had not reached the 10th layer Water Dao domain. This small world was formed by the pearl in Xiao Chen's hand and his Water Dao domain. Once a flaw appeared, it would be difficult to mend it. Understood. I'll stall the ninth prince and you go kill them. As an outsider, it is not convenient for me to kill a sinner of your dragon clan. The man in the raincoat said indifferently. The Silver Dragon King cursed in his heart. This Sikong Shu has not been putting in much effort. They were waiting for him to show up and kill Xiao Chan. Forget it, none of this is important. What's important is that Xiao Chan must die today. Gotcha. However, just as the straw raincoat-clad man prepared to restrain the ninth prince, Xiao Chan suddenly drew his tyrant saber. The fishing line wrapped around Xiao Chan suddenly snapped. With a slight tremble, the fishing line binding Xiao Chan broke free. Poochie! Caught off guard, blood leaked out of a corner of Sikong Shu's lips. He exclaimed, "My fishing line!" The seemingly unremarkable fishing line was actually incredibly sharp. Small perfection sovereign emperor. Small perfection sovereign emperors could not resist this fishing line at all. Even great perfection sovereign emperors could forget about struggling free. Even soul tools could not break it. Sikong Shu had gathered all the divine materials in the world and used his own soul blood to refine it for hundreds of years. However, Xiao Chan managed to break it with one saber strike today. Most importantly, this saber could not be considered a soul tool. That's impossible. Even a medial-grade soul tool cannot break my fishing line. Disbelief flashed in the straw raincoat-clad man's eyes. He could not accept this at all. In reality, it was as he said. With just the tyrant saber, Xiao Chan would find it very difficult to break this fishing line. However, after Xiao Chan used his soul energy to activate the divine lightning talisman in his soul pool, he continuously tried to use the power of the divine lightning to shake the fishing line. The ninth prince had bought Xiao Chan a lot of time. By the time the tyrant saber made its move, the divine lightning had already shaken the fishing line. The tyrant saber easily chopped down again. I can't care so much anymore. When the Silver Dragon King saw Sikong Shu in a daze, he snorted coldly and charged over alone. The Silver Dragon King held the treasure pearl with his left hand, and his right hand turned into a palm saber as he chopped at Xiao Chan. Boom! Before the Silver Dragon King arrived, the dragon might contained in the Silver Dragon King's terrifying cultivation caused Xiao Chen's qi and blood to surge, and his internal organs to rupture. Dang! At the critical moment, Wang Yan wielded the Scarlet Yin Imperial Sword and arrived before Xiao Chan. One saber and one sword attacked at the same time. The two blocked the Silver Dragon King's startling strike. However, the two still got knocked back, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. The difference in cultivation was too great. The Silver Dragon King was a six-vein sovereign emperor, only half a step shy of peak sovereign emperor. Furthermore, as the Silver Dragon King, the resources and accumulations that he could use were not what an ordinary sovereign emperor could compare to. With just one hand, the Silver Dragon King easily knocked back Xiao Chan and Wang Yan at the same time. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The Silver Dragon King's expression turned slightly unsightly. To think that he could not severely injure two juniors in one move. Although the Silver Dragon King knocked back Xiao Chan and Wang Yan, it was clear that the two still had strength to spare. Too strong. Xiao Chan and Wang Yan had the same thought at the same time. This Silver Dragon King's strength was somewhat boundlessly strong. An ordinary six-vein sovereign emperor could not compare to him at all. However, the Silver Dragon King still needed to maintain his small world and could not use his full power. This gave the two many opportunities. Dang! 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 The Silver Dragon King fought one against two with one hand, showing off his might. However, he could not seriously injure Xiao Chan and Wang Yan. After 10 odd moves, he actually started to feel fatigued. However, the Silver Dragon King could not put down his pride and ask Sikong Shu for help. This made him feel exceptionally frustrated. Silver Dragon King, you are only a so-so. You are far from comparable to the White Dragon King. You are not even comparable to the 3 palace masters of my Heaven Dragon Palace. You just live up to your reputation. Xiao Chan mocked the Silver Dragon King, trying to provoke the other party into giving up on maintaining his small world. As long as the Silver Dragon King let go, it would immediately startle the entire imperial capital. At that time, he would have truly dodged a calamity. Ninth Prince, you have repeatedly tried to stop me. This king could not bear to injure you. Since you want to force me, then don't blame me for being merciless. The Silver Dragon King was thoroughly enraged. However, he ignored Xiao Chan. Just take care of yourself first. Just as the Silver Dragon King was about to attack without caring about anything, a voice suddenly came from the pearl in his hand. Who is it? The Silver Dragon King immediately revealed an extremely surprised expression. Crack! The pearls suddenly shattered. What is a fiend? Idle clouds and wild cranes are impermanent. The lush mountains and clear waters asked the ruler's heart. A resplendent and strange saber light answered the silver dragon king. Then a figure leaped out, and the small world completely collapsed. Chapter 2253. What is a demon? Idle clouds and wild cranes are impermanent. Green mountains and clear waters asked the ruler's heart. The person who came was fiendish Saber Shimu's first disciple Lu Benwei. He finally broke the barrier of this small world from the outside. Gotcha! It looked like the saber would strike the Silver Dragon King and severely injure it. However, the Silver Dragon King was a famous expert after all. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he turned into a silver dragon image. As if he had teleported, he dodged the strongest attack of the saber. By the time the saber light arrived again, its power had already weakened significantly. Bang! When the saber struck the Silver Dragon King's chest, it gave off a loud clang. However, the saber struck the armor, unable to advance any further. The Silver Dragon King vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying back and landed on the lake. Another deafening explosion rang out. Before he could gather his strength to counterattack, Lu Benwei had already executed his second move. What is a demon? The fallen flower man stood alone. The tiny rain swallows fly together. A strong wind blew and the petals filled the sky. The flying leaves fell like rain, walking in the wind, standing alone. This strike stood calmly as the wind and rain stirred up the falling flowers. As the two swallows spread out, it turned into a drop of rain and fell. Lu Benwei spread his arms, and two afterimages flew away like swallows. Then, he turned into a drop of pure rain and fell towards the Silver Dragon King on the lake. Xiao Chun was slightly startled when he saw this scene. This scene seemed familiar, yet it was completely different from his memories. Be it the fiendish saber inheritance's first move or the second move, Lu Benwei's comprehension was different from his. The first style he had comprehended was all things rejoicing together. He wanted to be at peace with the clouds, wild cranes, green mountains, and clear waters. Everything in the world was at his disposal, and there was no distinction between them. Lu Benwei used this to question the heart of the ruler, to ask himself, and also to ask his opponent. In the second style, what Xiao Chun comprehended was a sense of pride, a sense of persistence, and a sense of tyranny that looked down on the 9 heavens. Raindrop breaking the vault of heaven. Lu Benwei, on the other hand, comprehended a kind of indifference. Transcendence from the mundane world. The wind blows, the clouds do not sway. My heart is like me, and does not follow the heavens. The two different comprehensions were evenly matched. As long as it was suitable for him, it was fine. After using it, there were two completely different images, causing everyone's eyes to light up. However, given Lu Benwei's current cultivation as a 6-vein sovereign emperor, the might of the fiendish saber inheritance was much greater than Xiao Chen's. Given Xiao Chen's current cultivation, even if he executed the fiendish saber inheritance, he would find it hard to truly injure the Silver Dragon King. But Lu Benwei was different. Gotcha! When this saber strike landed, the Silver Dragon King's armor shattered. The saber light instantly struck the Silver Dragon King. Bang! In the face of adversity, the Silver Dragon King roared ferociously and sent a palm strike. His 5 fingers morphed into a silver dragon claw, and the 5 dragon claws pierced Lu Benwei's chest at the same time. Lu Benwei snorted coldly. He endured the pain and was about to attack again. Suddenly he felt a sense of danger. His figure flashed, and an arc of light flashed. It disappeared from where the Silver Dragon King's head had been. Then it swept up and bound the Silver Dragon King. It was Sikong Shu who calmly made a move and rescued the Silver Dragon King. Then the snow python entered the lake and disappeared into the distance. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he landed beside Lu Benwei. When he saw the 5 bloody holes in Lu Benwei's chest, he asked sullenly, "Big brother Lu, are you alright?" "I'm fine. It won't take my life." I underestimated this Silver Dragon King's strength. Lu Benwei sheathed his saber and said calmly, "I'll find a place to treat my injuries first. The small world is already broken. Those two probably won't dare to come again." Alright. As Xiao Chun watched Lu Benwei's figure disappear, he entered deep thought. This big brother Lu is very elusive. Even Xiao Chun himself does not know where he usually goes. However, this is fine. Those who want to harm me will find it hard to detect Lu Benwei's existence. If not for Big Brother Lu making a move, I would have been in trouble. Xiao Chun had not expected the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor to be so deranged, sending the Silver Dragon King to kill him. Furthermore, this was in the imperial capital, Yen City, before the 9th prince. That should be Fiendish Saber Shimu's disciple, right? Unexpectedly, Lord Xiao has such an expert protecting you in secret, the 9th prince said as he watched Lu Benwei leave. The 9th prince said with a hint of curiosity in his eyes as he watched Lu Benwei leave. Xiao Chun asked doubtfully, could it be that the 9th prince does not have any expert guards by his side? This question put Wang Yan in an awkward position, not knowing how to answer. The Heavenly Book scholar smiled bitterly at the side and said, Xiao Chun, even the royal clan has a limited number of great perfection sovereign emperors. How can they arrange for one for every prince? Aside from a few favorite princes, the royal clan will not arrange for a great perfection sovereign emperor to protect them. Actually, they use their own influence to recruit them. However, if you want to recruit a great perfection sovereign emperor, you will have to pay a significant price. Even if the 9th prince succeeds in recruiting the great perfection sovereign emperor, the 9th prince can only protect him at important moments. They cannot possibly be by the prince's side at all times. So that is the case. This dispelled Xiao Chen's doubts about why he did not see any experts by Wang Yan's side in the earlier battle. This made sense. Even in Yen City, how many great perfection sovereign emperors could there be? It would be even more difficult for a great perfection sovereign emperor to accompany a prince at all times. What a pity for my brothers. Their deaths were not worth it. Displeasure flashed in Wang Yan's eyes. When the shock waves from the earlier battle swept out, not even the corpses of his secret guards remained. Sorry, I implicated the 9th prince this time. Xiao Chun felt somewhat apologetic. Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King's target was him. Those secret guards were just collateral damage. It's not really implicating. In the end, it is because I do not have any authority in the imperial capital. If it were first brother or 8th brother, those two would not dare to mess around. Wang Yan showed a calm expression, not showing any intention of blaming Xiao Chun. The Heavenly Book scholar said from the side, it is possible that there are other princes behind this matter. Without the princes taking care of this, the Heavenly Book scholar would not have been able to deal with this. Without the prince's help, Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King would not be able to silently lay a small world in the Mirror Lake. First brother's wedding is approaching, and there are more people from all walks of life in the imperial capital. This is probably just the beginning, Wang Yan said with a drawn-out sigh, not feeling surprised. After some thought, Xiao Chun said, 9th prince, I think I can agree to what you said earlier. When Wang Yan heard that, he asked softly, you mean you agree to come to the ancient Yen Emperor tomb with me? Yes. However, I have a request. What request? Speak. After Xiao Chun finished speaking, the 9th prince thought for a while before saying, all right, I can promise you that. As long as you agree to come to the ancient Yen Emperor tomb with me, you will be my guest. That's good. Goodbye. After Xiao Chun turned around, he quickly left, not lingering. The Heavenly Book scholar and the 9th prince entered deep thought as they watched Xiao Chun leave. Unexpectedly, this is what he needs me to do for him. Changji, is it good for him? The 9th prince Wang Yan asked, feeling confused. The Heavenly Book scholar shook his head and said, there are no benefits at all. He might even end up dead. I cannot figure out this person, nor can I divine. Wang Yan said calmly, it does not matter. Given this, there is no need to worry about him cultivating a demonic Dao cultivation technique. A person who can make such a request would not be in cahoots with those demonic Dao cultivators. 9th prince, which prince do you think is involved this time? Wang Yan replied coldly. Aside from little 13, which other prince would be so bold, daring to make such a rash move in the imperial capital? First brother allied with the smiling daughter Pavilion. It looks like he is really anxious. For the sake of gaining help, he does not care about anything else. The Heavenly Book scholar nodded and said, I guessed it earlier as well. However, I did not want Xiao Chun to know, so I did not say it. Don't tell Xiao Chun about this first. Given his character, I'm afraid that he will seek trouble for little 13 tonight. On the other side, Sikongshu and the Silver Dragon King fled far away from the center of the lake. When he reappeared, he was in a secluded courtyard. There were already several people waiting for a long time in the courtyard. If Xiao Chun were here, he would easily recognize two of them. As for the last person, he would probably be able to guess. As Wang Yan had guessed, the youngest of the three was the Yan Emperor's favorite son, the 13th Prince Wang Yi. On his left was Xiao Chen's old acquaintance Bai Yunfei, who had the royal bloodline of the Bai's empire. The person on the right was wearing a golden yellow robe with purple patterns embedded in his collar. The purple and gold colors were rather eye-catching. This person was Bai Yunfei's good friend, the famous dragon god crown prince of the divine dragon empire, Qin Ming. Did teacher succeed? Seeing Sikongshu appear, Bai Yunfei's eyes flashed with anticipation and he hurriedly went up to ask. The nearby Qin Ming seemed to be much calmer, and he already knew the answer in his heart after observing the expressions of the two old men. It failed. He has a great perfection sovereign emperor by his side at all times. To think that the 9th prince even helped him at the crucial moment. Sikongshu and the Silver Dragon King said with somewhat unsightly expressions. After all, 2 six-veined sovereign emperors had gone to kill a junior. No matter how they looked at it, it was extremely embarrassing. However, the 13th Prince Wang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. If they had really assassinated Xiao Chen and investigated the matter, it would have been problematic. The 13th Prince stepped forward and said, "Seniors, I already did my best to help with this matter. As for what you promised me..." Before the 13th Prince could finish, Qin Ming interrupted. 13th Prince, don't worry. Since we are here, we will definitely help the 13th Prince ascend to the ceremony. This failure will not affect our relationship. There is no need to worry. The 13th Prince smiled and said, "Good. In that case, I can rest assured. You can stay in the imperial capital for now. If you need anything, you can come and look for me at any time." After the 13th Prince left, Bai Yunfei said in a flustered and exasperated manner, "If we can't even kill him with this, we will not have another chance in Yen City." Qin Ming said indifferently, "There's no rush. I have a feeling that he will definitely go to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. At that time, we will have plenty of opportunities to kill him openly." Chapter 2254. Ancient Yan Emperor Tomb. After parting from the 9th Prince and the Heavenly Book Scholar, Xiao Chan muttered to himself, if the ethereal immortal palace appeared, it would be in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. This was not good news for Xiao Chan. The battle between the immortal palace and the crown prince was bound to cause a great disturbance. However, there were too many uncertainties regarding the immortal palace. Putting aside the accuracy of this prophecy, among the 7 keys, the most important one, the inheritance key, had long been lost. Without the inheritance key, even a faux god would not be able to open the doors of the ethereal immortal palace. Chu Chaoyun once said that the secret of the inheritance key might only be known by the previous Heaven Dragon. However, the previous generation Heaven Dragon had been imprisoned in the Starry Heavens Dragon prison. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor had tortured the Heaven Dragon for 20-odd years without finding any clues. The chances of obtaining the inheritance key were extremely slim. Let's put this matter aside for now. The people of the Divine Dragon Empire and the White Marsh Beast Empire have come to Yen City. The people of the Profound Heaven Holy Land and the Universe Origin Sect will probably join in the excitement. Especially the Sacred Son of the Profound Heaven. Back in the Netherworld, he even fought with Chu Chaoyun over the Ethereal Palace's key. Xiao Chen entered deep thought as he thought to himself, if I include the experts of the Azure Lotus Church and the Shuowu dynasty, the number of factions that will come because of the ancient Yen Emperor tomb is somewhat frightening. Of the 8 super factions of the Great Thousand Realms, almost everyone except the Pirate Alliance was present. Currently, of the known keys, Xiao Chan had 1, Yuan Zhen had 1, Chu Chaoyun had 1, and the first prince had given 1 to the Azure Lotus Church. Excluding the inheritance key, there were still 2 keys that had yet to appear. His head was about to explode. All the clues were in a mess and his thoughts were in a mess. Xiao Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about these troublesome things. He started thinking about today's battle. In the battle at the center of the lake, Xiao Chen finally experienced the strength and terror of the older generation sovereign emperors. His divine energy was stable, his cultivation was strong, and he grasped a soul tool. Due to Xiao Chen's age, His accomplishments in the Tao domain made others look up to him. His cultivation stagnated, unable to advance, so he could only increase his strength in other aspects. The Tao domain was undoubtedly a good breakthrough point. As long as he had enough time and his talent wasn't too bad, he would definitely be able to break through. Apart from forbidden techniques, I don't seem to have many other methods. However, as long as I don't get trapped in his pocket dimension, I should be able to leave if I want to. Xiao Chun muttered in a low voice. Condensing a small world was not an easy task. Even the Silver Dragon King relied on a secret treasure to do so. Furthermore, it was very unstable. He carefully took stock of his trump cards. Aside from the Forbidden God Demon Body unsealing technique, he did not have any other trump cards. Perhaps he could use the 10,000 Dragons Art and the Divine Lightning Talisman. The former could activate the potential of the Royal Blue Dragon bloodline limitlessly. Xiao Chun could only use less than 1% of the Royal Blue Dragon bloodline's power. If he could successfully break through to the second layer, he would experience a huge leap and achieve a qualitative change. The 10,000 Dragons Art had a total of 5 layers. Breaking through the bottleneck of the second layer was considered great perfection. However, Xiao Chun had only just started cultivating the second layer and was far from reaching the peak. He was even further from breaking through. As for the Divine Lightning Talisman, he took the risk to use it today, giving Xiao Chun a huge pleasant surprise. However, its power was too berserk. Xiao Chun could not control it freely despite its strong might, greatly reducing its destructive power. If he could control some of the Divine Lightning Talisman's power, it might be possible for Xiao Chun to break the small world maintained by the Silver Dragon King's Pearl. The Tao domain required time or a fortuitous encounter to improve. Within a short period, Xiao Chun had only 2 choices when facing the pressure of the older generation sovereign emperors. One was to cultivate the 10,000 Dragons Art, and the other was to control the Divine Lightning Talisman. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Chun decided to control the Divine Lightning Talisman first. The 10,000 Dragons Art would take its time. He immediately stopped hesitating. Xiao Chun took out the Ice-Fire Lotus platform and sat down cross-legged. Then he sank his consciousness into his soul pool. In the vast and boundless soul pool, the Blue Dragon Divine Seal shone resplendently and dazzlingly. The sun and the moon shone together on the Divine Seal, illuminating the sky. Under the illumination of the light, 3 glistening ripples appeared on the soul pool's surface. These were the 3 divine veins that represented Xiao Chun's soul energy cultivation. After Xiao Chun refined the 3 divine veins, they looked like 3 slender dragon images burning with a faint divine flame, as they continuously swam around the Blue Dragon Divine Seal in the soul pool. As the dragon images swam around, they continuously infused the soul energy in the soul pool into the Blue Dragon Divine Seal. It went on and without end. Xiao Chun only needed to control the Divine Seal to erupt with soul energy, driving the sun and the moon's radiance to bring out the 3 divine vein images. In the next moment, Xiao Chun's consciousness entered the Blue Dragon Divine Seal. The Blue Dragon Divine Seal's light twisted and changed, turning into a human figure that looked like Xiao Chun. In that instant, Xiao Chun felt like he was in a vast and boundless soul pool, looking boundlessly mysterious. Whoosh! In the soul pool, the clone formed by the Divine Seal looked straight into the depths of the soul pool. It's really hidden deep. I can't see any trace of the Divine Lightning Talisman at all. I have to make a trip down. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun's figure flashed, creating ripples as he dove into the water. When one entered the depths of a cultivator's soul pool, one would discover that the soul pool was even vaster than the ocean. However, less than 1/10,000,000th of the soul pool could be used by a cultivator. Most of the area was forbidden. If one used the Divine Seal as a clone in the soul pool, the slightest carelessness could injure one's soul or cause one to get lost. Normally speaking, no one would take the risk of entering the soul pool, unless it was absolutely necessary. However, Xiao Chun had no other choice. For the sake of controlling the Divine Lightning Talisman, he had to give it his all. Xiao Chun continuously dove into the soul pool. The bottom of the netherworld spring was incredibly cold. Soon he felt uncomfortable all over, and the Dragon Seal clone slowly dimmed. The surface of the pool seemed to be sparkling, but in its depths, there was an endless darkness. It was deep and silent, swallowing everything, unfathomable like the human heart. Boom! Just as Xiao Chan could not hold on any longer, an electric light flashed in the darkness. His face immediately lit up in joy. However, before Xiao Chen's joy faded, it froze. That electric light turned into a weapon and charged at his clone. He hurriedly dodged and narrowly avoided the attack. As he dove deeper, the number of electric weapons he encountered increased. He had to be even more cautious. After about 15 minutes, the darkness before Xiao Chan vanished. Under the illumination of the electric light, the pool water turned to transparent gold. I see you again. A talisman lay quietly at the bottom of the water far in front. Xiao Chan did not dare to approach. If he did, he would definitely turn to ashes, his soul scattering. Compared to when he first saw the divine lightning talisman in the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chan was much calmer now. Back then, Xiao Chan did not dare to try to control this divine lightning talisman that the immortal epic's thunder ancestor left behind. Now, he wanted to try and control the divine lightning talisman. This was the divine lightning talisman that the thunder ancestor condensed from the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning of the immortal epoch. Back then, when immortals underwent their lightning tribulations, they all materialized this talisman. The thunder immortal ancestor controlled the tribulation lightning essence and all the lightning phenomena in the world. He was the essence of the Tao of thunder. If he died, the Tao of thunder would collapse, and no cultivator in the world would be able to use the power of thunder. Now that this was the martial epoch, the might of the divine lightning talisman naturally could not compare to the immortal epoch. However, once it was completely released, it would still be earth-shattering and intimidating. As long as Xiao Chan could control 1,000th of its power, he could severely injure a great perfection sovereign emperor. Although the divine lightning I could safely use the tribulation lightning's energy, it was not as good as directly controlling it. I need to fuse a strand of the divine seal's origin into this talisman. Xiao. In the blink of an eye, a ray of light shot out from his finger. As the light shot out, Xiao Chen's incarnation became noticeably dimmer. It looked like this strand of divine seal's origin energy would enter the talisman after dodging the countless electric lights. Kasie. A weapon made of divine lightning broke the divine seal's origin energy. In reality, Xiao Chan vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion instantly paled. Again. After staring for a while, Xiao Chan flicked his finger again, sending out another strand of divine seal's origin energy. Pusi. He failed again. In reality, on the Ice-Fire Lotus platform, Xiao Chen's body gave off many distorted images of his 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. One last chance. Go all out. Without hesitation, Xiao Chan sent out another strand of divine seal's origin energy. If he failed again, his soul would suffer severe injuries. At best, he would need to recuperate for 10 years. At worst, his soul would scatter. Rumble. However, this final attempt did not disappoint Xiao Chan. That strand of divine seal's origin energy dodged the electric lights that the talisman sent out and entered it. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he felt the divine seal's origin energy slowly merging with the talisman. The instant the merger was complete, Xiao Chan roared ferociously. Then the divine lightning talisman, which lay quietly at the bottom of the water, shot up like an arrow. The divine lightning talisman was like an unsheathed sword, soaring straight up like an arrow. As the divine lightning talisman continued to rise, Xiao Chan felt his soul energy rapidly draining. Just as the divine lightning talisman was about to break out of the water, Xiao Chan sighed. After exhausting all his soul energy, the divine seal clone turned into countless motes of light and leaped out of the water. Then, it reformed into the blue dragon divine seal. Xiao Chan had failed at the last moment. However, the divine seal's origin energy had already merged with the divine lightning talisman. The next attempt would be much easier. However, just as Xiao Chan felt disappointed, the surface of the soul pool suddenly released tens of thousands of layers of electric light, eclipsing everything else. A careful look revealed a sharp edge of the divine lightning talisman, looking like a flower bud waiting to bloom. On the lotus platform, Xiao Chan rejoiced. He opened his eyes and a brilliant light flickered in them. A talisman slowly grew in Xiao Chen's right palm. This was a miniature divine lightning talisman formed by the electric energy contained in the tip of the iceberg, combined with Xiao Qin's Dao domain. Good. This 1,000th of the Divine Lightning Talisman's energy is already sufficient. Xiao Chun revealed a smile. The usually calm Xiao Chun found it hard to hide his joy. Someone is here. Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows and spread out his soul energy. He sensed Su Yi rushing over, seeming to have something urgent. Then, he quickly put away the Divine Lightning Talisman in his palm. It turned into a flash of purple electric light as Xiao Chun leaped out of a window and appeared before Su Yi. Xiao Chun, there's a change to our agreement. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. What happened? Su Yi smiled softly and said, it should be something good. Ling Yu just told me that headliner Ling Long invited him to meet her outside the city alone. Xiao Qin's expression immediately changed drastically. Damn it. That fool got fooled. There are only a few days left to the wedding. How can the Smiling Daughter Pavilion let Ling Long go? Quickly chase after her. Chapter 2255. On the streets of the imperial capital Yen City, Ling Yu looked like he had been reborn. A smile appeared on his face as he dashed through the crowd. Occasionally, he even knocked over some people. After apologizing, he continued on his way. Wait for me. Wait for me. This time I will not disappoint you. Ling Yu repeated these words in his heart. His expression turned grave, and his eyes slowly turned resolute. 10 years ago he let down a person's feelings, leaving the person he loved the most covered in wounds. 10 years later, Ling Yu's wedding day approached. She would be marrying the most powerful prince of the dynasty. Ling Yu passed each day like a year, suffering painful torture every day. The cause he sowed 10 years ago resulted in today's consequences. This made him feel so much pain that he wished he were dead. He spent every day and night in pain and regret. Today Ling Long finally gave him another chance. This time, no matter what, he had to grasp it. After Ling Yu left the city gates, he did not stop at all. He rushed straight to the rendezvous point with Ling Long. The silhouette of Yen City behind slowly turned blurry. Then, he finally saw the figure of a beauty at the endlessly gushing flaming river. Dressed in a red dress, her slender figure looked at Jiang He in silence. Ling Long. Under the setting sun, this beauty's figure looked like a feather cloak made of the setting sun. 50 kilometers away, Ling Yu, who saw Ling Long's figure, immediately felt stunned. He could no longer care about anything else. He ran at full speed and arrived before Ling Long in a moment. Elder sister Ling Long, I let you down. When Ling Long got closer, Ling Yu felt unbearably guilty and choked with sobs. 10 years ago, I should not have let you go. Come with me. This time, I absolutely will not let you down. In the end, Ling Yu said resolutely, no longer hesitating. Headliner Chiu Yu. However, when the woman before Ling Yu turned around, he felt greatly startled. This person was one of the headliners of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, Chiu Yu. Ling Yu had met her more than once, so he immediately recognized her. Why is it you? Where's elder sister Ling Long? Where is elder sister Ling Long? What did you do to elder sister Ling Long? Ling Yu immediately felt flustered, showing a nervous expression as he looked around. However, he could not see headliner Ling Long. You are really naive. Headliner Ling Long is the person who will become the dynasty's empress. Why would she come to see a minor character like you? In the imperial capital, Yen City, you are just an insignificant lesser sovereign personage. Who do you think you are? To think that you even have designs on headliner Ling Long. Chiu Yu revealed a mocking expression as she mocked. Headliner Ling Long asked me to give you this sword. The first prince already knows about the matter between you and headliner Ling Long. If you do not wish for her to suffer in the future, then take your own life. What? Falling from heaven to hell? Ling Yu was instantly stupefied. He was completely stupefied, not knowing what to do as he held the sword that Chiu Yu handed him. Is this really Ling Long's wish? The hand holding the sword was trembling. The sword was in his hand, but it seemed to have been stabbed into his heart. His heart was bleeding, but he did not feel any pain. Is it important? Chiu Yu sneered and said nonchalantly. Ling Yu paused when he heard that. That's right. Is it important? If the first prince knew that headliner Ling Long once had an affair with him, how could he let headliner Ling Long have an easy time? Rather than letting that happen, Ling Yu might as well let this relationship remain a secret forever after his death. However, this was truly unbearable. Those beautiful memories, those past events were going to wither like a flower. This sword was most definitely not handed over by headliner Ling Long. Elder sister Ling Long could not even bear to let me shed tears. How could she let me bleed and die? Suddenly, the confusion on Ling Yu's face vanished. A sharp expression appeared in his eyes as he looked straight at headliner Chiu Yu. This gaze was pure and sharp. Hidden in this gaze was the unyielding pride and sharpness of a youth. For some reason, Chiu Yu felt some fear. She could not help taking a few steps back. Ling Yu's aura surged as he took a few steps forward. Then he smiled self-mockingly. It looks like an insignificant person like me has some sense of existence, making someone feel threatened. Let me guess. Is it the first prince or your pavilion master Yang? Chiu Yu's expression changed slightly. Then she said sullenly, Ling Yu, are you still dreaming? Your mistake is loving someone you should not love. Today you must die. Letting you commit suicide is just to lessen your pain. Ha 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 ha. Wrong. 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 Ling Yu reared his head back and laughed maniacally, appearing maniacal. I have missed out on many things in my life. However, meeting headliner Ling Long was the best decision I made in my life. In this imperial capital Yen City, I Ling Yu do indeed have a lowly status. However, what does liking a person have to do with status and status? Back then, my mistake was that I paid too much attention to this, resulting in the current situation. You madman! Stay away from me! Seeing Ling Yu's somewhat crazed state, Chiu Yu threw a palm strike at him in a fluster. The headliners of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion were not weak. Chiu Yu was a sovereign personage in the first place. In her desperation, she used her full power in this palm strike. Scram! Ling Yu snorted coldly. A golden light flickered in his eyes as he activated his great desolate Ian bloodline. His aura flourished, bursting out with a might that rivaled that of a sovereign emperor. Pussy! Chiu Yu vomited a mouthful of blood as she went flying back. Heavy shock flashed in her eyes. All along, Ling Yu had been chased away by the guards in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion several times without retaliating. The impression Ling Yu gave Chiu Yu was that he was incredibly cowardly. She had never expected Ling Yu to have such a disposition and strength. Chiu Yu immediately understood why headliner Ling Long took a liking to this youth back then. Don't worry. I will kill myself with this sword that you gave me. I Ling Yu have never been someone who fears death. I am not dying because of you. I just do not want Martial Uncle to take risks for me. I do not want everyone to make up for the mistake I made back then. As Ling Yu looked at Chiu Yu, heavy disdain flashed in his eyes. Although Ling Yu was lowly, he had never lived an ignoble existence in this world. During this period, Ling Yu had remained in the Misty Rain Pavilion, not leaving at all. However, Ling Yu was not stupid. He could sense that his martial uncle Xiao Chun had been silently working hard for his sake. The Misty Rain Pavilion's pavilion master Su was also carefully preparing. Ling Yu did not know about it, but he could feel it. He once cried in the middle of the night, speechless at the moon. It was not guilt because he felt inferior or helpless. It was just some silent gratitude that he could not bear to endure. To be able to meet Ling Long, Martial Uncle, Uncle Beggar, and the others in this life, it is all worth it. Crack! The sword in Ling Yu's hand stabbed into his chest. At the same time, Xiao Chun used his veritable essence energy to shatter Ling Yu's heart. Ling Yu fell over, his life force fading at a visible rate. Chiu Yu stood up somewhat blankly and wiped away the blood at the corner of her lips. As she looked at the fallen Ling Yu, she appeared somewhat dispirited. The initial arrogance and mockery in Chiu Yu's eyes were completely covered up by shock. As Ling Yu's consciousness slowly turned blurry, he seemed to see headliner Ling Long in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. He saw her smiling faintly and scolding him for being stupid, unable to learn no matter how she taught him. Then he saw his martial uncle Xiao Chun, and he remembered the past in the Purple Flame sect. He remembered the absurdity of their first meeting, the absurdity of Xiao Chun saying, "I am your martial uncle." Ling Yu really wanted to become someone like his martial uncle. If he were his martial uncle, perhaps he would have brought elder sister Ling Long away 10 years ago. Goodbye, elder sister Ling Long. Goodbye, martial uncle. Little Ling Yu, I will repay all the favors in my next life. You did well. He committed suicide. No matter what, the first prince cannot be blamed for it. Furthermore, the smiling daughter pavilion will not be implicated. This fellow is rather courageous. Such a result is a happy ending for everyone. Many blood-sucking vines shot out from the ground, flickering with crackling electric light. Then the blood-sucking vines gathered and formed an old man. This old man was the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows who fought with Xiao Chun for the 5-element divine lightning back then. Due to a fortuitous encounter, he obtained the blood-sucking vines and obtained another opportunity. I thought that this fellow would run. Unexpectedly, I was overthinking. Let's go. The blood-sucking vine old man grabbed headliner Qiuyu. Then, after a few leaps in the air, he landed on a fortress ship in the middle of the river. There were already people waiting on the fortress ship. One of them was no stranger to Xiao Chun. It was the Black Lotus Church's holy son, Ming Xian. The blood-sucking vine old man nodded slightly to indicate that the matter was settled. Then the holy son Ming Xian sent a voice projection. The mysterious person sitting on the ship stood up and walked to the bow. Then, he looked coldly at the body in the distance, whose blood had yet to turn cold. Whoosh! 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 When Xiao Chen and Su Yi, who had rushed over, saw Ling Yu lying on the ground, their expressions changed drastically. Ling Yu no longer had much life force left. His breathing was weak, and he was somewhat powerless to reverse the situation. Su Yi checked Ling Yu's pulse with her finger. After a while, she shook her head at Xiao Chun with a somewhat dispirited expression. When Xiao Chun looked up, he discovered a fortress ship heading for Yin City in the middle of the river. A person stood at the bow of the ship, looking in this direction expressionlessly. The first prince, Wang Fei. Xiao Chun could no longer suppress the murderous intent in his heart. He soared into the air, wanting to give chase. Martial uncle, don't chase. Don't chase. Don't take risks for Ling Yu. Ling Yu cannot bear it. Let me rest in peace. In my next life, I will be your martial nephew again and properly serve you. However, Ling Yu firmly grabbed the corner of Wang Fei's clothes. It was like he had the final radiance of the setting sun. Wang Fei's soft voice was barely audible, making one feel heartache. Wang Fei held on tightly, not daring to let go even for a moment. Xiao Chun felt a pang in his heart. He looked up at the sky but could not bear to lower his head and look at Ling Yu one last time. He feared that he would not be able to hold back his tears. Let go. Martial uncle promises not to chase. The instant Ling Yu spoke, he closed his eyes and let go of Xiao Chen's clothes. Chapter 2256. In the flaming river, the fortress ship carrying the first prince Wang Fei and the others gradually moved further and further away. Then it disappeared from sight. Since he had already promised his little martial nephew, Xiao Chun naturally would not chase after him. At the shore, Ling Yu no longer had any vitality left. Naturally, one short sword could not take the life of a sovereign personage. However, if a person wanted to die and committed suicide, even a deity would not be able to save him. Xiao Chun squatted down and looked at Ling Yu's corpse, which had yet to turn cold, wordlessly. He severed his own heart meridian and wholeheartedly sought death. Even if we wanted to save him, it would be difficult. Su Yi, who was at the side, had a worried look on her face. She had a complicated look in her eyes, and all sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. There was no lack of divine physicians in the imperial capital, Yin City. They could bring the dying back to life and bring the dead back to life. Although it was difficult to save someone like Ling Yu who had just died not long ago, it was not impossible. One just had to pay a sufficient price. However, if a person wholeheartedly wanted to die and had no desire to live, even if all the divine doctors in the world gathered together, they would not be able to save him. Idiot, why are you so stupid? You were provoked to commit suicide by just a few words from others. I've suffered so much over the years, but haven't I still made it through? Su Yi looked at Ling Yu's complexion, which was slowly turning pale. Tears welled up in her eyes as she choked with sobs. Don't blame him. He doesn't want me to risk my life for him. He cares about us more than he cares about himself. He doesn't live happily. Xiao Chun said softly as he held Ling Yu's hand. His voice was gentle and warm as though Ling Yu was still alive. He blamed himself. If he had not brought him to the soaring dragon great world, If he had not met Ling Long, perhaps everything would have been different. He was still young, becoming a king before the age of 40. Given time, he would definitely grow. However, there were no ifs in this world. Xiao Chun had to face the pressure of the Yanwu dynasty's first prince alone at such a young age. If it was him, would he be able to bear it? Xiao Chun was silent, unable to give an answer. Perhaps he couldn't bear it either. Sometimes he wondered why he cared and doted on his little martial nephew so much. Most of the time when he looked at Ling Yu, he was looking at his past self. Once he met Exquisite, he would miss his whole life. I can make a mistake for the rest of my life, but I will never regret it. Even if Ling Yu was given another chance, he would definitely not regret meeting headliner Ling Long if he had a choice. Suddenly, Xiao Chun recalled something and rummaged through the storage ring for a long time. After a while, he took out a pearl. "What is this?" Xiao Chun muttered. "This is a soul fixation pearl. Can protect his soul for 7 days. If I have the chance, I really don't want to use this treasure." The soul-fixing pearl was the congratulatory gift that the ghost race's Qing Chang gave to Xiao Chun during his king conferral ceremony in the Kunlun realm. "What happens after 7 days?" Xiao Chun said unhurriedly. "This is the reason why I don't want to use it. Because I don't know what will happen after 7 days. So. Someone had arrived. Xiao Chun and Su Yi raised their brows and turned their heads to look. A slightly sloppy figure, as light as a swallow, rose and landed in the air. A moment ago, Xiao Chun was extremely far away. In the next second, he arrived before Ling Yu. The beggar's hair was disheveled, and his face was covered in dirt. Xiao Chun could not see the beggar's expression. "I just made a trip to the hidden spirit temple. This time Big Brother will not be able to save you." The beggar's eyes filled with surprise, sorrow, and helplessness. Before Xiao Chun and Su Yi could ask, the beggar seemed to think of something. A light flashed in his eyes as he quickly left. Senior! Su Yi stepped forward and shouted a few times at the beggar's departing figure. The beggar did not even turn his head back. After a while, he vanished from the two's sight. Su Yi appeared disappointed, showing a sad expression. The two were not fools. Naturally, they could tell that this beggar possessed a special skill and was rather strong. However, they did not know how high this beggar's cultivation was. They could not help but hold on to some faint hope. Xiao Chun said softly, "Let's go back. If he can save you, he will definitely do so." 5 days later, the blazing sun hung high in the imperial capital Yen City. The sky was cloudless for thousands of kilometers around. Such good weather was rare even in the imperial capital Yen City. Many people said that the heavens were on their side. Even the heavens were giving their blessings to the first prince and headliner Ling Long's wedding. The entire imperial capital brimmed with a festive atmosphere. That was right. Today was the day the first prince would marry headliner Ling Long. After preparing for a month and a half, the grand wedding that had spread throughout the world and everyone knew about finally arrived as scheduled. The entire city celebrated, and the atmosphere was very lively. Before the wedding, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion already worked with all the headliners of the pleasure districts in the imperial capital to parade the streets for 3 days, pushing the atmosphere to its peak. Even in the most bustling city in the world, such a scene was incredibly shocking. Something that no one had ever seen before. This resulted in a hubbub of voices on the day of the wedding. Everyone in the city anticipated the wedding. The streets near the Smiling Daughter Pavilion were packed with people, looking like a mountain or a sea. The Imperial Ancestral Temple had to send experts in and out to guard against unknown dangers. However, no one would dare to be careless. Be it the First Prince or the Pleasure District Alliance, none of them were easy to offend. Furthermore, the two sides worked together. Everyone knew that the First Prince Wang Fei would soon ride the Huang clan's lucky beast. The First Prince would lead the vast wedding procession to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion to bring headliner Ling Long to the First Prince's residence before holding the wedding. The better viewing spots in the pavilions on both sides of the street had long since been occupied. Before the wedding procession arrived, the cultivators in the pavilions were already in a heated discussion. The First Prince is truly incredible. With the succession race around the corner, he married in such a high-profile manner and formed an alliance with the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. He immediately overshadowed the 8th Prince and the 13th Prince. I heard that 2/3 of the 108 feudal vassals rushed over to attend this wedding. Haha, that is natural. We are just here to watch the excitement. However, this is different. Originally, the three princes had similar trump cards. Now that the first prince obtained the Pleasure District Alliance's help, he immediately pulled away from them. That is not all. The Sword God's noble clans, which had not chosen a side all along, finally made their decision after learning about this wedding, placing their bets on the first prince. This is even more incredible. This can be considered a chain reaction. Without this wedding, there would not be so many feudal vassals coming to offer their congratulations. The Su clan, who was watching from the sidelines, would also not make a decision. I can only say that the first prince's move of marrying headliner Linglong is a good one. Indeed, although luck is something ethereal, everyone in the world knows about this wedding. Everyone in the entire dynasty knows about it. Everyone probably already has a candidate for the crown prince in their hearts. Unknowingly, this reputation will definitely boost the first prince's luck. Let's just casually chat about the matter of seizing the throne. Only the major characters can participate. Let's just watch the excitement. I heard that the Azure Lotus Sword Immortals will all be coming to the first prince's residence to celebrate the wedding. How unfortunate. How unfortunate. The wedding invitations have already reached sky-high prices. It is not something we can afford. Otherwise, I would really like to see the Azure Lotus Sword Immortals dance. If we miss this opportunity, who knows when we can see the Azure Lotus Sword Immortals again. The atmosphere in the pavilions became extremely intense, not stopping for even a moment. However, the people at the tables in groups of 3 to 5 did not notice that there were two people at a table by the window with calm expressions and some helplessness on their faces. One of the two people held a folding fan. The other person wore a hood, hiding his face. These two were the Heavenly Book Scholar and the 9th Prince Wang Yan. They looked at the expectant crowd on the street below and listened to the endless discussions in the pavilions. Both of them seemed disinterested and out of place in this world. Brother Xiao, are you still not willing to receive guests? The 9th Prince asked softly as he held up a cup of wine under the hood. The Heavenly Book Scholar nodded and said, "The Misty Rain Pavilion has been closed for 5 days already. The security is tight. I only managed to enter after a few rounds of questioning. However, I only saw Pavilion Master Su and did not see Xiao Chan. This is truly worrying." The matter of the first prince hounding Ling Yu to death was originally a secret. However, the Heavenly Book Scholar looked at the heavens and divined that someone by Xiao Chen's side had died. Back then, when Xiao Chen agreed to help the 9th Prince seize the throne, his request had something to do with Ling Yu. After the 9th Prince learned of this, he did not dare to delay. After Wang Yan asked around, he gained a rough understanding of the situation. He felt it was unfortunate. Originally, the 9th Prince wanted to console Xiao Chan. However, he did not see Xiao Chan, which made him even more worried. Now that Ling Yu was dead, would Xiao Chan still intend to stand up for his martial nephew? Naturally, the losses outweighed the gains. Ordinary people would not take any action. However, if it was Xiao Chan, everything would be unpredictable. As the two watched this extraordinarily bustling and joyous scene, they felt somewhat sorrowful in their hearts. However, they were not willing to say anything. In the end, the imperial capital Yen City was not Ling Yu's city. At the very least, no one would care about the death of an insignificant person. In fact, no one even knew about it. Everyone was waiting in anticipation for the first prince to appear and bring them the grandest wedding in the history of the dynasty. Chapter 2257. They're here, someone said from downstairs, and all the cultivators on the floor rushed over. All of them rushed to the railings in front of the windows, craning their necks in anticipation. In the distance, 2 snow-colored azure phoenixes were leading the way, and they were slowly approaching. Azure Luans were holy beasts with the bloodline of the phoenix holy beast. They had been known as auspicious beasts since ancient times. They were rare and symbolized pure and beautiful love. Now they were auspicious beasts that the royal clan reared. Furthermore, these 2 snow-colored azure Luans were unusual among azure Luans. Their feathers were pure white, like the evening snow of the Tian Shan Mountains, untainted by dust. There was a male and a female, a perfect pair. Rumor had it that when the Yen Emperor and Emperor Empress got married, They used these two snow-colored azure wands. It would be impossible for a regular dynasty disciple to borrow them. The cultivators of the imperial capital had not seen snow-colored azure wands in pairs for many years already. The azure wands spread their wings and flew low, releasing a holy light from their bodies. Everywhere they passed, 7 colored auspicious signs descended, shining with spiritual light. This bathed the procession in light, draping them in colorful clothes made of auspicious signs. The procession looked brilliant and vibrant, making them look extraordinarily valiant and boundlessly handsome. This made the entire procession stand out from the masses, radiating light. Behind the snow-colored azure wands were pairs of dainty women riding red-crowned cranes. They smiled as they scattered 7 colored spirit pills along the way. Naturally, the spirit pills of the princes were of extraordinary grade. Those who managed to snatch them all rejoiced. What a grand display! The first prince is really generous. These are all rank 5 heavenly pills. If those sage monarchs consume them, they will be overjoyed. Even sovereign emperors would not dare to casually waste them. Where is the first prince? Why don't I see him? There's no rush. The procession is very long. I heard that it is 50 kilometers long. We will have to wait a while before we can see the first prince. The 50-kilometer-long procession bathed in 7 colored auspicious signs headed for the Smiling Daughter Pavilion before everyone's eyes. The procession moved very slowly. Occasionally, it had to stop to accept the congratulatory gifts from the feudal lords and ancient noble clans, showing off its might to the world. The cultivators in the pavilion only saw the first prince's true appearance after 4 hours. Surrounded by the crowd, a man riding a tall steed covered in flames slowly appeared in front of the crowd. The horse's long hair seemed to be burning fiercely like fireworks. Its eyes revealed a mighty gaze, and its body was suffused with an ancient divine might. A fire Qilin. Is that the legendary divine horse with the Qilin bloodline? It really is this divine horse. I heard that the Yan Huang founding ancestor rode this horse and conquered the entire Yanwu dynasty. I didn't expect it to still be alive and used by the first prince as a mount for his wedding. This is an extraordinarily extravagant gesture. The first prince truly treats headliner Ling Long well. I have nothing to say about it. In front of the window, the 9th prince smiled bitterly under his hood. The warhorse that Yan Huang used to conquer the country, the fire Kirin, has not appeared for 1,000 years. It actually appeared at a wedding. How ironic. To the 9th the Qilin's son 9th. To us, the daughter, the Qilin. If it appeared one day aside from a battlefield, no other place could match its stage. The heavenly book scholar said softly, "Be quieter. The first prince is coming." Congratulations, first prince. I hope that the first prince and Ling Long will be together for 1,000 years, forever united. Boom! When the first prince appeared on the 5-kilometer-long street, thunderous congratulations rang out at the same time. This scene was very shocking. The words of congratulations drowned out all the clamor. Even the auspicious clouds in the sky scattered. Blessings rang out, echoing in the clouds. The first Prince Wang Fei wore golden battle armor and a scarlet cloak, bathing in 7 colored auspicious signs. As he rode the fire Qilin, the first prince looked handsome and extraordinary. He looked like he had already become the crown prince of the dynasty, exuding a vast imperial might. The first prince smiled, showing joy on his face. As he looked at the cultivators on both sides, he nodded slightly. Whoosh! 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 Delicate palace maids flew over on red-crowned cranes and scattered 7-colored heavenly pills. Among the large number of rank 5 heavenly pills, there were rank 7 heavenly pills. This immediately caused another commotion. Those who managed to snatch rank 7 heavenly pills rejoiced, unable to stop smiling. Reporting. Qi Province's Marquis Qingping has sent a congratulatory gift, a 100,000-year-old herb king. Right in front of the wedding procession, a fast horse galloped over, and when it approached the procession as it approached, the cultivator on the horse knelt on the ground and offered a gift to the feudal lords. After receiving the congratulatory gifts, the wedding procession continued forward, heading for the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. The heavenly book scholar said with some dissatisfaction, "He is not the crown prince yet, and he is already putting on an even grander show than Yan Huang's. To think that all the feudal lords are offering him gifts on the street. The ninth prince Wang Yan remained silent. Naturally, he understood the first prince's intentions. The first prince wanted to use this wedding to let the world know of his, Wang Fei's, power. Since ancient times, there had been very few people who provided timely help. However, there had never been a lack of people who added flowers to embroidery. With such momentum, the various feudal lords and noble clans who were wavering would definitely side with him. This would make his momentum truly unstoppable. It was easy to imagine that after this wedding, even the 8th prince and the 13th prince would be left far behind by the first prince. As for the other princes, there was no need to mention them. First brother is really going to become the crown prince. The 9th prince Wang Yan sighed softly. He did not have much of an obsession with the crown prince position. He only worried about the Azure Lotus Church behind the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, a demonic church with deep connections to the Xuewu dynasty. However, no matter how worried the 9th prince was, he could not deny that the first prince's limelight had already surpassed that of all the other princes. At this moment, the first prince felt very pleased with himself. Not only could he obtain the beauty of the top 10 headliner of Yen City, but he could also use this to build momentum. This was killing many birds with one stone. It could be said to be unparalleled. When the wedding procession stopped about 25 kilometers from the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, the first prince rode on the fire Qilin, the guardian divine beast of the nation. Under everyone's gazes, the first prince slowly advanced with the wedding procession amid the auspicious signs filling the sky. Finally, the first prince arrived at the very front of the wedding procession on a tall, handsome horse. Wang Fei took a deep breath and shouted in the direction of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. I, Wang Fei of the Yanwu dynasty, invite headliner Linglong to come out and be friends with me forever. We will not leave each other for generations to come. Present the betrothal gifts. Right after Wang Fei spoke, an old man shouted with great vigor. Many cultivators walked out of the wedding procession in an orderly manner. They lined up in rows in the empty space in front, a total of 10,000 people. Whoosh! The more than 1,000 people opened the brocade boxes in their hands at the same time. The treasures and treasures immediately dazzled everyone's eyes. The treasures and treasures formed a 7-colored light that illuminated half of the imperial city. Then the light coalesced into a 7-colored rainbow bridge that pierced through the sky, extending all the way to the top of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. There are 10,000 kinds of treasures, all of them different. Every one of them is incredibly precious, worth cities. The first prince's betrothal gifts are truly extraordinary. It is not just extraordinary, it is simply rare in the world. Clearly, these treasures are extraordinary. This 7-colored rainbow bridge seems to light up the entire imperial city's sky. This is simply incredible. The instant the brocade boxes were all opened, all the cultivators in Yen City paying attention to this wedding set the entire imperial city abuzz. Boom! When the 7-colored rainbow bridge extended to the top of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, the hundreds of windows on the majestic top floor of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion opened. The entire Smiling Daughter Pavilion seemed to burn with a fierce flame. Just as everyone exclaimed in shock, a bright moon slowly rose from the flame. Mysterious phenomenon. Nearly in that instant, a white-clad woman flew out of each of the 100 windows. She held a basket in her left hand and a sword in her right. Flying together with the moon, she looked extremely beautiful under the moonlight, stunning the world. It's the Azure Lotus Fairy. To think that they all came out. This is too beautiful. I no longer have any regrets being able to witness this scene in my life. All sorts of praises rang out endlessly. All the cultivators who saw this scene were stunned by the group of white-clad women dancing under the moon. Before everyone's anticipation, headliner Linglong walked out of that bright moon with a veil over her head. Then she slowly landed on the 7-colored rainbow bridge. The rainbow bridge looked solid. A hazy moonlight covered headliner Linglong. The instant she appeared, the entire world sank into absolute silence. It was like all the light in the world focused on her. Linglong was like a fairy walking out of the moon palace, descending to the mortal world step by step. At this moment, Wang Fei, who originally only treated this as a show, felt a ripple in his heart. Light flickered in his eyes. Linglong did indeed possess outstanding beauty and air. She was a peerless beauty, inspiring one's imagination. I want the world, but I cannot lack beauties. Wang Fei revealed a faint smile on his face. Only then can this be considered perfect. However, something strange happened just at this moment. Suddenly, a vast and majestic Swana sound rang out in this absolutely quiet world. This tune appeared very abruptly. There was no warning at all, no indication at all. Just like that, it was grand and majestic, containing a trace of solemnity and desolation. It ignited everyone's anticipation as it appeared abruptly. This was a tune that no one had experienced before. It appeared just like that, catching everyone off guard. Ding! 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 When the Swana sound turned deep and deep, the sound of metal clanging rang out. Lofty sentiments and hot-bloodedness instantly surged in everyone's hearts. Soon after, many pipa sounds rang out at the same time. The fingers of the musicians moved quickly, and the pipa sounds were like 10,000 rivers moving at the same time, each wave louder than the last, each faster than the last. The lofty sentiments and hot-bloodedness in everyone's hearts seemed to turn into a river, gushing towards their hearts. This made their hearts pound endlessly, like they would leap out of their chests at any moment. Whoosh! Whoosh! Everyone's gazes immediately shifted away from the peerless Ling Long. No matter how reluctant they felt, they could not stop the hot-bloodedness in their hearts from gushing out. Only such a soul-stirring tune could make people's gazes shift away from Ling Long's stunning figure. The 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden. When the crowd saw the 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden, they exclaimed in shock. However, what was even more unbelievable was that these 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden were all wearing white mourning clothes without exception. Today was the first prince's grand wedding. Why did the 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden come in mourning clothes? The impact of this was like a horrifying wave, questioning everyone's heart. Chapter 2258. Unexpectedly, at the grandest moment of the wedding, when everyone was attracted by headliner Ling Long's beauty, the 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden performed a song with a majestic aura that made everyone's blood surge. Wearing mourning clothes, the 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden performed a song with a majestic aura that made everyone's blood surge. An invisible barrier stood between the ice coffin and this sun, splitting the sky into two extremes. When facing the laughing saber and sword performed by 100 soul treasures, they felt a mountain-like pressure and quickly retreated. The pressure stuck in their chests with nowhere to vent, making them feel incredibly uncomfortable. Just as the spectators discussed this, the veiled woman snorted coldly. That ice coffin under the barrier brought an unparalleled chill. Heavy snow drifted down from the sky, creating the mysterious phenomenon everyone saw. Before the 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden's performance stopped, the mysterious phenomenon appeared again. Heavy snow drifted down from the sky. The white jade capital in the sky, the 5 cities in the 12 pavilions. Immortals touch my head, tying my hair and receiving eternal life. The veiled woman stopped walking and pulled up her veil, looking over with her pretty eyes. The first prince's expression remained calm. No fluster could be seen on his face. In mere moments, the snow covered the ground. A thick layer of silver instantly covered the surrounding 5,000 kilometers. Fortunately, the two sides only fought near the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Otherwise, half the city would have been torn down. Kong Feiyun, one of the few royal clan experts in the Imperial Ancestral Temple, was in the imperial capital. The veiled woman shouted, and the white-clothed women around her began to sway. They used sword lights to form a budding, powerful peony. When they spread their arms at the same time, it looked like the peony was blooming. Just as the flood was about to crush the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, a shout resounded in the clouds. However, this hot-bloodedness contained a trace of tragedy. The newcomers were actually the 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden. Furthermore, all of them wore mourning clothes. The first prince had already set up many guards on both sides of the street. He had also hidden several experts. While everyone was caught off guard, the two's figures clashed, and their sabers and swords hummed. Fearful of Huai, he wanted to ascend to the sky and kill the group of immortals. Whoosh! Wang Yan's expression turned grave as he said, I know that. However, why did this golden crow come to my imperial capital Yen City? Furthermore, it appeared at Big Brother's wedding in that ice coffin? He took off his hood, pushed through the crowd in front of the window, and looked up at the sky. The 100 fairies of the pear garden were already arriving at the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Before the 100 fairies of the pear garden could answer, they saw the flood of people arriving at the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. That is, Wang Yan was stunned, feeling some disbelief. How terrifying! A battle between peak sovereign emperors is probably only at this level. Countless petals fell from the sea of flowers that covered Yan City. It was like a storm, densely packed and falling towards the 100 fairies of the pear garden. This caused all the swordsmen within 10,000 miles to raise their eyebrows. High up in the sky, in the distant streets, a piercing light lit up the sky as if two suns had appeared in the sky. What were they here for? No one knew, but they were definitely not here to congratulate him. So. Clang! The newcomer showed a calm expression on his face. He held a sword and stood on flowing light, looking like an immortal as he soared through the air. The 100 fairies of the pear garden, who were still 50 kilometers away, were immediately ambushed. In the pavilions on both sides of the street, a horrifying sovereign emperors might spread out from this person. This person was actually a terrifying six-vein sovereign emperor expert. This sword strike scattered the various mysterious phenomena, shocking the surroundings. Such a scene looked incredibly horrifying, eliciting startled cries. The genuine fairy basket in Wang Yan's hand suddenly flew out, and countless flowers flew out. A sea of flowers covered Yan City, covering the sky and sun. This superior grade soul tool that had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years erupted with its startling might and pressure. The fight between the two quickly reached a startling level. Gasp! Just as everyone cheered and sighed that this sword finally arrived, a saber light appeared in this shocking world. A saber light appeared, and a saber hum tore through the clouds, turning the world black and white. Aside from the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, all the other buildings within 5,000 kilometers collapsed, turning into rubble. Just as the flower petals filling the sky were about to swallow up the 100 fairies of the pear garden, the music changed wildly. This was a poem, a legend. It was grand and imposing, shocking everyone and making their blood surge. An old man dashed out from beside the first prince and bellowed. The 9th Prince Wang Yan revealed a confused expression in the pavilion. What's going on? Are the 100 fairies of the pear garden going to revel? Now, it suddenly started snowing heavily, and the coldness of the snow could be felt. This chill made many of the people with high cultivations in the imperial capital Yan City shiver from the cold. Sword lights spread out, sweeping out in all directions. These thousands of sword lights shattered the scattered mysterious phenomena. There seemed to be an ice coffin hovering under this sun. There was no need to report. With the first prince's cultivation, he could clearly see the scene in front. The 100 fairies of the pear garden moved like a hot knife through butter. The ensemble was like 10,000 rivers flowing together, appearing unstoppable. A figure in colorful clothes soared into the sky from the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. It was the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's pavilion master. She held a sword in one hand and the authentic fairy basket in the other. On the Rainbow Bridge, headliner Ling Long instantly paled. Her body even wobbled somewhat. The 100 fairies of the pear garden, Su Yi, remained calm in the face of danger. She pressed her index finger on the zither strings and started to vibrate endlessly. Immediately, the tune of the ensemble changed. The heavenly book scholar at the side said softly, "Your Highness, that is the golden crow holy beast. There is no need to doubt it. However, this holy beast is still young. It is not as scary as the legends make it out to be. However, it still cannot be underestimated." All the cultivators in the imperial capital Yan City were startled. The two sides had only exchanged blows for a moment, but they already caused huge destruction. Ling Long, who was on the Rainbow Bridge, felt her heart skip a beat. The uneasy mood that she had been feeling for the past few days reached its peak at this moment. The flute music, the zither, and the pipa changed. Rumble. At the same time, miserable cries rang out. These were the guards of the 100 fairies of the pear garden, who had charged over. Before the guards could get close, the sound waves shattered their internal organs. They bled out of their 7 orifices and died. A cruel sight to behold. The instant Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun passed each other, they exchanged glances and smiled. "Your Highness, should I make a move?" Boom! Immediately, a sword intent tore through the air like a rainbow. All the elegance of the world seemed to focus on this sword light. Many cultivators wearing battle armor leaped out and drew their weapons. Surging with killing chi, they charged at the 100 fairies of the pear garden. Azure water orange light fills the clear sky. Linglong Pagoda's full moon hangs. Under the lead of the veiled woman, all the azure lotus sword immortals danced in the air. Just at this moment, a flash of sword light appeared in the sky, appearing at the perfect time. This sword light appeared when everyone's blood surged and their chests felt blocked, but they had nowhere to vent it. The 100 fairies of the pear garden. You are seeking death. To think that you dare to cause trouble at the first prince's wedding. It's Kong Feiyun, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Senior Kong. With Senior Kong around, the 100 fairies of the pear garden should not be able to cause much trouble. Falling dust peony, falling petals profusion. The vast and unrivaled 100 fairies of the pear garden faced resistance for the first time. Su Yi, who was playing the zither, leaked out a corner of her lips, and her complexion paled slightly. The black-clad Kong Feiyun behind her said sullenly. In an instant, snow covered the imperial city. Everyone who paid attention to this wedding in the imperial capital Yen City revealed confused expressions. They could not understand what was going on. Great ripples appeared in the air, appearing boundlessly strange. They were waiting for a sword, waiting for a sword that could save the world, waiting for a sword that could clear everyone's hot-bloodedness and impulses. A bright light shone above the barrier, illuminating the 9 heavens. The azure lotus sword dance and the 100 fairies of the pear garden actually clashed. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, who could have imagined that the sound that contained Emperor's might and soul energy? It was like mud falling into the sea, instantly vanishing, not hindering it at all. In the blink of an eye, everyone was thrown off their feet. The majestic procession was thrown into chaos. Bang! The swaying sword lights layered over each other, appearing dense and illusory. This sight amazed everyone. Above the clouds and under the bright moon, the dreamlike dance looked unparalleled, shocking the world in the snowstorm. Ice coffin, azure lotus sword dance, unparalleled in the world. Even a peak sovereign emperor would not have an advantage when fighting with the azure lotus sword in the imperial capital. If the azure lotus sword fell, the 100 fairies of the pear garden would suffer severe injuries, even dying on the spot, given the might of the authentic fairy basket. However, the 100 fairies of the pear garden played an unprecedented piece. The music was ear-splitting. Despite the immense pressure, the 100 fairies of the pear garden played an unending tune, not pausing at all. The 100 fairies of the pear garden's thunderous voice contained the sound of the great Tao. They wanted to use their cultivation to scatter the laughing saber and sword that the 100 fairies of the pear garden played. A moment ago the weather was still very good. The sun shone brightly in the blue sky. The 100 fairies of the pear garden held their soul tool instruments, wearing mourning clothes. They showed no expression as they focused on playing their instruments. Your First Highness, the situation is not good. The 100 fairies of the pear garden are actually holding soul tools. More than 1,000 of the Divine Guard's brothers have died. The 3 sovereign emperor leaders are already severely injured. Bang! However, what's going on with the ice coffin below? A melodious hum rang out, accompanied by the 100 fairies of the pear garden's wildly changing music. It scattered all the incoming flower petals and soared into the clouds without losing any momentum. Everyone, don't panic. The wedding will continue. It is just a group of women. They will not be able to disrupt the first prince's wedding. The nearby pavilion seemed to have been crushed by a torrent and collapsed one after another. The spectators fled in a fluster. They had not expected the 100 fairies of the pear garden to work together and erupt with such horrifying might. It looks like many people do not want the first prince's wedding to proceed smoothly. The white-clad women holding swords in the surroundings sang in unison, dancing with the veiled woman in the center. It was at least 100 miles away. However, before the person arrived, his voice arrived first, attracting everyone's attention. They could bring out the dynasty's holy might to its limits, making them unrivaled among great perfection sovereign emperors. The hot-blooded spectators felt their hearts clench, feeling an impulse. So cold. So cold. When the fire Qilin caught the fire Qilin in his hand, he frowned slightly. It's snowing? The fire Qilin, the divine horse guarding the fire Qilin, neighed for some reason as if it encountered a strong enemy. This startled Wang Fei, who was on the fire Qilin's back. He quickly tried to comfort the fire Qilin. However, when he looked down, he saw a few snowflakes drifting down. Heavens! What am I seeing? The festive atmosphere of the wedding vanished. Pooh, damn it! Why did it suddenly become so cold? Ah! Everyone quickly look. It's snowing! It's snowing! The Golden Crow Holy Beast. That is the Golden Crow Empire's holy beast. Turns out that it really exists. I always thought it was just a legend. A general knelt in front of the fire Qilin, his forehead covered in sweat as he spoke in a trembling voice. From a distance, the 100 fairies of the pear garden were still very far away. In the next moment, the generals pushed off the air at the same time. One saber and one sword charged towards the top of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion without hesitation. Did you all notice that the Yin Emperor has not made a move yet? The other peak factions that can stop this storm have not made a move either. Something seemed strange here. Flower petals fell from the sky. Each petal was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. No one could stop them from falling. Before the person arrived, the sound wave arrived first. Immediately, celestial music spread out, boundlessly vast. Just as the petal was about to swallow up the fairy maiden pavilion, a sword broke it. It was like an immortal descending to the world and bestowing supreme divine power on her. This was to prevent people from causing trouble. Furthermore, the immortal had issued a kill order beforehand. No matter who dared to cause trouble at the wedding, they would all be killed without mercy. The other musicians all suffered significant injuries. The first prince's expression turned extremely sullen. This was especially so when he saw the ice coffin in the sky. The first prince sang, and the surging flood materialized by the laughing daughter saber and sword immediately showed 10,000 mysterious phenomena. Pu Ci. Although the first prince's voice did not have the expected effect, the name of this old man startled everyone. When the saber and sword clashed, they did not fight for victory or glory. They fought for the fate of the mortal world, for lofty aspirations and hot-bloodedness. Chapter 2259. Afraid of Huai's heart soaring, wanting to soar to the sky and kill immortals. The instant Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun clashed their sabers and swords, breaking the strike of the genuine fairy basket, they each turned into a beam of rainbow light. One saber, one sword, and one saber, they headed for the top of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Up in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, the veiled woman showed a slightly unsightly expression. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun broke the peak strike of the genuine fairy basket. However, the veiled woman did not have much time to lament, as Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun arrived before her in an instant. Peonies bloom and spring fills the world. The veiled woman shouted again. The sea of flowers covering Yen City spun continuously with the Smiling Daughter Pavilion as the center. The surrounding white-clad women continuously danced around the veiled woman with their swords. The Azure Lotus Sword Immortals executed their powerful sword dance again, looking like an immortal flower spinning quickly. Dang! 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 The sword dance blocked Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun, preventing them from getting close. The two turned into two beams of rainbow light, continuously attacking the group of Azure Lotus Sword Immortals. In that instant, tinkling sounds filled the air, echoing endlessly and resounding in the clouds. From the outside, it looked like a peony blooming at the top of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, stirring up a sea of flowers. The two beams of rainbow light surrounded the peony, continuously turning mysterious phenomena in the air. However, they could not penetrate it. After stabilizing the situation, the veiled woman shouted angrily and activated the genuine fairy basket again. A tornado made of flower petals surged over, forcing back Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun. Below, Su Ye's expression changed slightly when she saw the situation. The 10 fingers crisscrossed, and the zither music changed again. The other women moved with it. Immediately, the tune sounded like a clear spring in the mountains. Flowing water struck rocks, reverberating endlessly and looking as gentle as jade. The zither infused Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun with tangible energy. Their divine energy and soul energy soared rapidly. It was so much so that one could see with the naked eye that wisps of spiritual light formed by the tune entered their bodies. Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun had grave expressions on their faces, as they looked at the tornadoes formed by the sea of flowers. Within the tornado, the veiled woman in green lotus sword fairy hid within it. Using the sword dance to activate the tornado, it violently attacked. On the surface, the two of them seemed to be quite relaxed, but in reality, they were facing an enormous pressure that outsiders did not know about. Even though the 100 fairies of the pear garden were continuously injecting spiritual energy into it, it was not enough. However, the tornadoes formed by the sea of flowers could only retreat step by step. If it were an ordinary sovereign emperor, they would have been smashed to death by this storm in just one exchange, torn to shreds. Xiao Chun, with our strength we can't break through this sea of flowers by ourselves. Xiao Chun, who was brandishing his saber and fighting against the tornado, heard Chu Chaoyun's voice. He was referring to the sea of flowers, not the tornado in front of him. Indeed, while it looked like there was only one tornado, the true source of this tornado was the entire sea of flowers covering the imperial capital. The entire sea of flowers covering the imperial capital came from the power of the genuine fairy basket. It was already a peak superior grade soul tool. Furthermore, the many azure lotus sword fairies worked together to drive it, bringing out the fairy basket's might to its limits. If not for the 100 fairies of the pear garden's support, the two would not be able to last one exchange against this tornado. The azure lotus sword fairy took the initiative to attack. She stirred up the sea of flowers and materialized the tornado, bringing out the true fairy basket's might to its limits. The storm slowly surged forward. The 100 fairies of the pear garden relied on Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun to hold on. If Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun could not hold on, the 100 fairies of the pear garden would not be able to escape destruction. The reason was that the soul tools of the 100 fairies of the pear garden were slightly inferior to the original fairy basket, which had been passed down for a long time. What do you think? One more dance. We need to bring out the laughing saber and swords might beyond normal before we can break this tornado. After that, we need to take down that veiled woman in one go. Otherwise, we do not stand much of a chance of victory. All right. Xiao Chun did not hesitate, choosing to trust Chu Chaoyun unconditionally. The two exchanged glances. Immediately, a kind of tacit understanding passed through each other's hearts. A clash of sabers and swords required extremely high tacit understanding for perfect execution. Such tacit understanding could only be achieved by trusting one's life and death to the other. Everyone watched as the azure lotus sword fairy pushed Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun back like a hot knife through butter. The two of them suddenly made an action that shocked everyone. At the same time, they stopped using the weapons in their hands to block the tornado. Just as everyone cried out in shock, the tornado looked like it would swallow up Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun. Then, Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun turned into two beams of rainbow light again. Clashing with this tornado, the two brought out their saber Great Dao and sword Great Dao to their limits. Before the tornado formed by flower petals, the two's auras flourished. The instant they clashed, it even looked like the two had a deep grudge against each other. Such a scene was incredibly shocking. If one really wanted to kill or had a weaker tacit understanding, they would either die to the other party or the tornado. Dang! However, when the saber and sword clashed, accompanied by the music of the 100 fairies of the pear garden, it looked like the two were in a life and death battle. A vast aura that could shake the world erupted. The two vividly brought out the ancient contradiction of the clash of sabers and swords. At this moment the two forgot everything else, only having each other in their eyes. Decades of life and death grudges and entangled fates perfectly materialized in this clash of sabers and swords. Furthermore, the two possessed outstanding talent in the saber Dao and the sword Dao. As the 100 fairies of the pear garden sang the laughter of the saber and sword, the world entered a profound state. Everything else in the world seemed to become a side character, just a stage for the two to clash of sabers and swords. It's done. Among the 100 fairies of the pear garden, Su Ye's eyes turned moist. The zither in her hand released a weak light. There was no need for her to do anything. As the saber and sword clashed, the aftershocks from the clash naturally played. The other women also discovered this scene in surprise. Then they released their instruments. They allowed the aftershocks from the clash of sabers and swords to freely play the laughter of the saber and sword. Rumble! The instant the mysterious phenomenon appeared, the sea of flowers covering the sky of the imperial capital shrank continuously. The sea of flowers looked like a funnel, retracting into the authentic fairy basket at a speed that the naked eye could not capture. In the instant that the sea of flowers disappeared, the tornado suddenly dissipated. Dozens of green lotus sword immortals. The dozens of azure lotus sword immortals revealed their true forms and vomited a mouthful of blood, knocked back. How could it be like this? The veiled woman paled, and blood leaked out of a corner of her lips. This was completely unexpected. To think that the azure lotus sword immortals would lose to the 100 fairies of the pear garden, in such a sorry state before everyone. Now, Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun separated from each other again. Each of them transformed into a streak of light and charged toward the green lotus sword fairy. The moment the flower blooms, it illuminates 3 lives. Boundless chaos, heaven and earth sword dance. The two took advantage of the clash of the saber and sword to create their strongest momentum and unleash their killer moves. In an instant, saber light and sword shadows flashed, and green lotus sword immortals were cut down one after another. It was unknown if they were dead or alive. After a while, only 3 people remained on the roof of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Xiao Chun, Chu Chaoyun and the veiled woman, who was kneeling on the rooftop with a sword and a saber on her neck. Snowflakes reappeared in the sky that was previously covered by the sea of flowers. Pa pa pa. Just at this moment, applause suddenly rang out. The first prince, Wang Fei, was riding on the nation's guardian divine horse, the Fire Qilin. He was alone in the ruins, clapping his hands as he walked out. Lord Xiao, thank you for giving me such a big gift for my wedding. Thank you for your kindness. However, it wouldn't be good if someone died. You can leave now, Wang Fei said with an indifferent expression. As soon as he finished speaking, rumble! Rumbling footsteps resounded throughout the world, causing the entire world to tremble. Countless armored figures surged over from all directions, surrounding the Smiling Daughter Pavilion and the 100 fairies of the pear garden in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. The encirclement was airtight. Xiao Chun looked around. Banners fluttered and people moved. This Wang Fei actually mobilized the entire divine guards while the 2 sides were fighting. I wonder if the 100 fairies of the pear garden still have the strength to fight and break out of my divine guard's encirclement? The first prince, Wang Fei, said indifferently as he looked coldly at the exhausted Su Yi and the others, speaking calmly. It's over. The first prince's move is truly unrivaled. He mobilized the entire divine guards. No wonder he did not make a move earlier. It turns out that he was preparing this trump card. This trump card is the first prince's true trump card. Although a small number of top-notch experts are very intimidating, they are not enough. Although the few peak experts are very intimidating, it will be somewhat difficult to surround Xiao Qian and the others. There will always be a chance to leave. Right now, the entire Yinwu dynasty's elite army has surrounded them. There is no chance for them to leave. Furthermore, there are the noble clan experts waiting outside. This is simply a flawless plan. No one expected the situation to turn around so quickly. Xiao Qian and the 100 fairies of the pear garden could not escape in the blink of an eye. However, after thinking about it, they felt that this was only natural. After all, this was the imperial capital, Yen City. If not for the other princes restraining the Yen emperor, preventing him from making a move, this farce would have ended before it started. However, now that the first prince brought out his trump card, it was time for everything to end. Boom! However, something strange happened just at this moment. A terrifying killing chi suddenly appeared outside the city. That was the horrifying killing chi that could only be materialized when countless soldiers who had killed in hundreds of battles gathered together. The killing chi was like a strong snowstorm. The instant it arrived, the world seemed to turn into a cruel battlefield. A scarlet cloud streaked across the sky, looking like a sharp knife piercing through the sky and arriving in an instant. The person leading the group wore battle armor and rode a phoenix blood eagle king. He said, "Big brother, it is best not to go overboard with some things." More than 10,000 people rode phoenix blood eagles behind this person. They all showed no expression, looking like Azuras that came out of purgatory. It's the Blood Eagle army. Why did the 9th Prince's Blood Eagle army suddenly appear? The Blood Eagle army's horrifying killing chi spread out, forcing the God's Will army to change their encirclement and retreat behind the first prince. Now Xiao Chun, Chu Chaoyun, and the 100 fairies of the pear garden stood in the middle of the 2 armies. The trump card that the first prince was so proud of instantly crumbled, vanishing without a trace. Wang Fei's calm expression immediately turned enraged. "Ninth brother, do you know what you are doing? Even you want to oppose me?" Wang Yan retorted calmly. "Big brother, I should be the one saying that to you. Do you know what you are doing? Since an outsider has the courage to stop this wedding, all the more I should step forward. It is time for this wedding to end." Wang Feilai's expression turned uncertain. As he looked at the Blood Eagle army, he felt so angry that his chest heaved up and down. Previously, no matter what Xiao Qian did, Wang Feilai did not fear it at all. This was because Wang Feilai had the trump card of the Divine Will army. This army was made up of holy venerates. With the battle armor and the support of the dynasty's emperor's might, they could form battle formations. Even a peak sovereign emperor would have to retreat if they charged forward. However, now that Wang Yan appeared with the Blood Eagle army, the situation immediately turned against Wang Feilai. Wang Feilai knew that many princes were waiting in the dark to see him make a fool of himself, not wanting his wedding to proceed normally. If this dragged on, when these people stepped forward like Lord Jiu, the wedding would be ruined. However, Wang Feilai could not think of a good solution right now. Wang Feilai still had several trump cards that he could use. However, this involved the Shuawu dynasty, the Black Lotus Church, and the Azure Lotus Church, so he could not bring them out in the open. "Big brother, how long are you going to remain stubborn? Just give up," Wang Yan advised again from the Phoenix Blood Eagle King's back. The entire Blood Eagle army took advantage of the situation to press forward. Who dares to take another step forward? However, just at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly rang out. A sword move appeared with this voice. The Blood Eagle army, which had just taken a step forward, was forced back. Several Phoenix Blood Eagles shrieked in shock as they were forced back by this sword move. One person and one sword forced back an army. A figure slowly descended from the sky and hovered in the air. As this figure stood in the air, he raised his eyebrows and looked at the Blood Eagle army. In that instant, several warriors on the Blood Eagle Kings felt a sword intent attack them. Blood leaked out of their mouths as they soared into the air and continuously retreated. Even the ninth Prince Wang Yan was no exception. With just one glance, this person nearly defeated the entire Blood Eagle army, reducing them to a sorry state. Who is this person? How can he be so strong? Such horrifying combat prowess completely surpassed everyone's understanding, so they all looked over. When everyone clearly saw the appearance of this person, they all turned pale, somewhat speechless. It was that person who had always existed in the legends of the imperial capital Yen City. To think that he appeared at this wedding and stood on the first prince's side. Ha 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 ha. How mighty! Su Hanshan, come and try attacking me. Just as the cultivators of the imperial capital Yen City were about to cry out in shock, a beggar walked out of the snowstorm and spoke with a smile as he looked at the sky. This call of Su Hanshan scared many people out of their wits. Unexpectedly, someone dared to directly address the sword by its name. His tone was filled with mockery. Chapter 2260. How awe-inspiring! Su Hanshan, come and try attacking me. The incredibly sloppy-looking beggar appeared out of nowhere in the rubble of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Then he stood on a piece of rubble and looked up. No matter how one looked at it, such a person did not look like an expert. However, this beggar just stood up and smiled as he looked at the sword god in the sky. He directly addressed the sword god by name, Su Hanshan. Who was Su Hanshan? Probably every cultivator in the imperial capital Yen City had heard of his name. When he was very young, his elders had told him about his deeds over and over again. Su Hanshan was the pride of the Yinwu dynasty, a living legend. His name resounded like thunder, but few people had seen him in person. However, the moment he appeared, he hugged his sword and raised his eyebrows, scaring away the Blood Eagle army. There was no need to guess his identity. Aside from the sword god Su Hanshan, no one else in the imperial capital Yen City possessed such strength. Many people had seen his portrait before. However, when they saw his true appearance, they did not dare to cry out, fearing that they would profane this person. This was especially so for the swordsmen present. They were already incredibly excited. Just seeing him once made their blood surge. Several people even knelt and worshipped him, all because he was the sword god Su Hanshan. Everyone thought that the first prince's wedding would be settled after the sword god appeared. Who could have imagined that a beggar would appear out of nowhere and call out the sword god's name in a carefree manner, not showing any fear? Who is this beggar? He even dares to call out the sword god's name. Is he tired of living? Damn it! He is simply profaning the sword god. Some people did not understand and some were upset. However, Su Hanshan did not make a move. He once said that no one dared to take a step forward. In that instant no one dared to move. Su Hanshan's gaze forced back the entire Blood Eagle army. However, when this beggar appeared, Su Hanshan did not make a move. The strangeness of this immediately inspired speculation. At the top of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, Xiao Chen, who already despaired, immediately felt some hope when he saw the beggar appear. However, he found this inconceivable, too shocking. The other party was Su Hanshan, the sword god Su Hanshan. What gave the beggar the confidence to stand out? You are here to join in the excitement as well? However, something even more inconceivable happened. Su Hanshan actually attacked the beggar. His tone was as if he was talking to someone of the same generation, and it instantly caused an uproar. This beggar was actually old friends with Su Hanshan. You can join in, but I can't. If we're talking about connections, I'm more involved than you. Originally, I didn't want to interfere in this matter, but since you've come out regardless of your status, it would be too heartless of me to not show myself. The beggar covered his face with his hands and combed his messy hair. He revealed a dirty face, but the smile on his face was clean and pure. It made people feel at ease like a spring breeze caressing their faces. No one would have thought that this was the smile of a beggar. When Xiao Chen saw this scene, his heart immediately trembled, and his expression changed slightly. This smile. The first time he saw this beggar, he felt that this beggar's smile was somewhat familiar. It was exceptionally clean, but at that time he didn't have time to think too much about it. Today he saw that smile again in this kind of situation. A name immediately appeared in Xiao Chen's mind, and he could not help feeling shocked. You know who he is? Chu Chaoyun asked when he noticed the strange expression on Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chen nodded. I know. If I'm not wrong, he is from the same place as you and me, the Kunlun realm. Yes. A bright light flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes as he looked at this beggar. He simply could not believe that this beggar was the person Xiao Chen mentioned. I couldn't defeat you 100 years ago, and I probably can't defeat you now either. What do you want? Speak. Su Hanshan said calmly with an indifferent expression. That might not be the case. I have not improved at all in the past 100 years. You can try drawing your sword. The beggar's smile remained the same as he said softly. Whoosh! The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Many people were even more stunned by Su Hanshan's words. It turned out that Su Hanshan was not just an old acquaintance. The two even fought 100 years ago, and Su Henin did not win. It's him. I know who he is. It's the Spring Snow Bladesman Pan Huang. The bladesmen present connected Su Hanshan's words and guessed the beggar's identity. The Spring Snow Bladesman Pan Huang. This was another legend. A bladesman whose name resounded like thunder, but faded from everyone's sight long ago. Pan Huang's deeds were no less legendary than Su Hanshan's. Instead, he was even more legendary. Who could have imagined that the first prince's wedding would first cause the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden and the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal to fight? Now, it was even more exaggerated. Two legendary figures actually appeared at the same time. The clash between Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun between the saber and the sword was about to happen in reality. Su Hanshan, the strongest person of the sword Dao, and Pan Huang, the strongest person of the saber Dao. Just thinking about the clash between the two excited everyone. However, everyone was very clear that Su Hanshan and Pan Huang would definitely not fight. Even if they did, they would not do it in the imperial capital Yen City with so many people watching. However, Pan Huang's words, "You can try drawing your sword," still filled everyone with anticipation. What if he really drew his sword? Su Hanshan stared at Pan Huang and said sullenly, "There is no need. Either I don't draw my sword or once I do, even if it is life and death, victory will be decided." Pan Huang smiled faintly and said, "Su Henin, in that case, there is indeed no need for you to draw your sword. Didn't you see the clash between the saber and the sword of the two little fellows earlier? What we are fighting for is not victory or defeat, not glory or disgrace, but the fate of the mortal world. Su Hanshan showed an indifferent expression. You have your Tao and I have mine. In my heart the sword will always reign supreme. My heart for the sword has never changed, not even for 1,000 years or 10,000 years. The beggar no longer tried to persuade Su Henin. He said sullenly, very well. In that case I won't speak nonsense with you. Neither of us need to make the decision for this wedding. Let her make the decision. Pan Huang pointed at headliner Ling Long, who was on the rainbow bridge in the sky. The first Prince Wang Fei's expression changed slightly as he said, no way. This is my wedding. I cannot allow others to make the decision for me. Is it your place to speak? Not even if your father came. Scram! The beggar roared. This was the first time Xiao Chan saw the beggar, who had a frivolous smile. A saber light seemed to flash in the beggar's eyes. When the beggar swept his cold gaze across, the Divine Guard's army was struck by a saber and knocked back 50 kilometers. In that instant, a vast crowd surrounded Wang Fei. When he looked up, he saw that he was the only one left riding on the flame Qilin. The army that had been surrounding him a moment ago was swept away like trash. Fear flashed in Wang Fei's eyes. He wanted to check if he was injured or not. However, when he saw the beggar's gaze, he did not dare to act rashly. Su Hanshan remained expressionless, acting like he did not hear anything. After a while, he looked at Ling Long and said, you make the decision. Whoosh! After obtaining Su Hanshan's approval, Ling Long did not give Wang Fei another look. She directly landed before Xiao Chan and Chu Chaoyun. Ling Long glanced at the veiled woman coldly before looking at Xiao Chan. Her voice trembled as she said, Lord Xiao, that ice coffin in the sky. Xiao Chan did not say anything, only nodding silently. Boom! Ling Long immediately felt like she had been struck by lightning. Indeed, this was the worst possible outcome. Ling Long, listen to me. He is already dead. Don't overthink it. Since you are the one making the decision now, just agree to the first prince's request. In the future, when he ascends to the throne and becomes the Yan Emperor, The veiled woman grasped this opportunity, wanting to win Ling Long over and make the right decision for her. Bang! However, right after Ling Long spoke, a short sword flew out of her sleeve and pierced the veiled woman's mouth the moment she opened it. You promised me that you would protect his life. Ling Long's expression turned frosty as she looked at the veiled woman coldly, not showing any pity in her eyes. Xiao Chan looked at the veiled woman, who was already dead. Then he moved the saber away from her neck and said, Headliner Ling Long, my little martial nephew is already dead. However, that beggar uncle brought him an ice coffin to protect his soul and prevent it from scattering. Can extend his life. Perhaps he will wake up one day. I want to leave this place with him. Can you bring me away? Ling Long sounded fatigued. There was no sorrow or pain in her eyes, but it made one's heart ache. Sure. I'll get the golden crow to bring you away. Before everyone's eyes, Headliner Ling Long soared into the sky and mounted the golden crow above the clouds. Then she left with the ice coffin. From start to end, Ling Long did not even look at Wang Fei. Wang Fei, who was on the fire Qilin, flushed. He felt like someone had slapped him swollen. To think that he could not even defeat a dead person. On the day of his wedding, a dead person snatched away his bride. This was definitely the greatest joke since the establishment of the Yanwu dynasty.